The first giggle made me freeze at my desk. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, and I hadn't moved from my chair in 3 hours, grinding through end-of-quarter reports. The sound drifted through the empty office space, high-pitched and quick, like someone trying to stifle their laughter. My fingers stopped typing mid-sentence. I work on the 14th floor of the Riverside Corporate Center, and I'm the only one with access to this floor after 7 p.m. The cleaning crew comes through at 6 and security does their rounds at 8. After that, it's just me and the occasional hum of the HVAC system. I like it that way. The solitude helps me focus, especially during crunch periods like this one. Another laugh, louder this time. Female. Definitely coming from the direction of the main conference room. My shoulders tensed up, and I felt my heart rate kick up a notch. I pushed my chair back slowly, trying to minimize the squeaking of the wheels on the carpet. The conference room door was closed, just as it had been all day. I hadn't gone in there once. No meetings were scheduled, and I'd been buried in spreadsheets since arriving at 8 a.m. The blinds were drawn, blocking any view inside. A soft thud came from behind the door, followed by what sounded like whispering. My mouth went dry. I stood up, my legs shaky, and grabbed my phone from the desk. The screen showed no new notifications, no missed calls. The floor's access log would show if anyone else had come up. I checked it compulsively throughout the day, a habit from when I first got promoted to senior manager. No entries since the cleaning crew left. Another thud, harder this time, then scraping like furniture being moved. The sounds were impossible to mistake now. People were in that room. But I had the only key card that worked on this floor after hours, and I'd been sitting 20 feet from that door for the past 15 hours. I walked toward the conference room, my shoes making soft sounds on the carpet. The motion-activated lights in the hallway blinked on, harsh fluorescent making me squint. More whispers leaked through the door, too muffled to make out words. I pressed my ear against the cool metal surface. Just a little longer. A woman's voice. Unfamiliar. Shh. A man, followed by another giggle. My hand shook as I reached for the door handle. I knew it would be locked. I checked it myself when the cleaning crew left, like I did every night. The handle turned with a click. It wasn't locked. I yanked my hand back like I'd been burned. The door handle had been ice cold, much colder than it should be. My breath came in quick bursts now, and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the office's aggressive air conditioning. More movement inside. The scraping sound again, followed by a rhythmic tapping. My security training kicked in. I should call building security, let them handle this. My phone was still in my hand, screen dark. I tried to unlock it, but my sweaty fingers kept slipping on the screen. The giggling stopped abruptly. Complete silence fell, broken only by my rapid breathing. Then, 3 sharp knocks on the door, right in front of my face. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. My phone clattered to the floor. The knocking came again, more insistent. The door handle began to turn slowly, deliberately. I ran. There's no shame in admitting it. I sprinted back to my desk, grabbed my laptop bag, and made for the emergency stairs. Behind me, I heard the conference room door open. The sound of it hitting the wall echoed through the empty office. Don't look back. That's what every instinct screamed as I shoved open the stairwell door. But I did look back just for a second. The conference room door was wide open. The lights were off inside, but I could make out shapes moving in the darkness. More than 2. More than should be possible in that space. And they were flowing out of the room like smoke, but wrong, moving against gravity, spreading across the ceiling. I took the stairs 3 at a time, nearly falling twice. My chest burned, but I didn't slow down until I hit the lobby. The night security guard looked up from his crossword puzzle, startled by my explosive entrance. "Everything okay, Mr. Matthews?" I couldn't speak, just pointed up. He called for backup, and within minutes, 3 guards were heading up to the 14th floor. I waited in the lobby, gulping water from the cooler and trying to stop my hands from shaking. They found nothing, of course. The conference room was empty, everything in its place. No signs of entry, no evidence anyone had been there. The security footage showed no one entering or leaving the floor after the cleaning crew. The guard suggested I was working too hard, seeing things after too many late nights. I nodded. played along, told them I'd probably just been jumpy, that the sounds were probably just the building settling. They gave me concerned looks as I left, but I didn't care. I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. I called in sick the next day, something I hadn't done in 3 years with the company. Spent the morning researching the building's history on my laptop, combing through local news archives. Found nothing unusual, nothing that would explain what happened. When I went back to work 2 days later, I requested a transfer to our downtown office. My boss was surprised. The 14th floor office was considered a perk, a sign of status. I told him I needed a change of scenery. He approved the transfer, but I could tell he was disappointed. I still had to wrap up some projects before the move, which meant going back to the 14th floor. I only went during daylight hours, and I wasn't alone. I'd scheduled meetings throughout the day, made sure there were always other people around. The conference room door stayed closed. Sometimes walking past it, I'd hear something, a soft scratch, a whispered word. But I never opened that door again, never stayed past sunset. The reports could wait until morning. A month after the incident, I was settling into my new office downtown when an email caught my eye. Building management announcing renovations on the 14th floor of Riverside. They were gutting the entire floor, including the conference room. The next day, I got a call from my old boss. His voice was strange, tight. Asked if I'd heard about what they found when they started the demolition. I said no, trying to keep my voice steady. The strangest thing, he said. When they took down the conference room walls, they found an old door behind the drywall. Sealed up, looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. But here's the weird part. It was locked, and when they finally got it open, it didn't lead anywhere. Just opened into the exterior wall. I thanked him for letting me know and hung up before he could say more. Turned off my phone, closed my laptop. Sat in my new office watching the sunset through windows that faced away from Riverside Corporate Center. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that door they found. About what it might have been sealed up to keep in, or keep out. About the things I heard in that conference room, the shapes I saw moving against gravity. But mostly, I think about the laughter. How human it sounded at first, until it wasn't. How it changed in those last moments before I ran, becoming something that shouldn't have been possible with human vocal cords. I don't work late anymore. When the sun starts to set, I pack up and leave, no matter how much work is left to do. My productivity numbers have dropped, but I don't care. Some things are more important than quarterly reports and performance reviews. Last week, I ran into one of the security guards from that night. He was working at a different building now, and he looked older, tired. He recognized me immediately. "Still pulling those late nights, Mr. Matthews?" I shook my head. He nodded slowly. "Smart man. You know, we never told you what we really found that night." My chest tightened. "What do you mean?" He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "The conference room was empty when we got there, yeah, but the table, all the chairs around it were warm. Like people had just been sitting in them, and on the whiteboard..." He trailed off, rubbing his face. "What was on the whiteboard?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. "Fingerprints. Dozens of them, all over it. We dusted them, ran them through the system. No matches, but..." He swallowed hard. "They weren't right. The patterns, the whorls. Our tech said they didn't look human. Said he'd never seen anything like them." I thanked him and walked away quickly, trying not to run. That night, I dreamed of the conference room, of the door handle turning, of shapes moving in darkness, of laughter that started human and became something else. I woke up at 3 a.m. drenched in sweat, with a familiar sound echoing in my ears, the soft scrape of furniture being moved, followed by muffled giggling. But when I turned on the lights, my apartment was empty. The sounds were just in my memory. Or at least, that's what I tell myself. I saw in the paper yesterday that they're tearing down Riverside Corporate Center. Something about structural issues, the foundation being unstable. They're starting with the upper floors and working their way down. I wonder if they'll find more sealed doors. Wonder what might come out when the walls come down. But I won't be watching to find out. I've accepted a job in another city, as far from Riverside as I could get. My new office is in a modern building, all glass and steel, with no hidden spaces or sealed rooms. Still, I make sure to leave before dark. Some habits are worth keeping. And sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I catch myself listening for the sound of laughter, for the scrape of furniture, for knocks on doors that should be locked. But mostly, I try not to think about that night on the 14th floor. About what might have happened if I'd opened that conference room door when the handle started to turn. About what I might have seen if I'd stayed just a few seconds longer. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left closed. And some rooms, like that conference room on the 14th floor, are better left undisturbed. No matter what sounds come from behind their doors late at night, when you think you're alone in the building. But you're never really alone. Not in places like that, I know that now. The first thud came at 2:47 a.m. I know because I checked my phone thinking it might be the neighbors. But this building was too new to have neighbors. I'd moved in just 2 weeks ago, and so far I was the only tenant on the entire 7th floor. Another thud, followed by what sounded like shuffling footsteps in the hallway. My TV was off. The AC had cycled down. In that artificial silence of a new building, those sounds shouldn't exist. I put down my laptop and stood up from my desk. The footsteps continued, slow and uneven, like someone dragging their feet across the carpet. Then came the voices, muffled, indistinct, but definitely human. At least 2 different ones, speaking in low tones I couldn't make out through the door. The rational part of my brain said it had to be maintenance workers or security doing late-night checks. But at this hour, in a building that was still mostly empty, I walked to my front door and pressed my ear against it. The voices were clearer now, a man and a woman, their words still too garbled to understand. They sounded agitated, speaking in quick, sharp bursts. My hand hovered over the doorknob. I'm not usually the type to investigate strange noises in the middle of the night. I've seen enough horror movies to know better, but this was my floor, my home. I had a right to know what was happening out there. I opened the door as quietly as possible, just a crack at first. The hallway lights were on their usual dim night setting, casting long shadows across the beige carpet. The voices had stopped. Opening the door wider, I stepped into the hallway. Empty. The cream-colored walls stretched in both directions, unmarked by any decorations or signs. The building was too new for those touches. Just a long row of identical dark wood doors, all of them vacant units except mine. The elevator was about 30 feet to my right. Its digital display caught my attention immediately. The numbers were flickering rapidly, jumping between different floors in a way I'd never seen before. As I watched, it settled on 7, my floor, but the light behind the number pulsed erratically, like a fluorescent bulb about to die. I walked toward it slowly. My bare feet made no sound on the new carpet, but I could feel how cold it was through my socks. The air in the hallway was several degrees cooler than my apartment, which didn't make sense since the building's climate control system was supposed to be state-of-the-art. When I got within 10 feet of the elevator, I heard it, a scratching sound coming from behind the metal doors. Not mechanical, this was organic, like fingernails dragging across the surface. I stopped. The display continued to flicker on 7, casting intermittent blue light across the hallway. The scratching got louder, more deliberate. Then a thump from inside the elevator car, heavy enough to make the doors vibrate slightly. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded too loud, too intrusive in that empty space. The scratching stopped. The thumping stopped. Everything went quiet except for the soft, electrical hum of the hallway lights. I took another step forward. The elevator doors looked normal, brushed stainless steel, pristine and unmarked. But something was wrong with the seam where they met in the middle. Instead of being perfectly straight, it seemed to bulge outward slightly, as if something was pressing against it from the inside. The display flickered again, this time cycling through all the numbers rapidly before going dark completely. In that moment of darkness, I heard the voices again, closer now, coming from inside the elevator car. The woman's voice was clearer. "Please, help us." My heart started pounding. I reached for my phone, then remembered I'd left it in my apartment. The smart thing would be to go back, call building security or the police. But what if someone was actually trapped in there? I stepped closer to the elevator and pressed the call button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again, holding it down longer this time. The display remained dark. The scratching resumed, more frantic now. Multiple sets of fingernails dragging across metal. The doors bulged further outward, the seam between them widening enough that I could see darkness through the gap. "Is someone in there?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "I can call for help." A hand shot through the gap between the doors, pale, dirty, with broken fingernails. It clawed at the air for a moment before gripping the edge of the door, trying to pull it open wider. I stumbled backward. The hand was followed by another, then another. Multiple hands forcing their way through the widening gap, accompanied by the screech of metal being forced apart. The lights in the hallway flickered, and in that strobing effect, I saw faces pressing against the gap. Distorted, wrong somehow, their features twisted in ways that human faces shouldn't move. Their mouths were open too wide, showing too many teeth. I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard the final screech of metal giving way, followed by the wet sound of bodies hitting the carpet. The voices started again, no longer muffled, no longer human. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key into the lock. I could hear them coming, the shuffle drag of multiple sets of feet on carpet getting closer. The hallway lights were flickering faster now, casting the scene in broken fragments of visibility. I got the door open and slammed it behind me, turning both deadbolts. For a moment, I just stood there, breathing hard, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Something scraped against the wood, those same broken fingernails. Then a voice, the woman from before, but different now. Distorted, like someone playing a tape at the wrong speed. "Let us in," it said. "We lived here first." I backed away from the door. That didn't make sense. This building was brand new. The construction had just finished 2 months ago. Before that, it was an empty lot. The scratching moved to my window. I was 7 floors up. There couldn't be anything out there. But when I looked, I saw those hands pressing against the glass, leaving dirty smears. Between the fingers, I caught glimpses of faces, the same twisted expressions I'd seen in the elevator. My phone was still on my desk. I grabbed it and dialed 911, but there was no signal. The Wi-Fi was down too. Even my cellular data wasn't working. The temperature in my apartment dropped suddenly. I could see my breath fogging in the air. The scratching was at both the door and windows now, and other sounds were joining it. Wet, organic noises I didn't want to identify. The woman's voice came again, closer now, as if she was speaking directly through the door. "We died here first." My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. I'd done my research before moving in. This was newly developed land, never built on before. The construction company had broken ground just last year. Unless... I pulled up the building's website on my laptop, thankful I still had the page loaded in my cache. I scrolled through the development history, looking for anything I might have missed. There, in a small note near the bottom, site of the former Westbrook Apartments, demolished 1986 following structural collapse. 27 residents lost. A crack appeared in my window, spreading like a spider web from where one of the hands pressed against it. The door's hinges were starting to bend inward, metal groaning under impossible pressure. I ran to my bedroom, slamming and locking that door too. My hands were numb from the cold. The temperature must have dropped another 20 degrees in the last minute. The outer door finally gave way with a crash. I heard them entering my apartment. The drag of feet, the sound of furniture being knocked over, those wet, shuffling noises getting closer. They were talking now, multiple voices overlapping, all distorted in that same wrong way. "Our home. Give it back. We died here." The bedroom door wouldn't hold them for long. I looked around frantically for options. The window? 7 floors up was a fatal drop. The closet? Just another dead end. Something hit the bedroom door hard enough to splinter the wood. Through the cracks I could see them. Fragments of faces, hands, bodies that weren't quite right. Like someone had tried to reconstruct human beings from broken pieces. The door burst inward. They filled the doorway. A mass of twisted limbs and distorted faces, all pressed together like they were still trying to fit in that elevator car. Their skin was pale and mottled, clothes rotted and stained with old blood and concrete dust. The woman who had spoken first was in front, her neck bent at an impossible angle, arms too long for her body. When she smiled, her jaw opened wider than any human mouth should. "Welcome home," she said. I backed up until I hit the window. They moved into the room as one mass, reaching for me with those broken hands. The cold was intense now, burning my lungs with each breath. The woman's hand touched my shoulder. Her skin felt like wet concrete. "Stay with us," she whispered. "Forever." I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I was lying on my desk, my laptop screen dark in front of me. Sunlight was streaming through the windows. My phone showed 8:15 a.m. A dream, just a horrible dream. Then I noticed the temperature display on my thermostat, 42 degrees Fahrenheit. And there, on my shoulder, 5 distinct bruises in the shape of fingerprints, gray like old concrete. I moved out that day, left most of my things behind. The building management didn't argue when I broke my lease. They just looked uncomfortable and processed the paperwork quickly. A month later, I drove past the building. It was empty again, all the windows dark. A sign out front announced, "Luxury apartments, taking applications." As I waited at the red light, I looked up at the 7th floor. For a moment, I thought I saw something in my old window. A pale face, pressed against the glass, smiling too widely. The light turned green. I drove away and never looked back. But sometimes late at night, I still hear those voices. And when I'm in an elevator, I watch the floor numbers carefully, holding my breath until they stop exactly where they're supposed to. Because sometimes they don't. Sometimes they flicker. The first time I noticed something was wrong at 2847 Maple Street, I dismissed it. Just another boring foreclosure inspection, I told myself. But now, 3 weeks later, I'm questioning everything I know about reality. And I'm afraid to go back there tomorrow. I've been a real estate agent for 15 years. Foreclosure inspections are routine. Check the property condition, document any damage, make sure it's secure. Usually it's just sad, empty houses with bad memories. This one looked the same at first. A typical 1960s ranch-style home in a declining neighborhood. Tan brick exterior, overgrown yard, storm door with peeling paint. The bank had taken possession after the owners defaulted, and they needed monthly inspection reports. That first visit was completely normal. I used the lockbox key, did my usual walkthrough with my tablet, taking photos and notes. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, dated kitchen with cheap laminate counters. Musty smell from being closed up. All the light switches were down in the off position, which was standard. I always check every switch to make sure the electricity is still on. The white vinyl blinds were all raised up, letting in what sun they could through grimy windows. Nothing unusual. I finished my inspection in about 45 minutes, submitted my report, and didn't think about the house again until my next scheduled visit 4 weeks later. That's when things got strange. Everything looked the same from the outside. I unlocked the front door, stepped in, and immediately noticed something different. A faint floral scent, like women's perfume. Not overwhelming, just a subtle sweetness in the air. I figured maybe the bank had shown it to a potential buyer. But when I checked the lockbox history later, there were no other entries. In the living room, I found the first real discrepancy. I distinctly remembered raising all the blinds during my initial inspection. It's part of my routine to let in natural light. But now 3 of the 4 windows had their blinds fully lowered. I made a note to mention it in my report, assuming someone had been in the house even though the locks were secure. Then I noticed the light switches. In the kitchen, the switch by the door was flipped up instead of down. I was absolutely certain I'd left all switches in the off position. It's a habit ingrained from years of inspections. A safety issue, making sure everything's off when the house is vacant. I started checking all the switches systematically. 4 more were in the up position: dining room, hall, master bedroom, and garage. My pulse quickened as I documented each one. The house was supposed to be empty. The locks hadn't been touched. But someone, or something, had been flipping switches. I finished my inspection as quickly as I could while still being thorough. Just before leaving, I deliberately turned every switch down and raised all the blinds. I took photos to document the positions. I wanted proof for my next visit. That was 2 weeks ago. I had to do an extra inspection because the bank was considering an offer. When I arrived, my stomach dropped. All the blinds I had raised were lowered again. 6 light switches were up. And that perfume smell was stronger. Definitely floral, like jasmine or gardenia. I forced myself to go through the whole house. In the master bathroom, I found something that made my skin crawl. A wet spot on the counter by the sink about the size of a quarter. The water was fresh. I touched it with my finger to be sure. While I was examining it, I heard a sound from somewhere in the house. Like footsteps on carpet, very soft, barely audible. I spun around, heart pounding. "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice sounded thin and shaky. No response, just the hollow echo of an empty house. I practically ran through the rest of my inspection. Every creak of the floor made me jump. The air felt thick and heavy, like someone was watching me. When I finally got out to my car, I sat there for several minutes, hands trembling on the steering wheel. I requested to be taken off the account, told my supervisor I had too many properties already. She said no, we're short-staffed, and this is an important client. I have to go back tomorrow for the monthly inspection. This time I'm bringing backup. Mike, another agent from my office. He thinks I'm being ridiculous, that there must be a logical explanation. Maybe he's right, but I know what I've seen and heard. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever is in that house is getting bolder. I'm sitting in my home office now, looking at the inspection photos on my laptop. The pictures show everything exactly as I described. Blinds up, switches down. Tomorrow we'll see what's changed. Part of me hopes Mike witnesses something too, so I know I'm not crazy. But a bigger part hopes everything is completely normal. My phone just buzzed. A text from Mike confirming tomorrow's inspection at 10 a.m. As I read it, I caught a whiff of something in the air. Something floral, like jasmine. I turned around slowly, expecting I don't know what. Nothing was there. Just my imagination. Has to be. I close my laptop and try to focus on other work, but my mind keeps drifting back to 2847 Maple Street, to those light switches that keep flipping up when no one's there, to that fresh water on the bathroom counter, to those soft footsteps I heard, or thought I heard. Tomorrow I'll know more. Tomorrow I'll have backup. Tomorrow we'll document everything thoroughly. But right now, in the growing darkness of my office, I'm struggling to find a rational explanation for what's happening in that empty house. The next morning dawns gray and cold. Mike meets me in the office parking lot, travel mug of coffee in hand, looking annoyingly cheerful. "Ready to go ghost hunting?" he jokes, sliding into the passenger seat of my car. "Just help me do a thorough inspection," I say. "And pay attention to anything unusual." The drive takes 20 minutes. I fill Mike in on the details. The perfume smell, the switches, the wet counter, the footsteps. He nods politely, but I can tell he's skeptical. That's fine. I was skeptical too, at first. We park in front of 2847 Maple Street. The house looks exactly the same as always. Boring, ordinary, empty. Dead leaves scatter across the unmowed lawn. The storm door creaks in the wind. "Spooky," Mike says with a grin. I ignore him and get the lockbox key. Inside, the first thing I notice is the smell. Stronger than ever, unmistakably floral. Mike notices it too, his smile fading slightly. "Perfume," he says. Weird in an empty house. Told you. I start checking the blinds while Mike photographs the rooms. Every single blind is down, even though I distinctly remember raising them 2 weeks ago. The light switches are next. I count them as I go. 1, 2, 3. 12 switches in the up position, more than ever before. Mike, I call out. Come look at this. I show him how many switches are flipped. I turned all these off last time. Took photos to prove it. He frowns. Could be an electrical issue. Old wiring, faulty switches, all turning themselves on at the same time, in different parts of the house. He shrugs, but I can tell he's unsettled. We move through the house methodically, documenting everything. In the master bathroom, the counter is dry this time, but there's something new. A fine layer of dust on everything except a circular, clean spot by the sink, exactly where I saw the water last time. Someone's been here, Mike says quietly. Check the lockbox log, I tell him. He pulls out his phone, checks the digital record. No entries since your last inspection. So how? A loud click interrupts me. We both freeze. What was that? Mike whispers. Sounded like... I swallow hard. Like a light switch. We move cautiously to the hallway. The switch by the bedroom door is now in the up position. I know. It was down when we checked it 5 minutes ago. Mike's face has gone pale. Okay, that's not normal. Another click from the kitchen. We practically run in there. The switch by the door is up. While we stare at it, it clicks down again. By itself. No one touching it. Jesus, Mike breathes. The perfume smell is overwhelming now. The air feels charged, heavy with something invisible but present. The hair on my arm stands up. That's when we hear the footsteps, soft but clear, moving across the living room carpet behind us. We spin around. Nothing there. The footsteps continue to the front door, then stop. We need to go, I say. Now. Mike doesn't argue. We hurry to the door, not running but moving fast. As I reach for the handle, the lock clicks. I try turning it anyway, locked tight. Use your key, Mike says, voice shaking. I fumble with my key ring, find the right key. It won't turn. Like something's holding the lock from the other side. The footsteps start again, moving toward us. The perfume smell is so strong I can barely breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the living room light switch flip up. Mike slams his shoulder into the door. Once, twice, it bursts open. We stumble out into the cold morning air, gasping. Behind us, the storm door slams shut with a crack like a gunshot. We stand there for a long moment, catching our breath, staring at the house. Through the window, I see the living room light switch flip down again. Well, Mike says finally, I guess I owe you an apology. I laugh, but it comes out shaky. Let's get out of here. In the car, we sit in silence for a minute. Then Mike pulls out his tablet. We still need to file the inspection report, he says. What should we put? I start the engine. The truth, all of it. Let the bank figure it out. They'll think we're crazy. Probably, but we have photos, video, 2 witnesses, and we're both experienced agents with good reputations. He nods slowly. Yeah, okay. He starts typing, then pauses. Hey, that perfume smell? Reminded me of something. I looked up the previous owners earlier. It was a foreclosure after the owner died. A widow named Margaret Wilson lived there alone for 20 years after her husband passed. Died in the master bedroom last year. My hands tighten on the steering wheel. Let me guess. She wore floral perfume? According to the estate sale listing, they sold several bottles of vintage jasmine perfume. I pull away from the curb, resisting the urge to drive faster than necessary. In the rearview mirror, 2847 Maple Street grows smaller. Just before it disappears from view, I swear I see one of the blinds raise up just a few inches like someone is peeking out. I file my report that afternoon, documenting everything in detailed professional language. The bank will probably take us off the account, maybe even question our competence. I don't care. I'm done with 2847 Maple Street. But that night, sitting in my home office again, I find myself scrolling through photos of the house. Something catches my eye in one of the living room shots, a faint blur in the corner like a human figure. I zoom in, trying to make it clearer. Suddenly, my desk lamp flicks off. A familiar floral scent drifts through the air. I close my laptop, grab my keys, and leave. I'll work from the office tomorrow. Some cases I'm learning are better left to someone else. Let the bank send another agent. I'm sure Margaret will find creative ways to make them feel welcome. As I drive away, I check my rearview mirror out of habit. For a moment, I think I see something in the back seat, a blur, a shadow, a hint of movement. But when I look again, it's gone. Just my imagination. Has to be, right? I shouldn't have gone camping alone. That's what everyone keeps telling me now. The police, the park rangers, even the UFO researchers who won't stop calling. But I need to get this down while it's still fresh. While I can still remember every detail of those 12 hours that changed everything I thought I knew about our place in the universe. It started as a regular weekend trip to Black Rock State Forest. I'd done solo camping dozens of times before, pack the essentials, drive out Friday after work, spend Saturday hiking, head home Sunday morning. Simple, safe, normal. October 12th seemed like any other fall weekend. Crisp air, leaves turning, perfect camping weather. I pulled into my usual spot around 7 p.m. just as the sun was setting. It's a secluded clearing about 2 miles from the main campground, accessible by a narrow dirt road. I'd found it 3 years ago and kept coming back. The rangers knew me and my Toyota 4Runner by now. "Going to your secret spot again, Mark?" They'd joke at the check-in station. I liked the solitude, the quiet. No RVs, no loud families, no college kids with their music. Just me, my tent, and the woods. Setup was routine. I've done it so many times I could probably pitch that tent blindfolded. Coleman 2-person dome tent, though I only need half the space. Ground tarp down first, stakes in solid, rain fly secured just in case. I had the whole camp ready in 20 minutes. Tent, camp chair, small fire pit. The temperature was dropping fast as night fell, so I got a fire going right away. Nothing big, just enough to cook dinner and keep warm. I heated up some chili I'd brought from home, ate it straight from the pot with a plastic spoon while I watched the stars come out. The sky was incredibly clear that night. No moon, no clouds, just an endless field of stars scattered across the darkness. I could see the Milky Way stretching overhead, something you never get in the city. The first strange thing I noticed was around 10 p.m. I was about to bank the fire and turn in when I saw what looked like a satellite moving across the sky. Except it wasn't moving in a straight line like satellites do. This light zigzagged, making sharp turns that should have been impossible for anything in orbit. I figured it must be a drone, though I'd never seen one flying that high or that fast. Then the light stopped dead in the middle of the sky. Just froze there, perfectly still, glowing with a steady white-blue color. I grabbed my phone to record it, but the battery was already at 15% despite being fully charged when I arrived. I only managed a few seconds of shaky footage before the phone died completely. The light hung there for maybe 30 seconds, then suddenly split into 3 identical points arranged in a triangle. They rotated slowly like they were scanning the ground below. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The air had changed. There was a low humming sound just at the edge of hearing, more like pressure than noise. Static electricity made my skin tingle. I'm not proud to admit it, but I dove into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay there in my sleeping bag, heart pounding. The humming got louder, and a bright blue-white light flooded through the tent walls. It was so bright I could see every detail inside the tent like it was noon on a summer day. The light pulsed rhythmically, and I could feel vibrations coming up through the ground. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, while that light swept back and forth across my campsite. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. Time felt wrong somehow, stretched out and compressed at the same time. Eventually, the humming faded and the light dimmed. When I finally worked up the courage to unzip the tent and peek out, the sky was dark and normal again. I didn't sleep. How could I? I sat up all night in that tent, jumping at every sound, every snapping twig or rustling leaf. My phone was dead. My flashlight batteries were dead too, though they'd been brand new. Even my watch had stopped at 10:07 p.m. The only light came from the dying embers of my fire, which I was too scared to leave the tent to rebuild. Dawn seemed to take forever to arrive. When the sky finally started to lighten, I burst out of that tent like a sprinter at the starting gun. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Complete, absolute silence. No birds, no insects, no wind in the trees, just dead silence. Then I saw the circles. 3 perfect circles burned into the ground about 50 feet from my tent, each one exactly 30 feet in diameter. The grass inside the circles wasn't just burned, it was gone, replaced by glass smooth black material that looked like obsidian but felt warm to the touch. The circles overlapped slightly, forming a pattern like a Venn diagram. In the center, where all 3 circles intersected, there was a small raised pyramid of the same black material, about 6 inches high. My hands were shaking as I took pictures with my phone, which had mysteriously started working again but showed the wrong date, October 14th instead of 13th. That's when I noticed the other changes. The temperature had dropped at least 20 degrees overnight. There was frost on my tent even though the weather forecast had predicted lows in the mid-50s. And most worrying of all, my car wouldn't start. The 4Runner's battery was completely dead. Not just weak, dead. When I hooked up my portable jump starter, nothing happened. The electrical system was fried. No lights, no radio, not even a click from the starter. I popped the hood and found scorch marks on the engine block, radiating out from all the electrical connections like lightning burns. I tried calling for help, but my phone showed no signal despite usually having decent coverage at that spot. The GPS app wouldn't load. Even the compass app just spun in circles, unable to find north. I was effectively cut off. That's when I heard it, a low, pulsing hum coming from the direction of the circles. The black material was vibrating, sending ripples across its surface like water. The small pyramid in the center began to glow with a faint blue light, the same color I'd seen in the sky the night before. I grabbed my backpack and stuffed it with water, food, and warm clothes. Whatever was happening, I wasn't sticking around to find out more. I knew there was a ranger station about 5 miles away if I followed the main trail. I could make that in a couple of hours, even loaded down with gear. I didn't even bother breaking down the tent, just grabbed the essentials and started walking, fast. The humming followed me for the first mile, growing fainter with distance but never completely fading. My watch had started working again but was running backward, the hands spinning counterclockwise at high speed. The forest felt wrong as I walked. The trees seemed taller somehow, their shadows too dark and sharp even in the morning light. I kept seeing movement at the corners of my vision, but whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. The air felt thick, like walking through invisible syrup. And it was cold, much colder than it should have been for October in this part of the country. I made it about 3 miles before I had to stop and rest. My legs felt like lead, and I was breathing way too hard for the relatively easy terrain. That's when I noticed the first mark on my arm, a perfect circle about the size of a quarter, raised and red like a brand but ice cold to the touch. As I watched, 2 more identical marks appeared next to it, forming the same triangle pattern I'd seen in the sky. I ran, dropped my pack and ran like hell through those woods, branches whipping my face, roots trying to trip me with every step. The marks on my arm were spreading, multiplying in geometric patterns down to my wrist and up past my elbow. Each new circle brought a wave of cold that seemed to sink right into my bones. I don't remember much about the last mile to the ranger station. My vision was blurry, my thoughts scattered. I remember the ground seeming to ripple under my feet like waves on water. Remember the trees bending away from me as I passed, their branches twisting into impossible shapes. Remember the sky turning that same bright blue-white color I'd seen the night before, though my phone's camera showed normal blue when I tried to photograph it. I burst into the ranger station at 9:43 a.m., according to their wall clock. The ranger said I was screaming about lights and circles, though I don't remember that part. They said my body temperature was 83 degrees when they checked it, way too low for someone who'd just been running. The marks on my arm were gone by then, leaving no trace they'd ever existed. The Rangers sent a team to my campsite. They found my tent and car right where I'd left them, but no signs of the circles. The ground was undisturbed. The car's battery was fine. It started right up for them. They showed me photos. Everything looked completely normal. But it wasn't normal. Nothing has been normal since that night. The date thing on my phone wasn't a glitch. I lost a day somehow. It was October 14th when I reached the ranger station, not the 13th like it should have been. 24 hours just gone with no memory of what happened during that time. The Rangers' logs show I checked in on the 12th, but nothing after that until I showed up at their station on the 14th. My watch still runs backward sometimes, especially at night. The compass on my phone spins wildly whenever I'm in the woods. I can't keep batteries charged. They drain in hours no matter what device they're in. And sometimes, usually around 10:07 p.m., I hear that humming again. Feel that static electricity on my skin. See flashes of blue-white light at the edges of my vision. The UFO researchers say my experience matches dozens of other reports from that area over the past 50 years. They've shown me photos of similar circle patterns found in fields and forests across the country. They want me to speak at their conferences, tell my story to their followers. The doctors say I experienced a combination of hypothermia and stress-induced hallucinations. They've run tests, taken scans, drawn blood. Everything comes back normal except my body temperature, which still runs about 5 degrees below average. They've prescribed anti-anxiety medications and recommended therapy. The police filed a report but didn't investigate further. No crime was committed. No property was damaged. No one was hurt. Just another weird story from the woods. But I know what I saw, what I felt. What happened to me out there was real, whatever it was. The marks on my arm may be gone, but I can still feel them sometimes. 3 cold circles forming a perfect triangle, pulsing in time with that distant humming that never completely goes away. I haven't been camping since that night. Haven't even been able to stay outdoors after dark. The stars don't look the same to me anymore. When I look up at that vast field of lights, I can't shake the feeling that something up there is looking back. Watching. Waiting. My tent and sleeping bag are still in the garage, gathering dust. Sometimes I think about burning them, erasing every reminder of that night. But I keep them as evidence, proof that I'm not crazy, that it really happened. The Rangers say that clearing is still there, still accessible by that narrow dirt road. Still empty and quiet, waiting for the next camper looking for solitude. I wonder if they'll see the lights too, if they'll find the circles, if they'll lose a day like I did. I wonder if they'll believe what they see, or if they'll convince themselves it was all in their head, like everyone wants me to do, like I've tried and failed to do every day since it happened. Because the hardest part isn't the memories or the lingering effects or even the fear. The hardest part is knowing that something impossible happened to me out there in those woods, something that changed me in ways I still don't understand, and I'll never know exactly what it was or why it chose me. All I know for sure is that I'm not the same person who pitched that tent on October 12th. That person believed he understood how the world worked, believed in rational explanations and natural laws, believed he was alone in that clearing. Now I know better. Now I know we're never really alone out there. And sometimes when the stars are bright and that humming starts up again, I catch myself watching the sky. Not with fear anymore, but with anticipation. Waiting to see those lights again. Waiting for answers to questions I'm not even sure how to ask. But mostly waiting to find out what those 12 missing hours cost me. What part of myself I left behind in those 3 perfect circles. And what, if anything, took its place. I found the photograph at the bottom of a cardboard box marked Kitchen 2019. It was wedged between my old coffee maker and some chipped mugs. That was impossible. I'd packed that box myself 3 years ago, and I'd never seen this photo before in my life. but the faces staring back at me made my stomach drop. The picture showed a family of 4 standing in front of a red brick house. The father wore a brown leather jacket that looked exactly like the one hanging in my closet at home. The mother had long, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, just like Sarah used to wear hers before the divorce. The 2 kids, a boy and a girl, looked around 8 and 6. Deep scratches ran across their faces, like someone had tried to erase them. I sat down hard on the concrete floor of my storage unit, ignoring the dust and grime. Unit 247 had been my dumping ground for the past 5 years, ever since Sarah and I split up, and I had to downsize to a 1-bedroom apartment. Now the facility was being demolished for condos, and I had 48 hours to clear everything out. The temperature was dropping as evening approached. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the rows of identical rolling doors. I'd been here since morning, sorting through boxes, making piles for donation and trash. That's when I started noticing things that didn't belong to me. At first, it was small stuff. A brass desk lamp I didn't recognize. Some old hardcover books I'd never bought. I figured maybe they'd gotten mixed in when I was moving, or Sarah had packed some random items. But then I found the camping gear, a full set of expensive equipment still in its original packaging. I'd never been camping in my life. The photo trembled in my hands. The father had my exact hairline, my nose, even the small scar above his right eyebrow. But his eyes were wrong, flat and dark, like holes punched in paper. The mother could have been Sarah's twin, except for the unnatural angle of her neck and the way her smile stretched too wide across her face. My phone buzzed, making me jump. A text from Mike, my brother. "You need help clearing out the unit? Can come by after work." I started to type yes, then deleted it. Something told me I needed to figure this out alone. I texted back, "All good, almost done. Thanks though." Standing up, I did a slow turn around the tank's 15 space. I thought I knew every item in here. Memories and junk from 15 years of adult life. Now I really looked at the stacks of boxes and furniture. A green armchair I'd never owned sat in the corner. The brass numbers on the antique clock on the wall were backwards. And the mirror. When had I gotten a full-length mirror with that ornate silver frame? I walked over to it, feet crunching on scattered packing peanuts. My reflection looked normal enough. 42 years old, graying at the temples, wearing my old Yankees t-shirt and jeans dusty from moving boxes. I reached out to touch the cool glass surface. The reflection didn't move. I yanked my hand back. In the mirror, my image remained perfectly still, arm outstretched, fingertips pressed against the other side of the glass. As I watched, it smiled, a wrong, twisted smile that split its face like a crack. I stumbled backwards, knocking over a stack of boxes. Papers and old clothes spilled across the floor. Among them was another photograph, this one showing the same family standing in front of my storage unit, Unit 247. They were all smiling, those horrible smiles. The date stamp in the corner read 06/15/2024, 6 months from now. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick up my phone. I needed to call someone. The police? A psychiatrist? Sarah? What would I even say? The fluorescent light above me flickered and went out. In the dim glow from the remaining lights, I saw movement in the mirror. The reflection family was there now, standing behind mirror me, still smiling. The father raised his hand in a wave. I ran, slammed the rolling door down and fumbled with the padlock. Behind me, something scratched against the metal door. I dropped the keys twice before managing to lock it. The long hallway of storage units stretched out in both directions, identical doors disappearing into shadow. I couldn't remember which way led to the exit. My breath came in short gasps that echoed off the concrete walls. A door rattled somewhere in the darkness. Then another. And another. The sound of rolling metal grew louder, closer, like a wave of doors opening and closing. I picked a direction and ran. The emergency exit sign glowed red at the end of the hall. Or was it just another reflection? The rattling followed me, along with a new sound. Footsteps, out of sync with my own. And whispers, too quiet to make out the words. I slammed through the emergency exit into the parking lot. The sun had set while I was inside. My car sat alone under a flickering lamppost. I fumbled for my keys, pressing the unlock button repeatedly. The car chirped. In the brief flash of the headlights, I saw them. 4 figures standing at the edge of the parking lot. A family. My family. But wrong. I dove into the driver's seat and locked the doors. The engine roared to life. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glimpsed them in my rearview mirror. They stood in a perfect line, waving goodbye with those twisted smiles. The father wore my leather jacket. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to the storage facility. Haven't been back to my apartment either. I've been driving, staying in cheap motels, paying cash. Every mirror I pass shows me something different now. Every photograph I look at changes when I look away. This morning I found another picture in my wallet. I know I've never seen it before, but it was tucked behind my driver's license like it had always been there. It shows me, the real me, standing with that family in front of Unit 247. We're all smiling those wrong smiles. The date stamp says 06/16/2024. Tomorrow, I could run, drive until I run out of gas, then keep going on foot. But I know that won't work. They're in every reflection now, getting closer. Waiting. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. Need someone to understand why I have to go back to Unit 247. They're waiting for me there. My family. The family I never had. The family I might have had in some other version of my life. The family I'm about to become. I keep checking my smile in the rearview mirror. It looks normal. For now. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch it starting to stretch. I should have known something was wrong the moment I found that first photograph. Should have walked away, called the police, done something different. But now it's too late. The changes are spreading. This morning I found a brown leather jacket in my back seat, the exact one from the photo. When I reached back to touch it, it was warm. The storage facility office called an hour ago. A woman's voice, familiar but wrong, like Sarah's voice played backwards. Just reminding you that all units must be cleared out by tomorrow. Unit 247 still has some items inside. Your family's waiting to help you move them. I hung up, threw my phone out the window, but I can still hear her voice in my head, getting louder. They're all getting louder now, whispering about tomorrow, about Unit 247, about becoming. The sun is setting. I'm parked outside a gas station somewhere in New Jersey, watching my reflection in the window. It's still me mostly, but if I look closely, I can see them standing behind me, getting clearer, more solid. Their smiles are my smile now. I'm going back to Unit 247. I don't have a choice anymore. They're calling me home. If you're reading this, don't look for me. Don't try to find Unit 247. And whatever you do, don't trust the reflections. They're not reflections anymore, they're doors. And they're opening. I have to go now. It's almost dark, and they're waiting. My family is waiting. I'm starting to smile. The VHS tape sat on my coffee table, its black plastic case collecting dust in the late afternoon light. No label, no writing. Just another random item from the dozens of boxes my mom had asked me to clear out of her basement. I hadn't owned a VCR in years, but I'd kept the old one from high school in a closet. Guess some part of me knew this day would come. I pulled the VCR from the back of my hall closet, brushed off the dust and connected it to my TV with the red, white, and yellow cables I'd found tangled in the same box. The machine made a grinding sound when I plugged it in. The digital display flickered to life. 12th hour, 12th hour, 12th hour. My hands were sweating as I pushed the tape in. The mechanism grabbed it with a mechanical whir. Static filled the screen. Then that deep blue background that screamed, "Home video." The timestamp in the corner read 06:15 to 1989. I was 7 years old then. The image stabilized, showing our old backyard in New Jersey. The red swing set my dad built. The above-ground pool with its faded blue liner. But something was wrong. There I was, running across the yard in my Ninja Turtles t-shirt, but behind me, A dark shape moved. Not my shadow. The sun was directly overhead in the video. This was something else. A black mass that followed my movements, staying about 3 feet behind me at all times. I leaned closer to the TV, my throat tight. I didn't remember this day. Not the swing set, not playing in the yard, and I definitely didn't remember that shape. The video jumped, typical of old home recordings, and now showed me sitting at our kitchen table. Birthday cake, 8 candles. This must have been the next year, 1990. My mom was there, younger, her hair still dark brown. Dad filming, obviously. My little sister Tracy in her high chair, face already smeared with frosting. And there it was again. The shadow, standing behind my chair, taller than before, but still roughly matching my proportions. The edges of it were fuzzy, undefined. As I watched, it seemed to pulse slightly, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. My chest felt tight. I hit pause, got up, and walked to the kitchen. My hands shook as I poured a glass of water. I drained it in 3 gulps, then gripped the edge of the counter until my knuckles went white. I didn't remember that birthday party either. Back in the living room, I hit play again. More birthdays, family picnics, Christmas mornings. Years of my childhood played out in grainy video quality, and in every single frame that shadow stayed with me. Growing as I grew, always just behind me, just over my shoulder. None of my family members seemed to notice it. They never glanced at it, never reacted when it moved. In one scene, my mom walked right through it while bringing out a plate of hamburgers at a backyard barbecue. I fast-forwarded through several minutes of static, and the next clear image made my stomach lurch. My 10th birthday party at Pizza Hut. I remembered this one. It was the first memory I could actually place. Red plastic booth, paper plates, those cheap cardboard party hats. My friends from elementary school singing off-key around the table, but the shadow was gone. Every video after that point showed me normally. No dark shape, no mysterious presence. Just regular home movies of a regular kid growing up in suburban New Jersey. I rewound to the Pizza Hut scene and watched it again, frame by frame. The moment when I blew out the candles. There was something. A flicker of darkness at the edge of the frame. Then nothing. My phone buzzed, making me jump. A text from my mom. Find anything interesting in those boxes? I stared at the message for a long time. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Finally, I typed, "Mom, who usually did the filming when we were kids?" The 3 dots appeared immediately. "Your father, mostly. You know how he was with that camera. Why?" I hesitated again. Did we have a birthday party for me at Pizza Hut when I turned 10? This time the pause was longer. "Yes, but you got sick, remember? High fever that morning. Almost had to cancel. You were so stubborn about still having the party. Kept saying you weren't going to let it win. We thought you were just delirious from the fever." My hands went cold. I did remember the fever. 3 days in bed, oscillating between burning up and freezing. Dreams of something dark and close, hovering over me, seeping into my skin. I texted back, "Find any old photo albums when you were cleaning?" Check the box marked Photos 8595. Should be in there somewhere. I dug through the pile of boxes until I found it. The cardboard was soft with age. The marker faded. Inside, dozens of photo albums with sticky plastic pages. I grabbed the one labeled 1989 and started flipping. The photos matched the videos. Every single shot of me before age 10 showed that shadow. Sometimes it was more defined, almost human-shaped. Sometimes it was just a dark blur, but it was always there, always following. My fingers trembled as I turned the pages. I called my mom. "Hey, sweetie, getting nostalgic going through all that stuff?" "Mom, I need you to be honest with me. Was I different before I got sick that time? Before the Pizza Hut birthday?" The silence on the other end stretched out. When she spoke again, her voice was careful. "What do you mean different? Did I do things you couldn't explain? Say things that didn't make sense?" Did I ever talk about someone or something being with me? Another long pause. Why are you asking about this now? Please, Mom. I need to know. She sighed. You were an unusual child, very intelligent, but you had what the doctors called an active imagination. You talked to yourself constantly, claimed you had a friend that no one else could see. We thought it was normal at first. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. But yours seemed different. My mouth was dry. Different how? You said it was always with you, that it had been with you since you were born, that it was teaching you things. She paused again. You used to tell us it was showing you places, other worlds. You'd describe these incredible scenes, these impossible things. We took you to child psychiatrists, but they all said the same thing, that you'd grow out of it. And you did after that fever. You stopped talking about your friend. Stopped talking to yourself. Became a normal little boy overnight. I looked at the TV screen, paused on that last frame at Pizza Hut, the dark flicker at the edge. Do you remember what I called it? This friend? You never gave it a name. You just called it my shadow. My hand holding the phone was slick with sweat. Mom, I need you to think carefully. In all the photos and videos from when I was little, did you ever notice anything strange? Anything in the background? What? No, of course not. They're just normal family photos. She paused. Alex, you're scaring me. What's going on? Nothing, I said quickly. Just remembering things. Hey, I should go. Need to finish sorting through these boxes. Alex. I hung up, turned back to the TV, rewound the tape to the beginning. This time I watched more carefully. In that first scene, in the backyard, I wasn't just running. I was running with my arms out, like an airplane. But my head was turned to the side, my mouth moving. Talking to the shadow. I switched to another scene. Christmas morning, probably age 6. As I opened presents, I kept holding them up, showing them to something over my shoulder. The shadow pulsed and shifted with each movement. Scene after scene. Birthday parties where I saved a piece of cake, setting it aside on an empty chair. Playing with toys, but always leaving space for something else to sit. Having animated conversations with empty air, or what looked like empty air on camera. The fever hadn't cured me of an overactive imagination. It had taken something from me, or maybe something had left. I fast-forwarded through more static, and a new scene appeared. One I hadn't watched yet. Me in a hospital bed, age 10, pale and thin, dark circles under my eyes. The shadow was there, larger than ever, filling the entire corner of the room. The camera was shaky. Dad must have been filming quickly, probably against hospital rules. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. In the video, I was sitting up in bed, talking. The audio was poor, mostly static, but I could make out words. Time to go, can't stay, thank you for... The shadow seemed to pulse, growing larger, darker. Small tendrils of blackness reached toward my bed. Then the picture went black. Not static, pure black. When the image returned, the room was empty except for me, sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed. The timestamp showed 7 a.m. I sat there in my living room as the tape ended, rewound automatically. The mechanical clicking of the VCR seemed very loud in the silence. My phone buzzed again. A text from my mother. Found something else while cleaning. A drawing you did in kindergarten. Your teacher sent it home with a note. I kept it all these years. Coming over to show you. 20 minutes later, she was at my door. She looked pale as she handed me a piece of yellowed construction paper. A child's drawing. Crude stick figures. One small labeled M.E. in wobbly letters. Behind it, a larger figure, done entirely in black crayon, pressed so hard the paper had nearly torn. The teacher's note was stapled to the back. Mrs. Henderson, I thought you should see this. When I asked Alex about his drawing, he said it was his special friend who shows him things no one else can see. He said it's been with him since he was born, helping him learn about the other side. When I asked what other side, he said, where we all came from, where we go back to. I recommend discussing this with his pediatrician. Mrs. Walsh. My mom touched my arm. Alex? What's wrong? You're shaking. I looked at her, then at the TV, then back at the drawing. Mom, I need you to watch something. But when I tried to play the tape again, the screen showed only static. I rewound it, fast-forwarded, ejected, and reinserted it. Nothing but snow. I pulled the photo albums out again, flipping frantically through the pages. All the photos were still there, but the shadow was gone. Just normal pictures of a normal kid. My mom watched me with growing concern. Alex, you're starting to scare me. What's going on? I held up the drawing, pointed to the black figure. Do you remember? Do you remember what it taught me? She shook her head slowly. You never told us. You said it was secret, that you weren't supposed to share what you learned until it was time. And after I got sick, did I ever mention it again? No, it was like you forgot everything. When we tried to ask, you just looked confused. The doctor said it was normal, that high fevers can sometimes cause temporary memory loss. We were just happy to have you back to normal. I stared at the drawing, at the black figure pressed so hard into the paper. But I didn't forget, I whispered. It left. It finished teaching me whatever it needed to teach me, and it left. My mom took the drawing from my hand, set it on the coffee table. Maybe that's all it was supposed to do. I looked at her sharply. What do you mean? She sat down heavily on my couch. The night your fever broke, I was there in the hospital room. You were talking in your sleep. You said, "Thank you for showing me. I understand now." Then your temperature dropped back to normal. When you woke up the next morning, she spread her hands. You were different, calmer, more focused, like something that had been pulling you in two directions had finally let go. I picked up the drawing again. The black figure seemed to pulse under my fingers like it had in the videos. Or maybe that was just my hands shaking. Mom, I said slowly, what if it wasn't an imaginary friend? What if something really was teaching me, showing me things? What kinds of things? I pressed my fingers to my temples, tried to remember. I can't, but there was something, a feeling, like words on the tip of my tongue, like a door in my mind, locked but not sealed. Behind it, shadows moved. My mom stood up. Maybe some things are better left in the past, but as she turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a darkness at the edge of my sight. When I turned my head, it was gone. That night, I dreamed of shadows, of other worlds, of things I'd been shown but made to forget until I was ready. And in the morning, when I looked in the mirror, I thought I saw something shift behind my reflection. Just for a moment. Just a flicker of darkness. I should have been terrified, should have run screaming from my own home, but instead I felt recognition, like seeing an old friend after many years, like remembering something I'd always known but had temporarily misplaced. The shadow had taught me things when I was young, things about the other side, about where we come from, where we return to. And maybe, just maybe, it was time for me to remember. I picked up my phone to call my mom, to tell her everything that was coming back to me. But when I reached for it, my hand passed through a patch of darkness that hadn't been there before. The shadow was back, and this time, I was ready to learn. I didn't expect to end up at the Starlight Motel that night. The neon sign buzzed with half its letters burned out, casting a sickly red glow across the empty parking lot. My Ford had broken down 10 miles outside of Millbrook, Arizona, and this was the only place within walking distance. The night clerk barely looked up from his phone when I walked in, just pushed a registration card across the scratched counter and muttered, $40. Room 214 smelled like stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener. The carpet was worn thin, revealing concrete underneath in patches near the bathroom door. A single queen bed took up most of the space, its brown bedspread decorated with cigarette burns. The TV was an old tube model bolted to a metal bracket on the wall. I locked the door, both the regular lock and the chain, as soon as I got inside. Force of habit from too many nights in places like this. The bathroom light flickered when I flipped the switch, revealing rust stains in the bathtub and a cracked mirror above the sink. I splashed some water on my face and stared at my reflection. 2 days of stubble, bloodshot eyes, wrinkled shirt. I looked exactly like the kind of guy who ends up in a place like this at midnight on a Tuesday. The bed creaked when I lay down, still fully dressed except for my shoes. I kept my wallet in my pocket and my phone on the nightstand, screen facing up so the light would wake me if anyone called. The ceiling fan spun in lazy circles, making a clicking sound every fourth rotation. Sleep came in fits and starts. The walls were thin enough that I could hear the couple arguing 2 doors down, the rumble of trucks on the highway, the ice machine grinding in the hallway. I dozed off sometime after 2 a.m. when the argument finally died down. The sound of metal scraping against metal jerked me awake. In the darkness, I heard the distinct click of a key turning in the lock of my door. My heart slammed against my ribs. I lay completely still, eyes fixed on the strip of light under the door. A shadow moved across it. The lock mechanism turned with a heavy click. I rolled off the bed as quietly as I could, crouching on the floor between the bed and the wall. My phone was still on the nightstand. The door handle began to turn. The chain caught with a sharp clank. Through the 3-inch gap, I saw a slice of hallway light and something moving in the shadows. The door pushed against the chain again, harder this time. The metal links stretched tight. "Wrong room," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. My hands were trembling. Sweat ran down my back. No response. Just another push against the chain. I lunged for my phone, fumbling to dial 911. The screen was black. Dead. I knew I'd charged it before lying down. I jabbed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. The pushing stopped. Footsteps moved away from the door, growing fainter down the hallway. I stayed frozen in place, listening to my own ragged breathing in the darkness. Minutes passed. Maybe an hour. I didn't move from my spot between the bed and wall. Every sound, the ice machine, doors closing, cars passing, made my muscles tense. When gray light finally started seeping through the threadbare curtains, I stood on shaky legs. My back ached from crouching for so long. I checked my phone again. Still dead. I approached the door slowly. The chain hung loose, swinging slightly. The deadbolt was unlocked. I know I locked it. I always lock it. It's the first thing I do in any motel room. But there it was, turned to the unlocked position. I pressed my ear against the door. The hallway was silent. Moving as quietly as possible, I turned the handle and opened the door a crack. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating the empty corridor. The worn carpet stretched in both directions, identical numbered doors on either side. I grabbed my shoes and wallet, not bothering with the rest of my stuff. The hall was clear. I walked quickly toward the lobby, looking straight ahead, fighting the urge to run. The morning clerk was different from the night guy. An older woman with gray hair and reading glasses hung on a chain around her neck. She barely glanced up from her crossword puzzle when I approached the desk. "Everything okay with your room, sir?" she asked in a bored tone. "Someone tried to get into my room last night," I said. "They had a key." She looked up then, frowning slightly. "That's not possible. We only make one key per room, and you had yours." "I'm telling you, someone tried to unlock my door at 3 a.m. The deadbolt was unlocked this morning." "Sir, all our keys are accounted for. Maybe you forgot to lock it?" "I didn't forget." My voice rose. I forced myself to take a deep breath. "Look, can you just check if anyone else was issued a key to room 214? She sighed and turned to her computer, typing slowly with 2 fingers. "No other keys issued, and the electronic log shows no entries after you checked in at 11:47 p.m. Electronic log. All our keys are electronic now. Every time one is used, it's recorded in the system." She turned the monitor toward me. A simple spreadsheet showed room numbers and timestamps. The last entry for 214 was indeed my check-in. That's impossible. I heard someone try to unlock my door. The deadbolt was turned. She shrugged. System doesn't lie, sir. Will you be checking out now? My hands were shaking again as I signed the receipt. I walked quickly to my car, scanning the nearly empty parking lot as I went. An old Buick, a pickup truck, and a minivan were the only other vehicles there. The Ford started on the first try. Of course it did. I pulled out of the lot without looking back at room 214. 20 minutes later, I stopped at a diner just outside of Millbrook. My phone came back to life as soon as I plugged it into the car charger. No missed calls, no texts, battery at 100%. I sat in a booth by the window, ordered coffee I didn't really want, and opened the browser on my phone. The Starlight Motel had exactly 2 reviews online, both from over a year ago. Clean enough, cheap, and okay for one night if you're desperate. Nothing about mysterious keys or unlocked doors. Nothing about electronics failing or deadbolts turning themselves. Just another rundown motel by the highway. The waitress brought my coffee. You okay, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a smile. Long night, bad sleep. She nodded sympathetically and moved on to the next table. I stared into the black coffee, watching steam rise in the fluorescent light. The same kind of lights as the motel hallway. My hands were steady now, but a cold weight sat in my stomach. I knew what I'd heard. I knew I'd locked that door. And I knew the electronic log had to be wrong, because someone, or something, had tried to get into room 214 at 3 a.m. I paid for the untouched coffee and got back on the highway. The morning sun was bright, making me squint. In my rearview mirror, I could just make out the faded sign of the Starlight Motel, growing smaller as I drove west. 3 days later, I was back home in Nevada, trying to convince myself it had all been some kind of waking dream brought on by exhaustion. I almost had myself believing it until I got the call. It was the Millbrook Police Department. They wanted to know if I'd noticed anything unusual during my stay at the Starlight Motel. Specifically, if I'd heard any disturbances in the middle of the night. Someone tried to get into my room, I said. Around 3 a.m., they had a key. A long pause on the other end. Sir, what room were you in? 214. Another pause. And you're sure about the time? 3 a.m.? Yes, why? What happened? The detective's voice was carefully neutral. The occupant of room 216 was found deceased yesterday morning. Time of death is estimated around 3:15 a.m. on the night you were there. The door was locked from the inside, deadbolt engaged. No signs of forced entry. My mouth went dry. How did they die? I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of an ongoing investigation. But if you think of anything else from that night, please call us immediately. I hung up and sat in my kitchen, staring at nothing. The cold weight in my stomach was back. I opened my laptop and searched for news from Millbrook. The story was there, buried on page 3 of the local paper's website. Local man found dead in motel room. No details about cause of death. No mention of locked doors or mysterious keys. I clicked through to the paper's archive, searching for similar stories. It took hours, but I found them. 3 deaths at the Starlight Motel in the past 5 years. All in locked rooms, all discovered the morning after, and all in room 216. My room had been 214. I thought about the footsteps I'd heard that night, moving away from my door, moving down the hallway, toward room 216. The cold weight spread from my stomach to my chest. I closed the laptop and walked to my liquor cabinet. My hands were shaking again as I poured 3 fingers of whiskey. The detective had said there were no signs of forced entry. The door had been locked from the inside, just like my deadbolt had been mysteriously unlocked. I drained the whiskey in one swallow. The burn in my throat felt real, tangible. Unlike the memory of that night, which was starting to feel like a bad dream again. But I knew it wasn't a dream. Just like I knew I'd locked that door. Just like I knew someone, something, had tried to get into my room at 3 a.m. I poured another drink and opened my laptop again. This time I searched for the history of the Starlight Motel. It had been built in 1963, renovated in 1989, and again in 2018 when the current owners installed the electronic key system. The renovation article mentioned they'd replaced all the old locks, all except one door that wouldn't accept the new system, the door to room 216. My phone rang, making me jump. Unknown number. Hello? Sir, this is Detective Morrison again. One more question about your stay at the Starlight. You said someone tried to get into your room with a key. Yes. Did you actually see anyone? I thought about the shadow I'd seen through the gap in the door. Had it been a person's shadow? I wasn't sure anymore. No, I said. I just heard the key in the lock. And you're certain you locked the deadbolt? Yes. But it was unlocked in the morning? Yes. A long silence. Then, sir, we just reviewed the security footage from that night. The hallway camera shows no one approaching your door between midnight and 6 a.m. The whiskey turned sour in my stomach. That's impossible. I heard them. The deadbolt was unlocked. There's more, he said. We checked the electronic key logs again. There was an attempted entry to your room at exactly 3:02 a.m., but it wasn't with a key. What do you mean? The system logged it as a master key override. The kind only used by maintenance, except what? The motel doesn't have any master keys. They were all destroyed in 2018 when the new system was installed. I sat in silence, processing this. One more thing, the detective said. The time of death in room 216 has been confirmed. 3:15 a.m., exactly 13 minutes after the logged attempt to enter your room. I hung up without responding. My hands were steady as I poured a third drink, but the rest of me was shaking. I thought about that night again, the key turning in the lock, the shadow in the gap, the footsteps moving away, toward room 216, 13 minutes. I opened my laptop one last time and booked a flight to Phoenix. I needed to see the Starlight Motel again, needed to look at room 214 and room 216 in the daylight. But mostly I needed to know what would have happened if that chain hadn't caught, if whatever had tried to enter my room had gotten in. The flight was in 6 hours. I poured another drink and watched the sun set through my kitchen window. In the gathering darkness, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Metal scraping against metal, like a key turning in a lock. I turned slowly toward my front door. The deadbolt was locked. I knew it was locked, but as I watched, it began to turn. The first time I noticed it was on a Tuesday at 2:17 p.m. I remember the exact time because I checked my phone right after. I was running late to a budget meeting on the 8th floor, and I took that old maintenance stairwell to avoid the crowded elevators. No one ever used those stairs. That's probably why they hadn't bothered fixing the flickering fluorescent light on the 4th floor landing. I rushed down the metal steps, my dress shoes making hollow clanging sounds. The handrail was cold under my palm, that thick industrial-grade steel they used in buildings from the 70s. As I rounded the bend between the 6th and 5th floors, something caught my eye. Movement in the polished surface of the handrail. It was my reflection, but something was wrong. I stopped. The reflection stopped too, but a split second later, like watching a video feed with slight lag. I moved my hand up. The reflection followed, delayed by maybe a quarter of a second. My heart started beating faster, and I felt sweat forming on my forehead. I wiped it away with my sleeve. The reflection did the same, but again, just slightly behind. I stood there for what felt like minutes, moving my hand back and forth, watching the lagging reflection. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. My phone buzzed in my pocket, probably someone wondering where I was. I jerked my hand away from the rail and practically ran down the remaining stairs. I burst through the door into the 4th floor hallway, my breathing heavy. A woman from accounting gave me a strange look as she walked past. I made it to the meeting 15 minutes late. My boss, Davis, shot me an irritated glance as I slipped into an empty chair. I couldn't focus on the PowerPoint presentation. My hands were shaking, and I kept thinking about what I'd seen in that stairwell. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. Too much coffee, not enough sleep. The usual excuses. After the meeting, I took the elevator back to my floor. I avoided that stairwell for the rest of the day. I finished my reports, answered emails, made small talk with coworkers. Normal stuff. But my mind kept drifting back to that reflection. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying the incident in my head. The soft whir of my bedroom fan filled the silence. My cat, Max, was curled up at my feet, purring quietly. Around 3 a.m., I grabbed my phone and started researching reflection delays and optical illusions. I found nothing useful, just physics papers I couldn't understand, and conspiracy theory websites. The next morning, I almost called in sick. But I knew I had to go back and check. I had to know if I was losing my mind. I got to work early before most people arrived. The office was quiet except for the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional ding of the elevators. I stood in front of the stairwell door for 5 minutes, my hand on the push bar. Finally, I went in. The stairs looked normal in the morning light coming through the narrow windows. I walked down slowly, watching my reflection in the handrail. Nothing unusual happened until I reached that same spot between the 6th and 5th floors. Then I saw it again. I raised my right hand. The reflection followed a fraction of a second later. I waved. The reflection waved back, delayed. I felt the cold metal under my left hand, gripping the rail tightly. My stomach churned. I took out my phone and started recording. But when I played back the video, the delay wasn't there. The reflection moved in perfect sync on my phone screen. I tried again, this time recording in slow motion. Same result. I spent my lunch break in that stairwell, testing different things. I brought a stopwatch app on my phone. The delay was always the same, about 0. 3 seconds. I tried different movements. Fast, slow, simple, complex. The result never changed. My reflection was consistently behind. By the end of the week, I had developed a routine. I'd arrive early, spend time in the stairwell documenting everything, then try to work normally for the rest of the day. I filled 3 notebooks with observations and sketches. I started losing sleep. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers noticed. "You okay, man?" Tom from IT asked me one morning. "You look like hell." "Yeah, just working on a big project," I said. He nodded and walked away. The next week, I noticed something new. The delay was getting longer. Not by much, maybe 1/10 of a second. But I was sure of it. I had been timing the delays obsessively. I started spending my evenings researching quantum physics and relativity theory. I ordered books on temporal mechanics, my apartment filled with stacks of scientific journals. One night I was in the stairwell late, long after everyone else had gone home. The delay had stretched to almost half a second. I stood there, moving my arms, watching the lagging reflection. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Then the reflection did something I hadn't done. It smiled. I didn't smile. I was sure of it. I felt my face, neutral expression, mouth straight. But in the reflection, I saw my lips curl up in a slight smirk. I stumbled backward, hitting the opposite wall. My heart pounded in my chest. The reflection's smile widened. I ran out of there so fast I nearly fell down the stairs. I didn't stop until I reached my car in the parking garage. My hands shook so badly I could barely get my key in the ignition. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. I sat in my apartment, surrounded by my research notes, trying to make sense of what was happening. Max watched me from the windowsill as I paced back and forth. I covered all the mirrors in my apartment with sheets. On the 3rd day, my boss called. "We need you to come in," Davis said. "The quarterly reports are due, and you're the only one who knows the new system." I wanted to quit right then, but I needed this job. I had rent to pay, student loans to cover. So I went back. I took the elevator. I used the main stairwell when I had to. I avoided anything reflective. Windows, computer screens, the glass walls of the conference rooms. I kept my eyes down in the bathroom, washing my hands as quickly as possible. But I couldn't stop thinking about that other reflection. What was it doing in that stairwell? Was the delay still growing? Was it still smiling? After 2 weeks of avoiding it, I had to know. I waited until everyone left for the day. The office was dark except for the emergency exit signs. I stood in front of that stairwell door, my heart hammering in my chest. Then I went in. The delay was now nearly 2 seconds. I raised my hand. I waited. The reflection raised its hand. I lowered mine. Waited. The reflection followed. But this time, before lowering its hand completely, it waved at me. A small, deliberate wave. I felt the blood drain from my face. The reflection was still smiling, that same slight smirk. I watched as it lifted its hand again, while mine stayed firmly at my side. It pointed at me. Then it pointed down. I looked down at my feet. Nothing seemed unusual. When I looked back up, the reflection had changed position. It was standing slightly turned, as if getting ready to walk away from me. But I hadn't moved. My phone slipped from my sweaty hand and clattered on the metal steps. The sound echoed through the stairwell. In the handrail, the reflection turned its head to look at me over its shoulder. The smile was gone. Its expression was cold, calculating. I grabbed my phone and backed away, keeping my eyes on the reflection. It stayed where it was, watching me. When I reached the door, I yanked it open and ran through the dark office to the elevator. I jabbed the button repeatedly until the doors opened. I didn't go back to work after that. I sent Davis an email saying I had a family emergency and needed to take some time off. He wasn't happy, but I had enough vacation days saved up. I spent the next few days in my apartment with the blinds closed. I ordered delivery food and avoided looking at the delivery person's face when they came to the door. I kept thinking about that expression on the reflection's face, that cold, predatory look. Max started acting strange. He would sit and stare at the covered mirrors for hours, his tail twitching. Sometimes he would hiss at them for no reason. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked. After a week, Davis called again. "Either you come back to work tomorrow, or we'll have to let you go," he said. "I'm sorry, but we can't keep covering for you." I sat on my couch for a long time after that call, staring at the sheet-covered mirror on my wall. I needed that job. But the thought of going back to that stairwell made me feel sick. In the end, I decided to go back one last time. I had to understand what was happening. I had to confront it. I arrived at the office at midnight. The security guard gave me a strange look, but let me in when I showed my ID. The building was completely empty. My footsteps echoed in the dark hallways. I took the elevator to the 8th floor. My plan was to start at the top and work my way down, checking the reflection at each level. I had my phone ready to record everything. The stairwell door creaked when I opened it. The emergency lights cast a dim red glow over everything. I walked to the railing and looked at my reflection. The delay was now nearly 5 seconds. I watched as my movements played out long after I made them. Then the reflection stopped following me completely. It stood there staring at me while I remained frozen in place. Slowly, deliberately, it reached out and placed its hand against its side of the rail. I felt compelled to do the same. The metal was ice cold under my palm. The reflection's smile returned, wider than before. Then it spoke. I couldn't hear anything, but I saw its lips move. It was saying something over and over. I leaned closer, trying to read its lips. "Switch." I tried to pull my hand away from the rail, but I couldn't move. My whole arm felt numb. The coldness from the metal was spreading up through my shoulder, across my chest. The reflection kept smiling, kept mouthing that word. "Switch, switch, switch." The numbness reached my legs. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The reflection was becoming more solid, more real, while I felt myself becoming less so. My vision started to blur. The last thing I saw clearly was my reflection stepping away from the rail. But it wasn't a reflection anymore. It was solid, real, three-dimensional. It looked down at its hands, my hands, flexing the fingers experimentally. Then it looked at me and smiled one last time. I tried to move, to speak, to do anything, but I couldn't. I was trapped in the cold, flat surface of the handrail. I watched helplessly as it picked up my phone from where I'd dropped it. It checked its appearance in the phone's black screen, straightening my tie, fixing my hair. Then it walked to the stairwell door, opened it, and stepped through. The door closed with a heavy thud that echoed through the stairwell. I'm still here. I can see everything that happens in this stairwell. Sometimes people walk past and I try to get their attention, but all they see is their own reflection, moving just a fraction of a second too slow. I see it sometimes going up and down the stairs like nothing happened, living my life, working at my desk, driving my car, living in my apartment, feeding my cat. It's good at pretending to be me. No one has noticed anything wrong. But sometimes, when it passes through this stairwell, it looks at me and smiles that cold smile. And I wonder how many other reflections in this building aren't reflections at all. How many other people are trapped in mirrors and windows and polished metal surfaces, watching their lives being lived by something else. If you're reading this, do me a favor. Next time you see your reflection, watch it carefully. Watch how it moves. And if you notice even the slightest delay, run. Run as fast as you can, because once you notice it, it notices you too. And it's always looking for a chance to switch. The first drop hit my hard hat at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I checked my watch because that's what I do on every job. Note the start time. 23 years of plumbing work taught me to track my hours down to the minute, but this job at the Marlowe building would turn out different from any other call I'd taken before. I stood in the third-floor bathroom, water dripping from a crack in the ceiling that shouldn't have been there. The building manager, Mrs. Chen, had called about a leak. Simple enough. But something felt off from the moment I walked in. The air felt thick, like before a thunderstorm, and there was this sound. At first, I thought it was just the old pipes, but it wasn't. It was higher pitched. A buzz. The tenants on the fourth floor complained about water damage yesterday, Mrs. Chen said, pointing up at the wet ceiling. Her short gray hair was pulled back tight, and she kept adjusting her glasses. But when we went to check their bathroom, it was bone dry. No signs of leaking anywhere. I ran my hand along the wall. The paint felt cold and slightly damp. Any history of plumbing issues in this section of the building? Not in the 15 years I've managed this place. She checked her phone. I have another meeting. Will you be okay to check it out yourself? Yeah, I'll find the problem. I set my toolbox down on the cracked tile floor. Just need to access the fourth floor bathroom to start. She handed me a master key and left. The bathroom door clicked shut behind her, and that's when I noticed the buzzing had gotten louder. Just slightly, but enough that I couldn't ignore it anymore. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it at the ceiling. The crack was about 2 feet long, hairline thin, with water beading along its length. I grabbed my moisture meter from the toolbox and pressed it against the drywall. The reading went straight to red. The entire ceiling was saturated. The buzzing increased another notch. I climbed up on my stepladder to get a closer look. The water dropping from the crack was clear, but had a strange sheen to it like oil on a puddle. I touched one of the drops. It felt wrong, too thick, too warm. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Text from the office. How's the Marlowe job going? ETA? I typed back. Need to check upstairs. We'll update in 30. The fourth floor hallway was empty. The building was one of those old converted office spaces from the 1920s, all dark wood and brass fixtures. The kind of place that's been renovated a dozen times but never quite right. My boots left marks on the worn carpet as I walked to the bathroom that should have been directly above the leak. The buzzing was definitely louder up here. I could feel it in my teeth. I unlocked the bathroom door and pushed it open. The fluorescent light flickered twice before staying on. This bathroom was identical to the one below. Same layout, same cracked tiles, same tired look. But it was completely dry. Not a drop of water anywhere. I checked every pipe in the wall with my infrared scanner. Nothing. No leaks, no moisture behind the tiles, no water damage at all. It didn't make sense. Water doesn't just appear from nowhere. It has to come from somewhere. The buzzing pressed against my eardrums. I knocked on walls, checked the seals around the toilet, ran water in the sink. Everything worked perfectly. Too perfectly, maybe. The pipes didn't even make that usual groan that old buildings get. My watch showed 3:15 p.m. I'd been here less than 30 minutes, but my head was starting to hurt. The buzzing had become a constant pressure, like being underwater too deep. Back downstairs, the leak had gotten worse. Water now dripped from 3 separate cracks, and the ceiling bulged slightly in the center. I took photos and measurements, then pulled out my phone to call my supervisor. No signal. The screen showed full bars, but the call wouldn't go through. The buzzing surged, and I dropped the phone. It clattered on the tiles as the lights flickered. For a second, just a split second, I thought I saw something move in the water running down the wall. Like a shadow, but wrong somehow. Too sharp, too angular. I picked up my phone. The screen was cracked, but still worked. 3:23 p.m. I needed to check the building plans. The Marlowe had to have a maintenance room or access panel somewhere. These old buildings always had space between floors for pipes and electrical. I found Mrs. Chen in her office down the hall. She was on the phone, but hung up when I walked in. "Found anything?" she asked. "Need to see the building plans." "There has to be access to the space between floors." She pulled open a filing cabinet. "We should have the original blueprints here somewhere. The building's been modified so many times, though." She flipped through folders. "Here." The blueprints were old, the paper yellow and brittle. I spread them out on her desk. The building's layout was a maze of additions and renovations, but there it was. A maintenance access point in the janitor's closet, with a crawl space running between the 3rd and 4th floors. "Mind if I take a look?" I asked. "Go ahead. Key's the same one I gave you." The janitor's closet was at the end of the hall. The buzzing followed me there, stronger now. My head throbbed with each step. The access panel was behind some shelves. I had to move mops and cleaning supplies to reach it. The panel was sealed with 4 heavy screws, covered in paint from decades of renovations. I unscrewed them with my power driver. The last one stuck, and when it finally came loose, it was hot to the touch. The buzzing was loud now, a physical thing pressing against my skull. I shined my flashlight into the access space. A narrow crawl space stretched into darkness, pipes and electrical conduit running along its length. The air that came out was warm and wet. 3:41 p.m. I should have called for backup. Should have told Mrs. Chen I needed another opinion, but I didn't. Instead, I grabbed my tool belt, clipped on my flashlight, and crawled in. The space was tight, barely 3 feet high. I had to army crawl, pushing my tool bag ahead of me. The metal ductwork above me vibrated with that endless buzz. 20 feet in, I found where the pipes crossed between floors. Water dripped steadily from a joint, but the pipe wasn't leaking. The water was coming through the metal itself, beading up like sweat on skin. The buzzing pulsed. My flashlight caught something ahead. A shape that didn't belong. I crawled closer. The wall between the floors bulged inward. The metal and concrete warped like melted plastic. The surface rippled, actually rippled, as I watched. Water ran down its surface in thick streams. The buzzing became a rhythm, a pattern I could almost understand. I reached out to touch the wall. The surface was hot and seemed to move under my fingers. I jerked my hand back. My skin tingled where I'd touched it. Something moved in the darkness behind the warped wall. My flashlight beam caught edges that shouldn't exist. Geometric shapes that hurt to look at. Angles that seemed to bend in impossible directions. The buzzing formed words I couldn't quite hear. I started backing up. My elbow hit a pipe and the clang echoed through the crawl space. The shapes behind the wall shifted. A crack appeared in the warped surface, spreading like ice breaking. Water poured out, but it moved wrong, flowing upward, splitting into perfect geometric patterns before falling. The buzzing became a scream. I don't remember how I got out of that crawl space. I remember my flashlight dying. Remember the sound of metal tearing. Remember the cold touch of that impossible water on my neck as I scrambled backward. I slammed the access panel shut and drove the screws back in with my bare hands. My tools were still in there. Let them stay there. Mrs. Chen found me sitting on the floor of the janitor's closet, soaking wet and shaking. "Mr. Harrison, are you all right? Did you find the leak?" I stood up. My legs felt weak. "You need to evacuate the building now." "What? Why?" "The water isn't coming from the pipes, it's coming from somewhere else, something else. Call a structural engineer. Better yet, call a demolition crew. This building isn't right." She started to argue, but then we both heard it. The sound of metal groaning, followed by a crash from the third-floor bathroom. The buzzing rose to a pitch that made us cover our ears. Water began seeping under the bathroom door and into the hallway. It moved in straight lines, forming perfect geometric patterns on the floor. Mrs. Chen's face went pale. She pulled out her phone and hit the fire alarm. I didn't stay to help with the evacuation. I walked out of the Marlowe building at 4:13 p.m. and didn't look back. I sent my resignation email to the plumbing company that night. They demolished the Marlowe building 3 months later, after 3 engineering firms failed to explain the growing network of impossible cracks in its walls, or the buzzing sound that drove out every tenant, or the water that moved against gravity and burned through everything it touched. I drive past the empty lot sometimes. There's nothing there now but gravel and concrete barriers. But sometimes when I stop at the red light on the corner, I can feel it, that low buzz in my teeth, calling me back to what I saw in that crawl space, to the shapes that wait behind the walls of our world. I don't stop at that red light anymore. I take the long way around. My watch stopped at 4:13 p.m. that day. I keep it in my desk drawer. Sometimes late at night I can hear it ticking, but when I open the drawer to check, the hands never move. They just point to 4:13, while something that sounds like buzzing comes from somewhere deep inside its works. The wooden steps creaked under my feet as I climbed to my grandparents' attic. My phone's flashlight beam cut through decades of dust floating in the air. I hadn't been up here since I was a kid, but my grandmother asked me to fetch her old recipe box, and I couldn't say no. The attic smelled like mothballs and old paper, that distinct scent that made my nose itch. I reached the top of the stairs and my chest tightened. The space felt wrong. Not just dusty or old, but wrong in a way that made my hands shake. Boxes and furniture made dark shapes in the shadows. My throat went dry. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing against my skin. My grandmother's voice drifted up from downstairs. "Did you find it, James? It should be in one of the boxes near the old trunk." "Not yet," I called back, but my voice came out rough. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. I moved between stacked boxes, my shoes leaving prints in the dust. The trunk sat against the far wall under a small window. It was bigger than I remembered, a heavy wooden chest with brass corners and a curved lid. Dark stains marked the wood, and the brass lock had turned green with age. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I knelt beside it. The recipe box wasn't anywhere nearby, but something pulled at me to open that trunk. I remembered playing up here as a kid, looking through old clothes and yearbooks, but I'd never opened this trunk. Had it always been locked? The lid creaked up when I tried it. Not locked after all. Inside, the smell of old paper grew stronger. Stacks of photos filled the trunk, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Black and white snapshots, color Polaroids, studio portraits, all mixed together without any organization. I picked up the first stack. My grandfather's handwriting marked the back of the top photo. Family picnic, 1962. The image showed a group of people on checkered blankets, paper plates balanced on their laps. I recognized my grandmother, young and laughing. My grandfather beside her, his arm around her shoulders. The next photo, Christmas 1957. My great-aunt Ellen opening presents, tinsel on a tree behind her. Then, Sarah's wedding, 1973. My mom as a bridesmaid, looking exactly like my sister. Normal family photos. So why were my hands still shaking? Why did the air feel so heavy I could barely breathe? I flipped through more photos. Birthdays, graduations, beach trips, Thanksgivings, decades of family history in fading colors and creased corners. Then I stopped. The photo in my hand showed a backyard barbecue. July 4th, 1969, written on the back. About 15 people stood around a grill, paper plates and cups in their hands. I recognized most of them. My grandparents, great-aunts and uncles, family friends who were long dead now. And there, on the edge of the group, was me. Not someone who looked like me. It was me. The same face I saw in the mirror every morning. The same scar on my chin from a bike accident when I was 12. The same crooked smile. Even the same t-shirt I'd worn last week. But this photo was from 1969, 20 years before I was born. My stomach lurched. The photo slipped from my trembling fingers. I grabbed another one. Martin's graduation, 1954. A crowd outside a high school, graduates in caps and gowns. And there I was again, standing in the back row. Same face, same height, same everything. Another photo. Family reunion, 1942. A large group on the steps of a church. I found myself immediately, leaning against a column, hands in my pockets, looking straight at the camera. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear. Sweat soaked through my shirt. I dug through the photos frantically now, finding myself in image after image. School plays from the 1930s. Factory workers in the 1920s. A World War I Army unit. A turn-of-the-century wedding party. The same face. My face. Unchanged across decades. Sometimes in the background, sometimes front and center. Sometimes looking at the camera. Sometimes caught mid-conversation. But always, unmistakably me. I shoved the photos away and scrambled back from the trunk. My back hit a stack of boxes, sending them crashing down. Dust filled the air. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. "James, are you okay up there?" My grandmother's voice seemed to come from very far away. I looked back at the scattered photos. In the beam of my dropped phone's light, my own face stared up at me from 100 different years. My legs shook as I stood. I had to get out, had to get away from those photos. But as I turned toward the stairs, movement caught my eye. Someone stood in the shadows by the window. I raised my phone, the light beam trembling. A man stepped forward. He wore clothes I'd never seen before, old-fashioned things that belonged in a museum. But his face, my face, he smiled. The same crooked smile I saw in my mirror every morning. "I've been waiting a long time to meet you," he said. I ran. I slammed into the attic door and practically fell down the stairs. My grandmother stood at the bottom, looking worried. "James, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I pushed past her and out of the house. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, I looked up at the attic window. A face watched me go. My face. I drove straight home and locked every door and window, but I couldn't escape the questions that filled my mind. Who was that man? How could he have my face? How could I be in those photos decades before I was born? I didn't sleep that night or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those photos. Saw my own face looking back at me across a century of family history. After 3 days, my grandmother called. "James, are you all right? You left in such a hurry the other day." "I'm fine," I lied. My voice sounded rough from lack of sleep. "Just wasn't feeling well." "Well, I hope you're better now. But listen, the strangest thing happened after you left. I went up to the attic to look for that recipe box myself, and I found all these old photos scattered around. I've been going through them, but I can't find something that I know should be there." My mouth went dry. "What's missing?" "There was this whole set of photos of your great-uncle James, the one you were named after. He disappeared in 1927, you know. No one ever knew what happened to him. But we had so many photos of him, and now I can't find a single one. It's the strangest thing. They showed him all through the years at different family events. He looked so much like you, dear. Everyone always said you were his spitting image. The phone slipped from my numb fingers. I could hear my grandmother calling my name, but her voice seemed to come from very far away, or perhaps from very long ago. I went to my bedroom mirror. The face that looked back at me was the same one I'd seen in those photos, the same one that had smiled at me in the attic. Uncle James's face, my face. But was it really my face? Or had it been his all along? The next day, I went back to my grandparents' house. I had to know, had to understand. The attic door stood open when I arrived. Dust motes danced in the afternoon light streaming through the window. The trunk sat where I'd left it, lid still raised. I approached it slowly, my feet leaving fresh prints in the dust beside the old ones. The photos were stacked neatly now, my grandmother's doing probably. My hands trembled as I reached for them. But before I could touch them, I heard footsteps on the stairs behind me. Heavy steps, familiar steps. I turned. He stood there, Uncle James, wearing clothes from another century, wearing my face. Or maybe I was wearing his. "I've been waiting 97 years to pass it on," he said. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The air grew thick, heavy. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. The last thing I saw was my own face smiling at me as the world faded away. When I woke up, everything was different. The attic was the same, but the light was wrong. The dust was wrong. The smell was wrong. I stood up slowly. My clothes felt strange. Heavy wool, stiff collar, the kind of suit men wore in old photographs. On the floor where I'd been lying was a phone. My phone. Beside it lay a small stack of photos. I picked them up with trembling hands. The top one showed a family picnic. July 4th, 2023, written on the back in my grandmother's shaky handwriting. In the photo, I stood at the edge of the group, wearing the t-shirt I'd had on when I first came to the attic. But that wasn't me anymore. That was someone else. Someone who wouldn't exist for almost a century. I tucked the photos into my pocket, my new pocket, in my new clothes, in my new time. Then I walked down the attic stairs, each step creaking in a familiar way that was somehow completely different. A woman I didn't recognize looked up from the kitchen table. "There you are, James. I was just about to call you down for dinner." I smiled at her. My great-grandmother, young and beautiful. "Sorry to keep you waiting," I said. She didn't seem to notice anything strange about me. About my clothes. About the year. I sat down at the table, in a kitchen that looked both foreign and familiar. The woman who would one day be my great-grandmother served soup in bowls I recognized from my grandmother's china cabinet. And somewhere, 97 years in the future, a man with my face was waking up in my life, getting ready to live the decades that would lead him to that attic, to that trunk full of impossible photos. I wondered if he was as scared as I had been, if he understood what had happened any better than I did. But mostly I wondered about the man who had worn this face before me, the one who had passed it to Uncle James, and the one before him. How far back did it go? How many men had lived these years, waiting for their turn to pass on the face, the life, the curse? I would find out, I supposed. I had 97 years to look through those photos. 97 years to understand. 97 years until I could finally pass it on again. The soup grew cold in front of me as I sat there, a man out of time, wearing a face that had never truly been mine. Outside the window, automobiles that belonged in museums drove past. A radio played music that wouldn't be oldies for another century. And upstairs in a trunk that was newer than I remembered but older than it should be, photos waited. Photos of faces. My face. Our face. The face that would keep living these years over and over until when? I didn't know. But I had 97 years to figure it out. I picked up my spoon and began to eat my soup. It tasted exactly like my grandmother's recipe. The recipe she'd sent me to find in the attic on the day I stopped being myself. wasn't drunk. That's the first thing everyone asks when I tell this story. I had one beer at dinner 4 hours earlier. I know what I saw that night in the parking garage. The security cameras didn't catch it, but something was there. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times since then, and I still can't explain it. It was 11:42 p.m. when I left the office. I remember checking my phone as I locked up, cursing myself for staying so late again. The parking garage under our building is huge, 5 levels underground with space for hundreds of cars. At that hour, it was nearly empty. My footsteps echoed off the concrete walls as I walked to level B3, where I always park. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, creating alternating patches of harsh light and shadow between the support columns. My car, a gray Honda Civic, was parked in spot B3 127, near the back corner. I'd picked that spot that morning because it was close to the elevator. Funny how small decisions like that can end up mattering so much. I was about 20 feet from my car when the first cold draft hit my neck. The garage ventilation system kicks on and off automatically, so I didn't think much of it. I just pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking, my dress shoes clicking against the concrete. The draft got stronger as I approached my car. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped significantly. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. In September, in Texas, that's not normal. My hand tightened around my keys. I hit the unlock button when I was about 10 feet away. The car's lights flashed and the beep echoed through the garage. That's when I saw it, a shadow moving behind my car. Not cast on the wall, but like a dark shape sliding across the ground. It was about the size of a person, but it moved wrong. Too fluid, too fast. My body froze. The keys dug into my palm as I squeezed them harder. The shadow disappeared behind my car's trunk, then reappeared on the other side, stretching longer as it moved. There was no light source that could have created it. No one else was around to cast it. Hello? My voice came out stronger than I expected. It bounced off the walls, coming back to me in echoes. Is someone there? No response. Just the constant hum of the fluorescent lights and the faint rumble of the ventilation system. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, creating new shadows behind every column. I swept it across the area behind my car. Nothing. Just empty parking spots and concrete walls. My hands were shaking now, making the flashlight beam dance erratically. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm down. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe headlights from a car on another level or shadows from the ventilation fans. Something normal. I walked around my car, keeping the flashlight trained on the ground. The concrete was dry and empty. No oil stains, no trash, nothing that could explain what I'd seen. The cold spot was still there, following me as I moved. The smart thing would have been to go back upstairs, call security, wait for someone to escort me to my car. But I was already here and my car was right in front of me. It seemed ridiculous to run away from a shadow. I reached for the driver's door handle. The metal was ice cold against my fingers. As I pulled the door open, I saw the shadow again, this time in my peripheral vision. It moved faster now, sliding across the floor like black water, coming toward my feet. I jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the keys. They clattered onto the floor mat, and I had to feel around for them in the dark. The whole time I kept my eyes on the windows, watching for any movement outside. The shadow appeared again, this time sliding up the driver's side window like a dark curtain. I couldn't see through it. The cold intensified inside the car and my breath came out in white puffs. The windows started to fog up. I found my keys and jammed them into the ignition. The engine roared to life and the headlights came on automatically. The shadow vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. The temperature in the car began to rise as the heater kicked in. I sat there for a minute, gripping the steering wheel, trying to process what had just happened. The garage looked normal now, just concrete and fluorescent lights and empty parking spots. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I put the car in reverse and backed out quickly, checking all my mirrors. Nothing unusual. I drove to the exit ramp faster than I should have, taking the turns too wide. The garage attendant barely looked up from his phone as I swiped my card and left. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that shadow moving in my mind, replaying every detail. I convinced myself I must have imagined it. Stress, exhaustion, and an overactive imagination. That had to be the explanation. The next morning, I went to the building's security office. The night guard, Ron, was just finishing his shift. I knew him from all the late nights I worked. He was a retired cop who always had stories about his days on the force. "Hey, Ron, can you check the security footage from B3 last night around 11:45? He didn't ask why. That's one thing I always liked about Ron. He didn't waste time with unnecessary questions. He just pulled up the footage on his monitor and started scrolling through it. The camera had a clear view of my parking spot. I watched myself walk into frame, stop, and look around. The timestamp showed 11:43 p.m. The image was grainy and black and white, but I could see myself taking out my phone and using the flashlight. I looked scared, which was embarrassing to watch, but there was no shadow, no strange movements, no dark shapes sliding across the floor. Just me, acting jumpy for no apparent reason. "See anything unusual?" Ron asked. I shook my head. "Guess not. Thanks for checking." He gave me a knowing look. Garages can play tricks on your mind at night. All those shadows, echoes. Your brain tries to make patterns out of nothing. I nodded and left, but I knew what I'd seen. The cameras might not have caught it, but something was there. The cold, the movement, the way it climbed up my window. Those weren't tricks of the mind. For the next week, I left work before dark. I took a different parking spot closer to the entrance, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I started researching similar experiences online. Most were obviously fake, written for attention, but a few seemed genuine, and they described similar things: moving shadows, cold spots, the feeling of being watched. 2 weeks after the incident, I had to stay late again. A client deadline couldn't be avoided. By the time I finished, it was almost midnight. I stood in my office, staring at my car keys, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to call an Uber, but that felt like giving in to fear. I was a grown man, afraid of a parking garage because of something that probably hadn't even happened. The security cameras proved nothing was there. I took the elevator down to B3. This time I had my phone ready to record video. If something happened again, I wanted proof. The garage was even emptier than before. My footsteps seemed louder, more intrusive. I walked slowly, scanning every shadow, every corner. The phone's screen cast a blue glow on the concrete. I reached my car without incident. No cold spots, no moving shadows. I almost felt disappointed. Then I played back the video on my phone just to be sure. That's when I saw it. In the recording, a dark shape moved behind me as I walked, staying just out of my peripheral vision. Every time I turned my head, it slid to the other side, always keeping the same distance. The camera had caught what my eyes couldn't see. I ran back to the security office, but Ron wasn't there. The day shift guard didn't know how to access the camera footage. By the time I got someone to check it the next morning, my phone had crashed and wouldn't turn back on. The video was gone. I quit my job 2 weeks later, found a new position at a company with above-ground parking. I tell myself it was for the better commute, the higher salary, but I know the real reason. Sometimes, late at night, I still check my rearview mirror more often than necessary. I watch for movements in the shadows, feel for sudden cold spots. The rational part of my brain says nothing happened that night. The cameras proved it. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in that underground garage, something is still moving in the darkness, waiting for someone else to stay too late at work. I've never parked in an underground garage since then. I don't care if I have to walk further or pay more. Some places you just shouldn't go alone at night. Some things the cameras don't catch. That's my story. Believe it or don't, I'm past trying to convince people. But next time you're alone in a parking garage late at night, pay attention to the shadows. And if you feel a cold draft on your neck, don't look behind you. Just walk faster, get in your car, and drive away. Because sometimes, The rational explanation isn't the right one. Sometimes the cameras miss things our eyes can see, and sometimes the shadows move on their own. My back ached as I lifted another heavy box from Tom and Sarah's moving truck. The summer heat made sweat drip down my face. Just 2 more hours of this and I could go home, take a shower, and crash on my couch. That was the plan anyway. "Hey Mike, can you help with this dresser?" Tom called from inside the truck. I set down the box and climbed back in. The dresser was one of those solid wood monsters from the 1950s that weighed about as much as a small car. We shuffled sideways through their new house's narrow hallway, my fingers going numb from gripping the edges. The floorboards creaked under our feet. Tom and Sarah had bought this old Victorian place for a steal, probably because it needed so much work. Paint peeled from the walls and half the fixtures were original to the house. "In here," Sarah directed, pointing to their bedroom. She held the door open as we maneuvered inside. That's when I saw it. A massive mirror dominated the far wall, reaching from floor to ceiling. The frame was dark carved wood, covered in swirling patterns that drew your eye in weird ways. It didn't match anything else in the room. "Where'd you get that?" I asked after we set down the dresser. "Came with the house," Tom said, stretching his back. "Previous owner left it. Too big to move, I guess. Sarah wants to take it down, but I kind of like it." I walked closer to get a better look. The mirror's surface had that slightly warped quality of old glass, making my reflection waver slightly. But something wasn't right. I blinked hard and looked again. The mirror showed the empty bedroom. Just bare walls, dusty hardwood floors, and sunlight streaming through the windows. But Tom and Sarah were standing right behind me. I could see them in my peripheral vision, sorting through boxes. They weren't in the reflection at all. Guys?" My voice came out higher than I meant it to. "Come look at this." They walked over. 3 of us stood in front of the mirror, but only my wavering reflection looked back. "What the hell?" Tom whispered. Sarah reached out to touch the glass. Her hand made contact with a soft click. In the reflection, nothing moved. "This is impossible," she said. Her face had gone pale. I reached toward the mirror, too. The surface felt ice cold under my fingertips. A sharp tingling sensation shot up my arm and I jerked back. "Did you feel that?" I asked. They both nodded. We stood there staring at the mirror, none of us speaking. The room felt colder suddenly. "Maybe it's just a weird trick of the light," Tom suggested, but his voice shook slightly. "Or something wrong with the glass." "Yeah, maybe." I couldn't take my eyes off my lone reflection. It didn't look quite right anymore, slightly off in ways I couldn't pinpoint. The angles of my face seemed wrong. The movements weren't quite in sync. "We should finish bringing in the boxes," Sarah said finally. She turned away from the mirror quickly, like she couldn't stand to look at it anymore. We went back to moving furniture, but the mood had changed. The mirror loomed behind us as we worked. I kept glancing at it, trying to catch it showing something different. But every time it just showed the empty room. Around sunset, we finished bringing everything inside. Tom ordered pizza and we sat on boxes in the kitchen, eating and trying to pretend everything was normal. But we all kept looking toward the bedroom. "I can stay and help you take it down," I offered. "We could do it tonight." Sarah nodded immediately. "Please, I don't want to sleep with that thing in there." Tom looked relieved too. "I'll get some tools." We approached the mirror cautiously, armed with screwdrivers and a pry bar. The carved wooden frame seemed to be attached to the wall with heavy iron brackets. I reached up to start removing the first bracket. The second my screwdriver touched the metal, every light in the house went out. Sarah screamed. Complete darkness pressed in around us. Even the streetlights outside had gone dark. "Everyone okay?" Tom called out. "I've got my phone." A weak light illuminated our faces as he turned on his phone's flashlight. The beam caught the mirror's surface and reflected back wrong, too bright, too sharp. I squinted against the glare. That's when I saw it. In the mirror, a figure stood behind my reflection, tall and thin, with limbs too long for its body. Its face was blank, smooth skin where features should be. I spun around. Nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, the figure remained. It raised one elongated hand and pressed it against the glass. The mirror's surface rippled like water. A high-pitched whine filled the air, making my teeth ache. The figure's hand pushed through, fingers emerging into our reality. "Run!" I grabbed Sarah's arm and yanked her toward the door. Tom was right behind us. We sprinted down the stairs and out of the house. The street was completely dark. No lights in any windows, no cars, no moon. Just absolute blackness beyond the weak beam of Tom's phone. What the fuck was that? Sarah's whole body shook as she clung to Tom. "We need to get out of here," I said. "Get in the car, we'll go to my place." We piled into Tom's sedan. The engine sputtered but wouldn't turn over. No, Tom muttered, trying again. Nothing. I looked back at the house. Light blazed from the bedroom window. Not normal electric light, but a sickly greenish glow that pulsed and wavered. "We have to run for it," I said. "There's a gas station about half a mile down Mason Street. We can call for help from there." We got out of the car. The silence pressed in around us. No crickets, no distant traffic, no wind in the trees. Just the sound of our breathing and footsteps on the pavement. Tom's phone light flickered and died. Shit. He shook it frantically. Battery was almost full. We huddled closer together in the darkness. I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. When I spun around, my hand passed through empty air. "Something touched me," Sarah whimpered. "Keep moving," I urged. "We're almost there." We stumbled forward in the dark, holding on to each other. Every few steps I felt that cold touch again, on my arm, my back, my face, like icy fingers trailing across my skin. The gas station's lights appeared ahead, a beacon in the darkness. We broke into a run. 20 feet from the store, Sarah screamed. I turned to see her being yanked backward by something I couldn't quite focus on, like a heat shimmer in the air, but darker and wrong. Tom and I grabbed her arms and pulled. She came free with a sound like tearing fabric. We crashed through the gas station doors. The fluorescent lights hurt my eyes after the darkness. The clerk stared at us as we stood there gasping. "You folks okay?" he asked. Before we could answer, the lights flickered. In the security mirror mounted in the corner, I saw them, dozens of those elongated figures pressing against the glass, reaching through. "We need to go," I shouted. "Now!" But it was too late. The lights went out. In the total darkness, I felt cold hands grab my shoulders and pull. I fought and thrashed, but their grip was impossibly strong. They dragged me backward, toward something that felt like glass but moved like water. The last thing I heard was Sarah screaming my name. Then I was through the mirror. I floated in a vast darkness. No up or down, no light or sound. Just endless nothing in all directions. Occasionally I caught glimpses of movement in the void. Those twisted figures drifting past like deep-sea creatures. Time meant nothing there. I might have floated for minutes or years. I couldn't feel my body anymore. My thoughts grew sluggish and strange. Then suddenly, light. Real light. I slammed back into my body with crushing force. I was lying on a hardwood floor, gasping for air. I sat up slowly, head spinning. I was in Tom and Sarah's bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the windows. The mirror stood on the far wall, looking completely ordinary. My phone said it was 7:13 a.m. Less than 12 hours had passed. I staggered to my feet and ran downstairs. Tom and Sarah were unconscious on the living room floor. I shook them awake. We drove to my apartment in complete silence. None of us knew what to say. What could you say after something like that? Later that day, Tom called a contractor to remove the mirror. They found an empty wall behind it, no trace of how it had been mounted. The mirror itself shattered when they tried to take it down. The pieces showed only normal reflections. Tom and Sarah sold the house a month later. They moved into a small apartment with no mirrors larger than a medicine cabinet. I got rid of all the mirrors in my place too. I shave using my phone's camera now. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in windows or chrome surfaces, tall, thin figures that vanish when I turn to look. Sometimes at night I wake up feeling cold fingers on my skin. But the worst part is my reflection. It's subtle, but it's not quite right anymore. The movements are slightly delayed. The angles of my face are wrong. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see it smile when I'm not smiling. I think part of me is still trapped on the other side of that mirror. And sometimes late at night I feel it trying to pull the rest of me back through. They say breaking a mirror brings 7 years bad luck. I wonder what coming back through one does. I guess I'll find out. After all, those things let me come back for a reason. I just wish I knew what it was. I never should have come to this cabin alone. That's what everyone will say later, but they weren't there when I needed to get away from everything. They didn't feel the walls of my apartment closing in after Sarah left. They didn't understand why I had to escape somewhere. Anywhere. Even if it meant driving 3 hours to a remote rental cabin by Lake Morrison in late October. The footprints changed everything. I found them this morning, leading from the murky water straight to my bedroom window. Perfect impressions in the mud, each one filled with dark water. Each one pointed directly at where I'd been sleeping. But let me back up. I need to tell this right. I arrived yesterday afternoon around 4 p.m. The rental company had emailed me the door code and basic instructions. The cabin was exactly what the website showed. A small one-bedroom structure with wood siding painted a faded blue, sitting about 50 feet from the lake's edge. A narrow gravel path led from the small parking area to the front door. Dead leaves covered everything. The first thing I did was check all the doors and windows. It's a habit from living in the city. The front and back doors had good deadbolts. All 4 windows, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the bathroom, and 2 in the main living area, had strong locks that clicked firmly into place. I tested each one twice. The inside was basic, but clean. Small kitchen with a microwave and mini fridge. Living room with an old couch and TV. Bedroom with a queen bed and thick curtains. Bathroom with a shower stall. Everything smelled like pine cleaner. I unpacked quickly. Just a duffel bag with clothes and toiletries plus groceries for the weekend. The forecast showed rain, so I'd brought books and my laptop for entertainment. The Wi-Fi was surprisingly good for such a remote spot. The rest of the afternoon I sat on the small back deck watching the lake. The water was dark gray under the cloudy sky. A light wind made small waves lap at the rocky shore. 2 ducks paddled past. No other cabins were visible through the trees on either side. The isolation felt good at first. It started raining around sunset. I went inside, made a sandwich, and tried to read. The rain got heavier. Fat drops hammered the roof. Wind rattled the windows. Normal storm sounds, but they felt louder with no other noise to cover them. I checked all the locks again before bed. Everything secure. I took a hot shower, changed into sweats and a t-shirt, and got under the covers around 11 p.m. The bedroom window faced the lake. Even with the curtains closed, I could hear the water hitting the shore. Sleep came quickly. I was exhausted from the drive and from weeks of restless nights in my empty apartment. The bed was comfortable. The rain became white noise. Something woke me at 3:17 a.m. I remember checking my phone's glowing display. At first I thought it was just the storm. The rain was still pounding, but then I heard it, a scraping sound at my window, like fingernails on glass. I lay perfectly still, hardly breathing. The sound came again. Scratch. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Just a tree branch, I whispered to myself. But I knew there weren't any trees close enough to reach the window. The scratching stopped. I heard something else. A wet slapping sound on the wooden deck outside, like bare feet on wet boards. Then silence. I didn't move for what felt like hours. My whole body was rigid. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filtering through the curtains. I got up slowly, muscles stiff from tension. The rain had stopped. The room was cold. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain. That's when I saw them. The footprints. They started at the water's edge, clear impressions in the mud where someone had walked out of the lake. Bare human feet, adult-sized. They crossed the wet grass in a straight line to my window. The last print was a perfect stamp in the mud of the flower bed directly below the glass. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make them make sense. They weren't there yesterday, they couldn't be there. All the doors and windows were locked. I checked them 3 times. I ran through the cabin checking every lock again. All secure. No signs of forced entry. No wet footprints inside. Just those tracks outside, leading from the dark water to where I'd slept. My hands shook as I made coffee. I needed to think clearly. The footprints were roughly my size, maybe a bit larger. They were deep. Whoever made them was heavy. They showed toes, arches, heels, every detail perfect in the mud. I took photos with my phone. Then I walked down to the lake's edge, following the prints backward. The mud was soft and wet. My boots sank in. The tracks went right into the water, getting deeper until they disappeared under the surface about 6 feet out. The lake was calm now. Small waves lapped at the shore. The water was too dark and murky to see anything below the surface. Dead leaves floated past. A fish jumped somewhere further out. I walked the shoreline in both directions looking for more prints coming out of the water. Nothing. Just the one set, leading straight to my window. Back inside, I called the rental company. The bored-sounding woman who answered said no one else had access to the cabin during my stay. When I mentioned the footprints, she suggested local kids playing pranks. The nearest cabin is 2 miles away, she said. But sometimes teenagers come out in boats and mess around. Nothing to worry about. Want me to send someone to check it out? I said no. I didn't want to seem paranoid. But I kept thinking, who would wade into a freezing lake at night just to scratch at a window? And where did they go? The only prints were the ones leading to the cabin, none leading away. I spent the morning pacing, checking locks, looking out windows. Around noon it started raining again. Within an hour the footprints had mostly washed away. That should have made me feel better. Instead it made my skin crawl. The only evidence was disappearing. I tried to distract myself. I turned on the TV but couldn't focus on anything. I tried to read but kept looking up at every sound. The rain continued all afternoon. As the day got darker, my nerves got worse. Every splash from the lake made me jump. Every creak of the cabin settling made my heart race. I turned on every light in the place. I called Sarah. She didn't answer. I called my brother Mike. "Just come home," he said after I explained. "It's probably nothing, but why risk it? Pack up and drive back." He was right. But the thought of driving 3 hours in the dark and rain wasn't appealing. And something else kept me there. A need to know what had happened. Who had made those prints? Why my window? I decided to stay one more night. I pushed the bedroom dresser in front of the window. I propped a chair under both doorknobs. I found a heavy flashlight that could double as a weapon. The rain stopped around midnight. I lay in bed fully dressed, flashlight in hand, listening to the water drip from the roof. The moon came out, casting weak light through the curtains around the edges of the dresser. At 3:14 a.m. I heard it, that wet slapping sound on the deck. Slap, 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 pause. My whole body went rigid. The footsteps moved slowly across the wooden boards. Water dripped between the steps. They stopped outside my window. I heard breathing, slow and wet, like someone who had been underwater for a long time. The scratching started, fingernails on glass, longer and harder than the night before. The dresser scraped slightly against the floor. I aimed the flashlight at the window, thumb on the switch. The scratching stopped. Something pressed against the glass. A hand. I could see the dark shape through the curtain. Water ran down the window. The glass cracked. I hit the flashlight switch. Light flooded the room. Through the gap between the curtain and wall, I saw pale fingers pressing against the window. The nails were long and dark. Another crack spread across the glass. I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my phone and car keys, and ran. Through the living room, fumbling with the front door lock. Behind me, glass shattered. I made it to my car, hands shaking so bad I could barely hit the unlock button. As I slammed the door, I looked back at the cabin. A figure stood in the broken window, tall and thin, pale skin that looked wrong in the moonlight. Long dark hair plastered to its face and neck. Water poured off it, running down the wall. It moved. Fast. Faster than anything should move. 1 second in the window, the next crossing the yard toward my car. I started the engine and floored it. Gravel sprayed as I reversed onto the access road. In my headlights, I saw it clearly for a split second. A woman's face, but wrong. Too wide. Too pale. Eyes too dark. Mouth too full of teeth. Then I was on the main road, driving way too fast on wet pavement, hands clenched on the steering wheel. I didn't slow down until I hit the highway. I called the police once I had cell service. They took a report but didn't sound convinced. They said they'd check it out in the morning. I drove straight to Mike's house. He let me in without questions when he saw my face. I slept on his couch with all the lights on. The police called the next day. They'd found the broken window, wet footprints in the bedroom, but no sign of anyone. They blamed vandals. The rental company apologized and refunded my money. They mentioned the cabin had been empty since the last renters drowned in the lake 3 months ago. A young couple. The woman's body was never found. I dream about it sometimes. That pale face in my headlights. Those dark eyes. That wrong smile. But what haunts me most are the footprints, leading from the deep water straight to where I slept. Like something knew exactly where I was. Like it had been watching me from under that dark surface all along. I don't go near lakes anymore. I keep my windows locked even in summer. And sometimes, late at night when it's raining, I swear I hear wet footsteps on my fire escape. Slap, 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 then scratching at my window. The first knock came at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday. 3 sharp raps against my bedroom floor directly beneath my bed. I rolled over, pulled the pillow over my head, and tried to go back to sleep. The second set of knocks came 5 minutes later, then again, and again. That was 6 weeks ago. Now I haven't slept properly in over a month. I've lost my job and I'm starting to question my own sanity. But I need to write this down, to document exactly what happened even if no one ever believes me. I've lived in the Parkview Apartments on 47th Street for 3 years. It's nothing special. A converted office building from the 1970s, 12 floors of identical one-bedroom units with thin walls and temperamental heating. But the rent was reasonable, and the location was perfect for my commute to the advertising agency where I worked. Where I used to work. That first night after the knocking kept me awake until sunrise. I went down to the management office as soon as it opened. Mrs. Chen, the building manager, was at her desk doing a crossword puzzle when I walked in. Someone in 511 kept me up all night with constant knocking, I said, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. Can you please talk to them about noise complaints? Mrs. Chen looked up from her puzzle, frowning. 511? That unit has been empty since December. Previous tenant moved out suddenly, left owing 2 months' rent. I stood there for a moment, processing this. That's impossible. I heard knocking coming from directly below my apartment all night long. You want to see for yourself? She pulled a ring of keys from her desk drawer. Come. We took the elevator to the 5th floor. The hallway was identical to mine. Same bland beige carpet, same flickering fluorescent lights, same numbered doors spaced evenly along both walls. Mrs. Chen stopped at 511 and unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing on the walls. Just bare white walls and worn carpet with rectangular indentations showing where furniture had once stood. A thin layer of dust covered the kitchen counter. See? Mrs. Chen gestured around the space. Nobody here since December. Maybe you heard pipes? Building is old. Makes funny noises sometimes. I walked through each room looking for any sign of recent occupancy. The bedroom was directly under mine. I could tell from the layout, which mirrored my own apartment. Nothing but dust and silence. I guess it must have been the pipes, I said finally, though I knew what I'd heard wasn't pipes. The knocks had been too deliberate, too rhythmic. But what else could I say? That night, the knocking started again at exactly 3:17 a.m. 3 sharp raps, directly beneath my bed. I lay there, heart pounding, waiting for the next set. 5 minutes later, right on schedule, 3 more knocks. I got out of bed and pressed my ear to the floor. The knocks were coming from immediately below, from the empty apartment. I grabbed my phone and started recording, determined to document the sound. But when I played back the recording, there was nothing but silence. The next morning, I filed another complaint with Mrs. Chen. She called maintenance, who spent an hour checking the pipes and ventilation system. They found nothing unusual. The third night, I decided to wait in the hallway outside Unit 511. I brought a folding chair from my apartment and set up directly in front of the door at 3 a.m. My plan was simple: catch whoever was somehow getting into the apartment to make the noise. At 3:17 a.m., I heard it. 3 clear knocks. But they weren't coming from inside the apartment. They were coming from above me, from my own unit. I ran upstairs and unlocked my door with shaking hands. My apartment was exactly as I'd left it, completely empty. I started keeping a log after that, documenting every incident. Night 4, knocking from below again. Tried recording with professional audio equipment borrowed from work. Nothing shows up on recordings. Night 5, knocked back. 3 sharp raps against my floor in response to the sounds. Immediate silence followed for 47 minutes. Then resumed, louder than before. Night 6, called police to report potential break-in. Officers searched Unit 511, found no signs of entry, no disturbance to dust patterns on floor. Suggested I see a doctor about stress and possible auditory hallucinations. The lack of sleep started affecting my work. I began missing deadlines, zoning out during client meetings. My boss called me into his office after I fell asleep during an important presentation. "Take some time off," he said. "Get some rest. Come back when you're feeling more yourself." But I couldn't rest. The knocking continued every night, always starting at exactly 3:17 a.m. I tried sleeping pills, white noise machines, earplugs. Nothing helped. I could feel the vibrations through my mattress, through my bones. After 2 weeks, I stopped going to work entirely. Stopped answering calls from my boss, my friends, my family. I became obsessed with solving the mystery. I set up cameras in my apartment and in the hallway outside 511. I installed motion sensors and infrared detectors. I covered the floor of my bedroom with a layer of fine flour, hoping to document footprints or disturbances. Nothing. The knocking continued, but none of my equipment detected anything unusual. The flour remained undisturbed. The cameras showed empty rooms and silent hallways. I started spending my days researching the building's history, looking for any deaths or accidents that might explain the phenomenon. The structure had originally been offices for an insurance company before being converted to apartments in the early 1980s. No records of deaths during construction, no mysterious disappearances, nothing that would explain what was happening. 4 weeks in, I noticed the pattern changing. The knocking still started at 3:17 a.m., but now it would sometimes continue until noon the next day. The intervals between knocks grew shorter. The sound itself became harder, more insistent. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom, trying to camp out in the living room instead. But I could still hear it, still feel it. The sound seemed to follow me through the apartment, always seemingly coming from directly beneath wherever I tried to rest. I started seeing things in my peripheral vision, dark shapes moving just out of sight. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. Sleep deprivation, I told myself. Just sleep deprivation playing tricks on my mind. Last week, I broke into Unit 511. I'm not proud of it, but I was desperate. I waited until Mrs. Chen left for the day, then used a credit card to jimmy the lock. a trick I'd learned from YouTube videos during one of my sleepless research binges. The apartment was exactly as it had been before. Empty, dusty, silent. I sat in the middle of the bedroom floor, directly beneath where my bed would be in my apartment above. And I waited. Hours passed. The sun set. The room grew dark. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I heard it, 3 sharp knocks. But they weren't coming from below me anymore. They were coming from above, from my apartment. I ran upstairs, burst into my unit. Empty, silent. I ran back down to 511. As soon as I opened the door, 3 knocks sounded from my apartment again. This continued for hours, the sound always coming from whichever apartment I wasn't in at the moment. That's when I noticed something else, something that made my blood run cold. The dust patterns on the floor of 511. I had disturbed them when I entered, left clear footprints and marks where I had sat. But now, looking more closely in the beam of my flashlight, I saw other marks in the dust. Hundreds of them. Footprints overlapping footprints, creating complex patterns across the floor. Some appeared to be my size and shape. Others were different, smaller, larger, distorted, and they were all fresh. The dust was disturbed in real time, new prints appearing even as I watched, spreading out from where I stood like ripples in a pond. But I was standing completely still. I fled the building that night, packed a bag and checked into a motel across town. But even here I can hear it. 3 sharp knocks, every night at 3:17 a.m. coming from the room below mine. I've checked. There is no room below mine. I'm on the first floor. Yesterday I received an eviction notice from Mrs. Chen. Apparently, other tenants have been complaining about noise coming from my apartment, loud knocking sounds at all hours of the day and night. According to them, it's been going on for months, even during the weeks I haven't been there. I'm writing this now from the motel room. It's 3:16 a.m., 1 minute until the knocking starts again. But this time something is different. This time I can see marks appearing in the carpet, subtle indentations like footprints moving slowly across the floor toward my bed. The carpet fibers are being pressed down by something I cannot see, something that leaves no shadow. And for the first time in 6 weeks, I think I understand what's been happening. The knocking wasn't coming from the apartment below or above or anywhere else in the physical world. The knocking was coming from somewhere else entirely, somewhere that operates on different rules than our reality. And whatever was knocking, I think it finally found a way in. The indentations in the carpet are getting closer now. 3 feet from my bed, 2 feet, 1 foot. It's 3:17 a.m. I hear knocking, but this time, it's not coming from below. It's coming from inside this room. I first noticed him 3 weeks ago. It was around 2 a.m. at Joey's all-night diner, where I'd been eating my late dinners after my night shift at the hospital. He sat in the last booth, pressed against the wall, wearing a brown tweed jacket and a red tie that looked like it came from the 1970s. His posture was perfect, rigid, with both hands flat on the table. At first, I didn't think much of it. Lots of strange people come to 24-hour diners in the middle of the night. I'm one of them. But then I noticed he was there the next night, and the next. Always in the same booth, wearing the exact same clothes in the exact same position. I work as an ER nurse and my shift ends at 1:30 a.m. The diner is just 2 blocks from the hospital and it's become my routine to stop there before heading home. The food isn't great, but it's hot, and after dealing with emergencies for 12 hours straight, I need something familiar and steady. That third night, I watched him more carefully. He never moved, never ordered food, never drank water. Just sat there, hands flat on the table, staring straight ahead. The waitresses walked past him like he wasn't even there. "Hey, Mary," I called to the waitress who usually served me. She was in her 50s with graying hair and comfortable shoes that squeaked against the linoleum floor. "What's the deal with the guy in the back booth?" Mary looked where I pointed, then back at me with a confused expression. "Which guy, honey?" The one in the brown jacket. Been here every night this week. She turned again, squinting. I don't see anyone back there, Jake. You want more coffee? I looked at the booth. The man sat there, clear as day, his red tie a bright splash of color against the beige wall. You're telling me you don't see him? Right there? Mary's face changed. Her usual friendly smile disappeared. Don't, she said. Just don't. She walked away, leaving my coffee cup empty. I pulled out my phone and tried to take a picture. The screen showed an empty booth. I took another. Same result. My hands started to sweat. The next night I chose a different booth, one with a direct view of him. My fork shook slightly as I ate my meatloaf. The man's face was unremarkable, middle-aged, clean-shaven, with neat brown hair combed to the side. His eyes looked straight ahead, never blinking. I started taking notes on my phone. Every night he appeared at exactly 2:13 a.m. Before that, the booth was empty. I never saw him enter. He was just suddenly there, like someone had switched on a projection. One night I decided to sit in the booth right next to his. My heart pounded as I slid into the seat. This close I could see every detail of his clothing. The tweed jacket had a small tear on the left elbow. The red tie had a faint stain near the bottom. His hands were pale with neatly trimmed fingernails. He didn't smell like anything. No cologne, no body odor, nothing. The air around him felt colder, but maybe that was just my imagination. "Can you hear me?" I whispered. No response. Not even a twitch. I reached out, my hand shaking, and tried to touch his sleeve. My fingers passed through the fabric like it was made of smoke. A cold sensation shot up my arm, and I jerked back, knocking over my water glass. The crash drew stares from other customers. When I looked back, the man was still there, unmoved, unresponsive. I started staying later, waiting to see if he ever left. He didn't. At exactly 5:47 a.m., he would vanish. No movement, no fade out, just there 1 second and gone the next. My coworkers at the hospital noticed something was wrong. I was distracted during shifts, making small mistakes. The head nurse pulled me aside and asked if everything was okay. I said I wasn't sleeping well. It wasn't a lie. I tried different approaches. One night I brought a thermal camera I borrowed from the hospital's maintenance department. Through its screen, the booth was empty. An EMF meter showed no readings. A digital voice recorder picked up nothing but the normal sounds of the diner. I searched local news archives online. Nothing about deaths at the diner. No missing persons matching his description. I even asked the diner's owner, an old Greek man named Stavros, about the history of the place. 32 years I own this place, he said. Nothing strange, nothing bad, just good food, good business. He looked at me hard. You should eat somewhere else for a while, I think. But I couldn't stay away. The man had become an obsession. I needed to understand what he was, why he was there. My sleep schedule fell apart completely. Even when I wasn't at the diner, I thought about him constantly. I started scanning crowds for his brown tweed jacket and red tie. One night, about 2 weeks in, something changed. I was in my usual booth, pretending to read news on my phone while watching him. At exactly 3:33 a.m., his head turned. Slowly, mechanically, like a security camera, until he faced me directly. His eyes were brown, normal looking, but as I stared into them, I felt a pressure building in my head. The diner's fluorescent lights seemed to brighten until they were blinding. The normal sounds, clinking plates, murmured conversations, the hum of the refrigerator, grew louder and louder until they became a deafening roar. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. The man's mouth opened, revealing normal teeth, a normal tongue, but the sound that came out wasn't normal at all. It was like static and whispers and screaming all at once. I ran out of the diner. Drove home way too fast. Spent the rest of the night sitting in my bathroom with the lights on, jumping at every sound. I didn't go back for 3 days. Ordered delivery instead, ate at my apartment. But the whole time, I felt watched. The darkness in the corners of my bedroom seemed deeper than usual. Every reflection in every window looked wrong somehow. When I finally returned to the diner, he was there, Same position, same clothes, same blank stare ahead. Like nothing had happened. Mary refused to serve my section anymore. A younger waitress named Tanya took over. She was new and didn't know about the man in the booth. But after a few nights, I noticed her taking longer routes to avoid passing near him. I started talking to the other late-night regulars. Most of them were like me, hospital workers, security guards, taxi drivers, people whose lives happened while the rest of the world slept. None of them would acknowledge the man in the brown jacket, but I noticed how they all chose seats far from the back booth, how their eyes skipped over that section of the diner like it was hidden behind a curtain. Last night, something new happened. I was picking at a slice of apple pie, stealing glances at him like usual when the lights flickered, just for a second. In that moment of darkness, I saw him standing right next to my booth. When the lights came back on, he was in his usual spot. But now there was something on my table that hadn't been there before. A small, rectangular business card. The paper was yellowed with age. In faded type, it showed a name and phone number. Thomas Reeves Insurance Adjuster, 555, number 2. My hand shook as I picked it up. The card felt real, solid. I pulled out my phone and dialed the number before I could talk myself out of it. A recorded message played. The number you have dialed is not in service and has been disconnected. I flipped the card over. On the back, in neat handwriting, Booth 7, October 15th, 1986, 3:47 a.m. That was yesterday. I've spent all day researching. Thomas Reeves was real. He worked for Midwest Life Insurance from 1975 to 1986. And on October 15th, 1986, he died of a heart attack at Joey's all-night diner. In Booth 7, it's 1:45 a.m. now. I'm sitting in my car in the diner's parking lot, watching the neon open sign buzz and flicker. My shift ended 15 minutes ago. My stomach is growling. I haven't eaten since lunch. The diner's windows are bright rectangles in the darkness. From here, I can just see the back booth. It's empty. I know I should drive home, order a pizza, try to sleep, start looking for somewhere else to eat after my shifts. But I'm going to go in. I need to know why he showed himself to me, why he gave me the card, what he wants. The diner's door chimes as I push it open. Mary won't meet my eyes as I walk to my usual booth. My watch shows 2:12 a.m., 1 minute until he appears. I can feel the cold already. I didn't want to go down to that basement. The superintendent had asked me 3 times already to help clear out the old storage room, and I'd made excuses every time. But when he caught me in the lobby yesterday and mentioned he'd start charging a fee for unused storage spaces, I knew I had to deal with it. The basement of my apartment building stank of mold and old paper. My footsteps echoed against the concrete floor as I made my way past the rusted metal storage cages. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering every few seconds. Unit B14 was mine. The numbers were barely visible under decades of grime. The padlock was stuck. I had to yank it 3 times before it opened with a sharp crack that bounced off the walls. Inside, cardboard boxes were stacked to the ceiling. Some had collapsed, spilling yellowed papers across the floor. The air felt thick and stale. I grabbed the closest box and sneezed as dust flew up. The cardboard crumbled in my hands. Inside were building records, maintenance logs from the 1980s, old lease agreements, notices about rent increases, useless junk that should have been thrown out years ago. The next box was the same, and the next. I worked my way through the pile, creating 2 stacks, trash and more trash. My back started to ache from bending over. Sweat ran down my neck despite the basement's chill. Then I found the tenant registry. It was a thick leather-bound book, its spine cracked and pages warped from moisture. I sat on an overturned milk crate and opened it, more out of boredom than interest. The pages were filled with neat handwriting, listing names, apartment numbers, and dates going back to the 1960s. I flipped through randomly, scanning the entries. My eyes stopped on a page from 1974. There, in faded blue ink, was my name, Daniel Thomas Miller, Unit 4B. My heart jumped. I read it again. Daniel Thomas Miller, my exact name, middle name included. That wasn't possible. I was born in 1985. I'd only moved into this building 2 years ago. But there it was, my full name, written 50 years ago. I checked the rest of the entry. Move-in date, March 15th, 1974. Length of tenancy, 8 months. Reason for departure, left without notice. My hands were shaking. I turned the page, looking for more information, but there was nothing else about this other Daniel Miller. Just more names and dates. I pulled out my phone and opened the flashlight app, shining it close to the page. The writing was clear, no mistaking those letters. I took a photo, then another. The flash illuminated the darkness beyond my storage unit, casting strange shadows on the basement walls. A pipe creaked somewhere in the darkness. I jumped, dropping my phone. It clattered on the concrete. When I picked it up, the screen was cracked. I needed more information. I dug through the remaining boxes with new urgency, ignoring the dust and cobwebs. Most contained similar records, utility bills, repair invoices, complaint forms. In a water-damaged box at the back, I found a stack of Polaroid photos. The first few showed the building's exterior, not much different from today. Then I found one of the lobby from 1974. The furniture was different, but the marble floor and wood-paneled walls were the same. A man stood by the mailboxes, his back to the camera. My hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped the photo. The man wore a brown corduroy jacket and had dark hair cut short, exactly like the jacket I'd bought at a vintage store last month, exactly like my hair. I flipped through more photos. Most were too faded or water damaged to make out clearly. Then I found another one of the same man, this time facing the camera. The image was blurry, but I could see his face. My face. I sat there staring at it for a long time. The resemblance was exact. The same nose, same jaw, same slight asymmetry to the eyes. Even the small scar above my right eyebrow where I'd fallen off my bike as a kid. This had to be a mistake, or a prank. Maybe someone had photoshopped these pictures, planted them here as a joke. But the photos were genuine Polaroids, and that handwriting in the registry was decades old. I checked my phone. 11:47 p.m. I'd been in the basement for hours. The superintendent would be asleep by now. I needed to talk to someone who'd been in the building a long time. Mrs. Chen in 2A had lived here since the 1960s. I'd helped her carry groceries a few times. She was always up late watching Korean dramas. I gathered the registry and photos, shut the storage unit, and headed for the stairs. The basement seemed darker now. The fluorescent lights cast strange shadows that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. My footsteps sounded wrong, like they were slightly out of sync with my movements. I was halfway to the stairs when I heard it. Another set of footsteps, coming from the darkness behind me. I stopped. The steps continued for a fraction of a second before stopping too. My heart pounded against my ribs. I turned around slowly. The basement stretched into darkness beyond the reach of the flickering lights. Empty storage units gaped like open mouths. Hello? My voice cracked. No response. I walked faster, trying not to run. The footsteps behind me started again, faster too. I reached the stairs and took them 2 at a time. The registry clutched to my chest. Behind me, the steps echoed off the concrete. I burst into the lobby, gasping. A lamp on the reception desk provided the only light. The footsteps had stopped. I stood there, catching my breath, feeling stupid. Old buildings made noise. Everyone knew that. Mrs. Chen's door was dark. A note taped to it said she was visiting family in Taiwan. I cursed under my breath. Back in my apartment, I spread the photos on my kitchen table. They looked different under normal lighting. Older, more faded. But the man's face was still unmistakably mine. I opened my laptop and searched the building's address plus Daniel Miller, 1974. Nothing relevant came up. I tried variations. Dan Miller, D.T. Miller, Danny Miller. Just pages of social media profiles and white pages listings. The registry had a phone number listed for the other Daniel Miller. I dialed it, not expecting anything. A recorded message said the number was no longer in service. I searched my own name plus 1974 and found hundreds of Daniel Millers. None matched the details I was looking for. I checked birth and death records, newspaper archives, anything I could think of. At 3 a.m., my eyes burning from staring at the screen, I found something. A small article in the local paper from November 1974. Police are seeking information regarding the disappearance of Daniel Miller, 35, last seen at his residence at my building's address on October 12th. Miller was reported missing by his employer after failing to appear at work for 2 weeks. Anyone with information is asked to contact. The article included a photo. It was grainy and black and white, but it showed the same man from the Polaroids. Me. I read the article again. October 1974. The registry said I had moved out in November. Left without notice. My head was pounding. None of this made sense. I needed sleep. I'd go through the rest of the storage unit tomorrow, find some explanation that would make this all seem stupid in daylight. I got ready for bed, double-checking the locks on my door and windows. As I brushed my teeth, I avoided looking at my reflection in the medicine cabinet mirror. Sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that Polaroid image of my face from 1974. The building creaked and settled around me. Each sound made me tense up, listening for footsteps. At 4:13 a.m., someone knocked on my door. I lay perfectly still, holding my breath. 3 more knocks, slow and deliberate. Then a voice called out, my voice, exactly as it sounds on recordings. I know you found the photos, Danny. My throat closed up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. We need to talk about what happened in 1974. The doorknob rattled. I watched it start to turn, even though I knew I'd locked it. The door began to open. A shape stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the hall light. It wore a brown corduroy jacket. As it stepped into my apartment, I saw its face. My face, but wrong somehow. The features were exact, but the expression was all wrong. It smiled at me. My smile, but not mine at all. Time works differently in the basement, it said in my voice. I've been waiting a long time to meet myself. I scrambled back against the headboard. It took another step forward. Don't worry, it said. This will only take about 8 months. My back hit the wall. There was nowhere else to go. It reached out with my hand, wearing my father's old watch, the one I'd lost 2 weeks ago. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I was standing in the basement. The registry lay open at my feet, turned to a blank page. A pen waited next to it. My hands, but not my hands, picked up the pen and began to write. Daniel Thomas Miller, Unit 4B, move-in date, March 15th, 2024. I tried to stop, but my fingers kept moving across the paper. The ink was blue, already starting to fade. The basement hummed with the sound of ancient pipes and flickering lights. Somewhere in the darkness, footsteps echoed, coming closer. Always closer. And I understood finally why that other Daniel Miller had left without notice in 1974. Just as I would leave without notice in 2024, after exactly 8 months. Just as I always had and always would. The footsteps grew louder. I turned to face myself again. I didn't put that key in my pocket. I know I didn't. But there it was on Tuesday morning when I reached into my coat to grab my phone. A heavy brass key, about 3 inches long, with an ornate head and worn teeth. The metal felt cold against my fingers, and a thin layer of grime came off on my skin when I touched it. I stood there in the lobby of Morton & Burke Publishing, where I'd worked as an editor for the past 8 years, staring at this thing I'd never seen before. Other employees rushed past me toward the elevators, their shoes clicking on the marble floor. The security guard, Bill, gave me an odd look from his desk. "Everything okay, Mr. Parker?" I quickly shoved the key back in my pocket. "Yeah, fine. Just checking something." The weight of it stayed with me all day as I sat in my cubicle on the 14th floor, editing manuscripts about true crime and self-help. Every so often, I'd slip my hand into my coat pocket just to make sure it was still there. It was always there, like a small chunk of ice that never seemed to warm up. I thought about asking around the office if anyone had lost a key, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the way it looked, too old to belong in our modern glass and steel building. Or maybe it was the fact that I couldn't shake the feeling that it had appeared in my pocket, rather than being misplaced there. That night I took it home and put it on my nightstand. The next morning it was still there, catching the early sunlight. I picked it up and noticed more details. Tiny scratches in the metal, a pattern of crosses on the head, and what looked like the number 7 stamped near the tip. My fingers left fresh smudges on its dull surface. I brought it back to work with me. Don't ask me why. It just felt important, like something I shouldn't leave behind. For 3 days, it rode in my pocket while I went about my normal routine. Coffee from the cart in the lobby, manuscript reviews, lunch at my desk, meetings in conference room B, more coffee, more manuscripts. On Friday, I had to stay late to finish evaluating a promising thriller submission. The office was almost empty by 7 p.m. The fluorescent lights hummed. Computer screens glowed in the darkness of vacant cubicles. My eyes burned from staring at my monitor. I needed to stretch my legs, so I took a walk around the floor. That's when I noticed it. A door I'd never seen before, tucked into an alcove behind the supply room. The paint matched the walls exactly, but it looked older than the rest of the building's doors. No nameplate, no window, just a keyhole with brass fittings that had turned green with age. My heart started beating faster. The key felt heavy in my pocket. I looked around. The floor was silent except for the hum of the ventilation system. No one else was around. I took out the key and held it up to the keyhole. The worn brass matched perfectly. My hands shook as I inserted it. The key slid in smoothly, like it was coming home. When I turned it, the mechanism made a sound like bones breaking. The door opened with a soft groan. Cool air rushed out, carrying a musty smell that reminded me of old books and deeper places. Beyond the threshold was absolute darkness. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam revealed a narrow corridor with walls of rough stone. The floor sloped down slightly. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. Common sense said to close the door, go back to my desk, and forget about this. But I'd been editing other people's adventures for 8 years. Maybe it was time to have one of my own. I stepped through. The door clicked shut behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, but it was still there. The key was still in the lock. I left it there. No way was I risking getting trapped. The corridor stretched ahead, curving slightly to the left. My phone's light created shifting shadows on the walls. The air felt thick and stale, like no one had breathed it in years. My footsteps echoed on the stone floor. After about 50 feet, the passage opened into a circular room about 20 feet across. My light revealed more doorways, 3 of them evenly spaced around the walls. Each one was identical to the first, complete with brass fittings gone green with age. I approached the nearest door and tried the handle. Locked. Same with the second one. But the third door, the handle turned with a grinding sound of metal on metal. The room beyond was larger than the first, with a high ceiling lost in darkness. Stone pillars rose from the floor like tree trunks. And there, in the center of the room, stood a desk. Not some ancient artifact, a modern office desk, with a computer monitor and a stack of manila folders. A half-empty coffee mug sat next to the keyboard. Steam rose from it. My throat went dry. Someone had been here recently. Maybe they still were. I moved closer to the desk, sweeping my light around. The monitor was on, displaying a document. I leaned in to read it. Project Status Report, Phase 7 Subject, James Parker. Assignment, Editorial Division. Duration, 8 years, 3 months, 12 days. Performance exceeding expectations. Next action, promotion assessment pending notes. Subject shows increased curiosity. Monitoring frequency to be increased. My name, my job, my exact time with the company. The coffee mug had Morton and Burke Publishing printed on the side. A door slammed somewhere behind me. Then another, closer. Footsteps echoed off stone. I killed my phone's light and pressed myself against one of the pillars. The footsteps grew louder. A beam of light swept through the room. "Hello?" A woman's voice called out. "Mr. Parker, we weren't expecting you to find this for another 3 months." I stayed silent, trying to control my breathing. The light moved closer. "It's all right," she continued. "This is all part of the process. Everyone finds their way down here eventually. We just need to talk about your promotion." The beam found me, blinding me. I raised my hand to shield my eyes. "There you are." The voice was closer now. "I'm Helen from HR. Why don't you come with me? There's quite a lot to explain." My eyes adjusted. The woman holding the flashlight wore a normal business suit. She looked exactly like someone from HR would look. But something was off about her smile. "What is this place?" I managed to ask. My voice sounded strange in the stone room. "This is where we monitor employee development," Helen said. "We find it's better than traditional performance reviews, more organic. The key appears when an employee is ready for advancement, though you found yours a bit ahead of schedule." The key just appeared in my pocket. "Yes, that's how it works. We have various methods of delivery. The important thing is that you're here now, ready to take the next step." She gestured toward one of the doors. "Shall we discuss your future with the company?" I looked back at the monitor, at my name on the screen, then at the coffee mug still steaming, then at Helen's too perfect smile. "I think," I said carefully, "I need to think about this." Her smile didn't waver. "Of course, take all the time you need, but you should know, now that you've found this place, things will be different. They always are." I backed away toward the door I'd come through. Helen didn't move to stop me. She just stood there smiling as I fumbled for the key and practically ran back up the corridor. When I burst out into the normal office, everything looked exactly the same. Fluorescent lights, empty cubicles, my coffee cup still sitting on my desk where I'd left it. I glanced back at the door, half expecting it to have vanished, but it was there, solid and real. The key was cool in my hand. That was 3 days ago. I still have the key. I haven't gone back through the door, but I know it's there. Every morning when I arrive at work, I take a different route to my desk to avoid walking past that alcove. But I can feel it waiting. The strangest part is that everything else is normal. I still edit manuscripts. I still get coffee from the cart in the lobby. Bill, the security guard, still nods hello every morning. But now I notice things I didn't before. Like how the cleaning crew never seems to work on our floor, but every morning everything is spotless. How certain employees disappear for hours at a time with no explanation. How Helen from HR sometimes walks past my desk and gives me that same perfect smile. Yesterday I found a memo on my desk. Standard corporate letterhead, but no signature. Promotional opportunity. Your initiative in exploring company resources is noted and appreciated. Please schedule a follow-up meeting at your earliest convenience. The door is always open. P.S. Keep the key. You'll know when to use it again. I should probably quit. Find a new job editing books that don't make me wonder what's hiding behind their covers. But I won't, because every time I touch that key in my pocket, I feel something I haven't felt in 8 years of corporate life. Anticipation. Helen was right. Things are different now. And maybe that's not entirely bad. This morning I noticed another employee, Sarah from accounting, standing in front of a door I've never seen before, holding a brass key in her shaking hand. Our eyes met. She quickly looked away and hurried off, but I saw the recognition in her face. The same look I see in the mirror every morning now. I wonder how many of us there are. How many doors, how deep the corridors go. But mostly I wonder what's behind those other doors. The locked ones. Because the key in my pocket feels heavier every day, and sometimes when I hold it up to the light, I swear the pattern of crosses on its head has changed. Like it's trying to tell me something. Like maybe it doesn't just open one door anymore. I've started taking walks around different floors of the building during my lunch break, looking for doors that don't quite match the others. watching for brass fittings gone green with age. I know I'll find another one eventually. And when I do, well, Helen said I was exceeding expectations. Maybe it's time to exceed them even more. The key is in my pocket right now as I write this. Cold, heavy, waiting. Tomorrow, I think I'll try a different door. The first time I heard my name on those abandoned railroad tracks, I convinced myself it was just the wind. The second time, I stopped walking. By the third time, my hands were shaking and sweat ran down my back because I knew I was completely alone out there. I hadn't planned to walk the tracks that afternoon. My car broke down on Route 16, about 3 miles outside of Millbrook. The piece of junk Ford finally gave up after warning me for months with its clicking and grinding. The temperature gauge shot into the red zone and steam poured from under the hood. I pulled onto the shoulder, and after 5 minutes of staring at the engine like an idiot, I knew I wouldn't fix it myself. My phone showed no signal, typical for this part of Connecticut. The nearest service station was in Millbrook, and I remembered the old railroad tracks that used to connect to the town. They ran parallel to Route 16, cutting through the woods. Walking along them would be faster than following the winding road. The October air bit through my light jacket. Dead leaves crunched under my boots as I climbed down the embankment from the highway. The tracks lay below, 2 rusty lines stretching into the distance. Weeds grew between the rotting wooden ties. The rails hadn't seen a train in at least 20 years. I checked my watch. 4:47 p.m. If I kept a good pace, I'd reach town before dark. The sun was already low, casting long shadows through the bare trees. My footsteps echoed off the rocks as I walked, the only sound besides the occasional gust of wind. The first hour passed quietly. The tracks curved around hills and through cuts in the rock. My legs started to ache. I wasn't used to walking this far. Sweat dampened my shirt despite the cold air. That's when I heard it. David. The voice came from behind me, quiet but clear. A woman's voice, with an odd flatness to it. I turned around but saw only empty tracks stretching back through the trees. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded too loud in the still air. No response. I shrugged it off and kept walking, probably just my mind playing tricks. I was tired, and the wind could make strange sounds through the trees. 5 minutes later, David. Louder this time, still flat and emotionless, still behind me. I spun around again, heart pounding. The tracks were empty. The woods were silent. "Is someone there?" I shouted. The words echoed off the rocks. No answer. My hands felt cold and clammy. I wiped them on my jeans and walked faster, boots crunching on the gravel between the ties. David. Right behind me now. So close I could almost feel breath on my neck. I broke into a run. Gravel flew from under my feet. My breathing came in ragged gasps. The voice followed. "David. David. David." Each time closer. Each time flatter. Each time wrong somehow, like a recording played too slowly. I sprinted until my lungs burned. When I finally had to stop, bent over with hands on my knees, the voice was gone. Only my wheezing breath broke the silence. The sun had dropped behind the hills. Long shadows filled the cuts between the rocks. I straightened up, still breathing hard, and looked around. The tracks stretched empty in both directions. My watch read 6:12 p.m. Darkness would fall soon. I had maybe 30 minutes of daylight left. Millbrook couldn't be more than a mile or two ahead. I started walking again, faster than before. The temperature dropped as shadows lengthened. My breath came out in visible puffs. The cooling sweat on my back made me shiver. A twig snapped in the woods to my right. I jerked my head toward the sound, but saw only darkness between the trees. Another snap, to the left this time. Then silence. I walked faster, almost jogging. The gravel crunched too loudly under my feet. Each sound seemed to echo off the rocks. David. I stumbled and nearly fell. The voice came from directly ahead this time. I squinted into the growing darkness. Nothing moved on the tracks. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. "This isn't funny." "David, David, David." From behind again, then from the right, then the left, then everywhere at once. A chorus of flat, dead voices calling my name. I ran. Branches whipped my face as I left the tracks, plunging into the woods. I had to get away from those voices, had to reach the road. My foot caught on a root and I sprawled forward. My hands scraped against rocks and dead leaves. Pain shot through my knee. I lay there gasping, face pressed against the cold ground. The voices had stopped. Slowly, I pushed myself up. Blood trickled from scrapes on my palms. My knee throbbed where I'd hit it. Trees loomed around me in the darkness. I had no idea which direction I'd come from. The tracks were hidden somewhere in the growing shadows. My phone still showed no signal. A branch cracked behind me. I whirled around. Nothing there. Just darkness between the trees. Another crack, closer, then another. Something moved in the shadows. A darker shape against the darkness. I caught a glimpse of pale skin, wrong somehow. Too white, too smooth. I ran again. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots tried to trip me. I had no idea where I was going. Just away. Away from whatever was behind me. The ground sloped upward. I scrambled up, grabbing at trees to pull myself higher. My lungs burned. My legs trembled. "David." The voice came from above me now. I looked up and screamed. A face hung in the darkness between the trees, pale white with black holes where the eyes should be. The mouth opened too wide, showing teeth that gleamed like metal. "David." I lost my footing and tumbled backward down the slope. Rocks and branches battered me as I fell. I hit the bottom hard, driving the air from my lungs. Pain shot through my whole body. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Footsteps crunched in the leaves, coming closer, slow, deliberate. I forced my eyes open. The thing from the slope stood over me. In the last gray light, I could see it clearly now. It looked almost human. Almost. But the proportions were wrong. The arms too long. The fingers too thin. The skin so white it seemed to glow. The face was the worst part. No eyes. Just smooth skin where they should be. The mouth was a jagged line that split the lower face, filled with gleaming metal teeth. It reached for me with those long fingers. "David," it said in that flat voice. "We've been waiting for you." More shapes emerged from the darkness. More pale faces. More metal teeth. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body wouldn't move. The first creature's hand touched my face. Its skin felt like cold plastic. "Time to come home, David." The others moved closer, surrounding me. Their hands reached down. Cold plastic fingers pressed against my skin. "No," I managed to whisper. "Please." "We've missed you, David," they said in unison, voices flat and dead. "We've missed you so much." They lifted me from the ground. I couldn't fight, couldn't even move. Their cold hands held me as they carried me into the darkness. I saw the railroad tracks one last time, gleaming faintly in the distance. Then the shadows swallowed everything. I don't know how long they carried me. Time seemed to stop in the darkness. My body felt numb. Only their cold hands against my skin told me I was still alive. We went down into the earth through tunnels that shouldn't exist. The air grew colder, damper. It smelled of wet stone and decay. Lights appeared ahead. Not electric lights, some kind of pale blue glow that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It illuminated a vast underground space. More of them waited there. Dozens, hundreds. All those eyeless faces turned toward me as they carried me past. "Welcome home," they said together. Their voices echoed off the stone walls. They took me to a chamber deep underground. Machines lined the walls. Old machines, covered in rust and grime. But they hummed with power. Cables and tubes snaked across the floor. In the center stood something like an operating table. Metal restraints hung from its sides. "No," I said again. My voice was barely a whisper. "Please don't." They lifted me onto the cold metal surface. The restraints snapped closed around my wrists and ankles. More bands wrapped around my chest and head, holding me completely immobile. One of them leaned over me. Its mouth split open, showing those terrible metal teeth. "Don't worry, David," it said. "Soon you'll be just like us. Soon you'll understand." Something whirred above me. A machine descended from the ceiling, all sharp edges and gleaming needles. "We've waited so long for you to come back," they said. "Now we can make you perfect, make you pure, make you one of us." The needles touched my skin. Pain exploded through my body. I screamed until my voice gave out. Screamed as they cut away what made me human. Screamed as they replaced flesh with metal and plastic. When it was over, I stood before a mirror they'd brought. An eyeless face looked back at me. Pale white skin stretched over metal bones. A mouth full of steel teeth. "Welcome home, brother," they said. "Welcome home," I replied in a flat, empty voice. Now I walk the tracks at night. I call out to lost travelers with voices that used to be mine. I guide them down into the darkness where my brothers and sisters wait. Sometimes they scream, sometimes they beg, but in the end they all become pure. They all become perfect. Like me. I am David. I am home. And I have work to do. The tracks are calling again. Someone is walking alone in the growing darkness. Someone who needs to be made perfect. I open my steel mouth and call their name. The first letter arrived 3 days after I moved in. Plain white envelope, my name and address printed clearly on the front. James Miller, 742 Oakwood Heights, apartment 3B, Portland, Oregon. But I hadn't sent it. And it was addressed to someone I'd never heard of. I stood in my half-unpacked living room, cardboard boxes still scattered around my feet, and turned the envelope over in my hands. The paper felt expensive, heavy between my fingers. My stomach tightened as I read the return address again. Same building, same apartment, my name. I ripped it open. "Dear Sarah, I know it's been 15 years. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. But I need to tell you what really happened that night. What I did. What I saw." The letter stopped there. Just those 3 sentences typed in crisp Times New Roman. No signature. The paper trembled in my hands and I realized my fingers were shaking. I dropped the letter on my kitchen counter and went back to unpacking. The rental company hadn't mentioned any previous tenants named Sarah, and I hadn't asked. The apartment had been empty for 6 months before I moved in. That's what the agent told me. Recently renovated, fresh paint on the walls, new appliances, a clean slate. That night I couldn't sleep. The letter sat on my counter like a splinter under my skin. I got up at 3 a.m. and read it again. The paper felt cold against my fingertips. My name on the envelope, my address, but I hadn't sent it. The second letter came 2 days later. Same envelope, same expensive paper. My hands were steady this time as I tore it open. "Sarah, I watched you leave that night. Saw you walk down Palmer Street in your red coat, the streetlights making your hair shine. I followed you. You never knew I was there. I saw everything. I called the post office the next morning. The woman on the phone sounded bored as she explained that, yes, they delivered all mail with the correct address, regardless of who sent it. "But it has my name as the sender," I said. "I didn't send it." "Sir, we just deliver the mail," she replied. "If you're having an issue with harassment, you should contact the police." I hung up and Googled Sarah plus Palmer Street, Portland. Thousands of results. I spent 2 hours scrolling through social media profiles and news articles. Nothing stood out. The third letter arrived on a Sunday. The mail carrier had pushed it under my door. This time my hands shook so badly I had to set the envelope down on my coffee table and take 3 deep breaths before opening it. "Sarah, the police got it wrong. They think they know what happened, but they don't. I've carried this secret for 15 years. Every night I see your face. Every night I hear your scream. I'm the only one who knows the truth. I drove to the police station that afternoon. The officer at the front desk looked tired as I explained about the letters. He took notes, nodded, asked if I felt threatened. No, I said, but someone's using my name to send these letters, and something happened 15 years ago, something bad. He typed on his computer. Nothing comes up for Palmer Street 15 years ago, he said. No major incidents. Could be someone playing a prank. With my name? He shrugged. File a report if you want. Not much we can do without more to go on. I spent that night sitting by my window, watching the street below. Cars passed. People walked their dogs. A couple argued outside the convenience store on the corner. Normal Sunday night stuff. But my skin felt too tight, like it didn't fit right anymore. The fourth letter came on Wednesday. This time I opened it standing in the lobby next to my mailbox. Sarah, I see you got a new job. The coffee shop on 12th Street. You look good in that green apron. Your hair is shorter now, but I'd recognize you anywhere. 15 years, and you haven't aged a day. My hands went numb. I dropped the letter. A neighbor picked it up, handed it back with a smile. I forced myself to smile back, took the elevator to my floor, locked my door, and slid down against it until I hit the floor. There was a coffee shop on 12th Street. I'd passed it on my way to work. The baristas wore green aprons. I called in sick the next day and went to the coffee shop. Sat in a corner table for 4 hours, watching the baristas. 3 women worked the morning shift. None of them looked like they could have been involved in anything 15 years ago. They were all too young. The 5th letter arrived the next day. Sarah, why did you change your name? I saw your name tag. Kate, that's not who you are. I know who you are. I know what you did. I went back to the coffee shop, watched the baristas again. One of them wore a name tag that said Kate. She looked about 25, dark hair cut in a bob, quick smile, efficient hands on the espresso machine. I ordered a coffee. When she handed it to me, I studied her face. She smiled, already turning to the next customer. Have you worked here long? I asked. About 6 months, she said. Another smile, distracted. Ever lived on Palmer Street? Her smile disappeared. She stepped back from the counter. Do I know you? No, sorry. Just making conversation. I left my coffee on the counter and walked out. That night, someone knocked on my door at 2 a.m. I looked through the peephole. Empty hallway. Another knock. I opened the door. The hallway light flickered. No one there. But on the floor, an envelope. My hands shook as I picked it up. Same paper, same address. My name as the sender. But this time, the letter inside was different. James, I know you're reading my letters to Sarah. Stop looking for her. This isn't your story. Go back to your life. Forget about Palmer Street. Forget about what happened 15 years ago. Or you'll find out firsthand why Sarah had to disappear. I slept with the lights on that night. In the morning, I called the rental agency. Did someone named Sarah live in my apartment before me? Sir, we can't disclose previous tenant information. Please, it's important. A pause. Keyboard clicking. That unit was empty for 6 months before you moved in. Before that, let me check. No Sarah listed. Previous tenant was a Robert Chen. Lived there 4 years. I hung up and Googled missing persons cases from 15 years ago. Spent hours scrolling through databases. Found 3 Sarahs who had disappeared in Oregon. None in Portland. None on Palmer Street. The 7th letter came the next day. Just 3 words. Stop looking, James. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. Sat by my window with all the lights off, watching the street. Cars passed. People walked. Normal life going on while my world twisted sideways. On the 3rd night, I saw someone standing on the corner under my window. Just standing there looking up at my apartment. When I pressed my face against the glass to see better, they walked away, but slowly, like they wanted me to see them go. The 8th letter arrived in my work email. Somehow they'd found my address. Same font, same message style. James, I warned you. Now you're involved. Meet me at Palmer Street tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Come alone. You want to know the truth about Sarah? This is your chance. I deleted the email, restored it, read it again, deleted it again. At 9:45 p.m. the next night, I parked my car a block from Palmer Street. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. The street looked normal. Houses with lights on. Cars parked along the curb. A cat slinking along a fence. At 9:55 I got out of the car. My legs felt wooden. Each step echoed in my head. Palmer Street was empty. I checked my phone. 10 p.m. exactly. A figure stepped out of the shadows. Tall, male, face hidden under a hood. James Miller, he said. Not a question. I nodded. You've been looking for Sarah. Who are you? He took a step closer. Someone who knows the truth. About what happened 15 years ago. About what's happening now. Another step. Sarah isn't dead, James. She's hiding. And now you've drawn attention to her. Made people start asking questions again. What people? He laughed. The sound scraped against my ears. The kind of people who make other people disappear. A car turned onto Palmer Street, headlights sweeping across us. When the light faded, he was gone. The 9th letter waited in my mailbox the next morning. James, you met him last night. Now you understand. Some stories should stay buried. Some truths are better left unknown. Sarah understood that. That's why she disappeared. Go back to your life. Forget about the letters. Forget about Sarah. This is your last warning. I packed a bag that night, booked a hotel across town. As I walked to my car, a woman stepped out of the shadows by the building entrance. Kate? I said. She wasn't wearing her green apron now. Her face looked harder in the streetlight. My name isn't Kate, she said. Sarah. She shook her head. Sarah's gone, has been for 15 years. You need to let this go. But the letters were a warning. Someone noticed you asking questions. The wrong people noticed. Who? She looked over her shoulder. I have to go. Don't try to find me again. Don't try to find Sarah. Just live your life, James. While you still can. She walked away. I watched until she disappeared around the corner. When I got to my car, an envelope sat on the driver's seat. My window wasn't broken, the doors were still locked. Inside, one sentence. Some stories end with a warning. This is yours. I drove to the hotel, checked in under a false name, sat on the bed and stared at the wall until sunrise. The next day, I gave notice at my job, called the rental agency and told them I was breaking my lease, packed everything I owned into my car. As I drove out of Portland, heading east with no real destination in mind, my phone buzzed. Email from an address I didn't recognize. Smart choice, James. Some mysteries should stay mysteries. Some stories should stay untold. Drive safe. Don't look back. I deleted the email, turned off my phone, kept driving. That was 2 months ago. I'm in another city now. New job, new apartment. The letters stopped. But sometimes, late at night, I think about Sarah. About what happened 15 years ago on Palmer Street. About the truth buried under all those warnings. And I check my mailbox every morning with shaking hands, waiting for another envelope with my name as the sender. So far, nothing. But every time I see someone in a red coat or pass a coffee shop with green-aproned baristas, or hear footsteps behind me on a dark street, I remember, some stories don't want to be told, some mysteries don't want to be solved, and some warnings should be heeded. I heeded mine. I hope you heed yours. Just forget you read this. Go back to your life. Don't ask questions about Sarah or Palmer Street or what happened 15 years ago. Because sometimes, the most dangerous thing isn't the truth. It's the people who want it to stay hidden. I should have known something was wrong when Sarah never went into that room. Not once in the 3 months I'd been visiting her apartment. She'd just walked past it, like it wasn't even there. When I moved in last week, I asked her about it. She shrugged and said it was just storage. But storage rooms have stuff in them. This one was empty. The first night nothing happened. The second night too. But on the third night, my phone died during a work call. Sarah was already asleep, and I didn't want to wake her up searching for my charger. I remembered seeing an outlet in that empty room earlier that day when I'd glanced in while moving boxes. The door didn't squeak when I opened it. The room was cold, maybe 10 degrees colder than the hallway. My phone's flashlight showed bare walls, no furniture, just a single outlet on the far wall. The wooden floor was dusty except for a clean circular patch in the center, about 3 feet wide. I plugged in my phone and left it on the floor. The charging icon lit up. Good enough. At 3 a.m. I woke up needing to pee. The bathroom was past that room. The hallway was dark except for a flickering light coming from under the door. My phone screen maybe? But the rhythm was wrong. Too irregular. Then I heard it. A soft tapping from inside, like fingernails on wood, but slower. Tap. 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 I stood there in my boxers, feet frozen to the floor. The tapping stopped. A whisper leaked through the crack under the door. Not words exactly. More like the sound of speaking but muffled, like someone talking through a pillow. My throat went dry. I needed that phone for work in the morning. The whispers continued, rising and falling like waves. I grabbed the doorknob. The metal was ice cold. When I turned it, the whispering stopped instantly. I pushed the door open. My phone lay on the floor where I'd left it, screen dark. The charging light blinked steadily. The room was empty, but the clean circle in the dust was bigger now, maybe 4 feet across. I snatched my phone and yanked the charger from the wall. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I ran to the bathroom, then back to bed. Sarah was still asleep. I lay there until morning, listening. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My neck muscles were tight from lack of sleep. During lunch, I texted Sarah, "Hey, what's the deal with that empty room? Previous tenant move out or something?" She replied an hour later, "Don't really use it. Better that way." Better that way? What the hell did that mean? I called her, but it went to voicemail. That night, Sarah worked late. I ordered pizza and ate alone on the couch, trying not to look down the hallway. Around 10 p.m., I heard Sarah's key in the lock. But before she came in, I heard that tapping again. Tap, 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 coming from the empty room. Sarah walked in, looking tired. The tapping stopped. She kissed my cheek and headed for the shower. I followed her. "Sarah, we need to talk about that room." She turned on the shower. "What about it?" "I heard something in there, last night and just now." She was quiet for a moment. "You went in?" "Yeah, to charge my phone." "But that's not the point. There's something—" "Don't charge anything in there," she interrupted. "Just don't go in there anymore, okay?" She stepped into the shower before I could respond. I lay in bed that night, Sarah breathing softly beside me. The digital clock read 2:47 a.m. when the whispers started again. Sarah didn't stir. How could she sleep through this? The whispers grew louder. I could almost make out words now. Almost. At 3 a.m. exactly, a loud thud came from the room, like something heavy falling. Sarah bolted upright. "Did you hear that?" I asked. She grabbed my arm. Her hand was trembling. "Don't go look, please." Another thud, then another, like footsteps but too heavy to be human. The whole apartment seemed to vibrate. What the fuck is going on? I threw off the covers. "Mark, don't." Sarah tried to hold me back, but I pulled away. The thud stopped when I reached the hallway. The door was closed, but blue light pulsed around its edges, like a TV with bad reception. The whispers had become a low moan. I reached for the doorknob. Sarah screamed behind me, "No!" Too late. The door swung open. The room wasn't empty anymore. The clean circle in the dust had grown to fill the entire floor. In the center stood a figure, tall and thin, its proportions all wrong. Its head nearly touched the ceiling. It had no face, just smooth, pale skin stretched tight over a skull-like shape. Its arms hung down past its knees, fingers dragging on the floor. Blue light rippled across its surface like water. As I watched, frozen, it slowly turned its head toward me. Where eyes should have been, there were only deep black hollows. I slammed the door and ran. Sarah was already grabbing her keys and phone. We spent the night in her car, parked outside a 24-hour diner. "How long?" I asked finally as the sun came up. "How long has it been there?" Sarah stared straight ahead. "Since I moved in, 2 years ago. The landlord said the room came with the apartment. Said I couldn't change anything about it, couldn't even paint the walls." She laughed, a harsh sound. "The rent was so cheap. Now I know why. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? Would you have moved in if I had?" I didn't answer. We both knew I wouldn't have. "It never came out before," she continued. "It stayed in there until you brought electronics in. The charging phone. It must have given it power or something. I don't know." We drove to her parents' house that morning. Called a moving company to pack up our stuff. Everything except what was in that room. Sarah broke the lease, lost her security deposit. We didn't care. The new apartment costs more, but every room is usable, normal, yet sometimes at night I still hear it. Not real sounds, just memories. Tap, tap, tap. And I wonder about that empty room, and who lives there now, and whether they've tried charging their phone in there yet. Sarah doesn't talk about it. She threw away the old lease with the old address. But last week I caught her deleting a text from her old landlord. Just 4 words. "The room misses you." I deleted my contact info from the moving company's database, changed my email address, switched phone carriers. I'm not taking any chances. Because sometimes, late at night, my phone screen flickers with a blue light I've seen before. And in those moments I swear I can hear whispers growing louder, almost clear enough to understand. But I don't want to understand. Some doors should stay closed. Some rooms should stay empty. And some messages should never be answered, no matter how many times they call. Last night my new phone died inexplicably. The battery was at 100%, then suddenly nothing. In the darkness of our new bedroom, I heard it, faint but unmistakable. Tap, tap, tap. I threw the phone away this morning. Sarah didn't ask why. She just nodded and handed me a cheap flip phone she'd bought as a backup weeks ago. No GPS, no internet, no apps. "It's harder to track a flip phone," she said. Harder for what to track, I wanted to ask. But I didn't. Because deep down I already knew the answer. That room wasn't just a room. It was a door. And whatever came through it is still looking for us. I check the closets every night now. Look behind the shower curtain, under the bed. The rational part of my brain says I'm being paranoid. But then I remember those hollow eyes, that stretched skin, those 2 long fingers dragging on the floor. Sarah sleeps with the lights on. I don't blame her. Neither of us talks about the fact that we can't remember exactly what our old apartment number was or even the street name. It's like those details have been erased, leaving only the memory of that room, that figure, that blue light. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., my body rigid with fear, convinced I can hear whispers coming from our new closet. But it's never real, just echoes of that night playing tricks on my mind. We're safe now. That's what I tell myself. We moved far away, changed our information, left no trail. But yesterday I found something in our new mailbox. A small piece of paper, blank except for a single mark. A perfect circle drawn in dust. I burned it immediately. Didn't tell Sarah. But that night, as we lay in bed, both pretending to sleep, I heard her whisper something. So quiet I almost missed it. It knows where we are. I pretended not to hear. Pretended not to notice when she got up and checked all the doors and windows again. Pretended not to see her delete another text from an unknown number. But I know she's right. Because this morning when I looked in the mirror, I saw something in the reflection behind me. Just for a second. A tall, thin shape, faceless, waiting. I didn't turn around. Sometimes not looking is the only way to stay sane. We're moving again next week. No forwarding address this time, no smartphones, no social media, no electronic trails. Because now we know the truth. In a world of endless connections, some things are better left disconnected. Some doors are better left closed. And some rooms should stay empty. But late at night, when the power flickers and the shadows grow long, I wonder if it matters. If anywhere is really far enough away. Because in those moments between sleeping and waking, I can still hear it. Tap, 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 and it's getting closer. I shouldn't have agreed to house sit for Mike. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit in my car outside his childhood home at 3 a.m., engine running, hands shaking on the steering wheel. I need to write this down while it's fresh. While I can still remember every detail of what happened in there. Maybe then someone will understand why I ran. It started 3 days ago when Mike called asking for a favor. He'd inherited his parents' old house after they moved to Florida, but hadn't been able to sell it yet. The pipes had burst during the winter freeze, and he needed someone to stay there while the plumbers fixed everything. I'd been between jobs for 2 months, so a week in a quiet suburb sounded perfect. Free lodging, plus Mike would pay me. Easy money. The house looked normal enough from the outside. 2 stories, red brick, white trim that needed painting. Mike gave me a quick tour when I arrived. Kitchen, living room, 3 bedrooms upstairs. Standard stuff. Then we reached the basement door. "This stays locked," he said, pulling out an old brass key. "Nothing down there but junk and the furnace. No reason to go poking around." He demonstrated the deadbolt. Thick steel, newer than the rest of the house's hardware. "Just leave it be, okay?" I shrugged. Made sense. Old houses collect crap in their basements. Who wants to deal with that? The first day went fine. The plumbers came, did their work, left. I caught up on some reading, watched TV, ordered pizza, normal house-sitting stuff. But that night, I noticed something odd. I was heading upstairs to bed when I heard it. A soft thump from behind the basement door, like someone bumping against it. I froze, listening. Nothing. Must have been the house settling. The next morning I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Old houses make weird noises. But around noon I was in the kitchen and saw the door move. Not much, just a slight wobble, like someone had grabbed the handle on the other side and given it a gentle shake. The deadbolt held firm. I called Mike. "Hey, weird question. Does the basement door ever move on its own?" "What do you mean?" His voice got tight. "I don't know, just seems like it shakes sometimes. Probably just air pressure or something." "Yeah, probably that. Listen, just don't mess with it, okay? The lock's there for a reason. Keep it shut." I wanted to press him, but something in his tone made me back off. Still, I started watching the door more closely. Every few hours, it would twitch. Sometimes just a tremor, sometimes a definite pull, like someone testing the handle. The deadbolt never budged. That second night, the sound started. I was up late streaming a movie when I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate steps crossing the second floor. I muted the TV. The steps continued, someone wearing heavy boots, moving from room to room. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911. Then the footsteps reached the top of the stairs and started down. Each step creaked under invisible weight. My heart hammered. I couldn't move. The steps reached the bottom of the stairs. Stopped. Then they started again, heading toward the basement door. I watched, barely breathing, as they crossed the entry hall. The door didn't open. The steps simply passed through it, continuing down into the basement. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, every light in the house blazing. No more sounds came from below. When morning arrived, I seriously considered leaving. But I'd promised Mike. And really, what had actually happened? Some weird noises in an old house. I was being stupid. The third day, things escalated. The door's movement became more violent, sharp yanks that made the frame rattle. The footsteps returned, but now they paced, up and down the basement stairs for hours, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, always that same heavy tread. I tried drowning it out with music, TV, anything. Nothing helped. The sounds cut through everything. By evening, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept properly in 2 days. Every noise made me jump. That's when I made my mistake. I convinced myself I had to know what was down there. Just a quick look. Then I could prove to myself it was nothing, just pipes and old furniture making noise. I found the key where Mike had left it, on top of the kitchen door frame. My hands shook as I approached the basement door. The footsteps had stopped. The house was completely silent. The key slid into the lock. I hesitated, then turned it. The deadbolt clicked back. I reached for the handle. Before I could touch it, something slammed into the other side of the door. Hard. The impact knocked me backward. The door shuddered in its frame as something struck it again and again. Through the wood came a sound. Not quite a voice, not quite a growl, but it was trying to form words. I scrambled away, fumbling for the key. The pounding continued as I fought to get the key into the lock. Just as I turned it, the handle started to turn from the other side. I heard the mechanism grinding as whatever was down there fought against the deadbolt. The key nearly snapped in my hand, but the lock held. The assault on the door continued for another minute, then stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard something new. Crying. Soft, muffled sobs coming from the basement. They sounded almost human. Almost. I backed away from the door. My phone was already in my hand. Mike's number dialed. "What the hell is in your basement?" I demanded when he answered. A long pause. "You tried to open the door, didn't you? There's something down there. Something alive." Mike sighed. "Listen carefully. Get out of the house. Right now. Don't pack. Don't grab anything. Just go. I'll be there in 4 hours. Not until you tell me what's going on. Remember Tommy? My little brother?" I hadn't thought about Tommy in years. He'd disappeared when we were kids. Just vanished one day. They never found him. What about him? He never disappeared. He changed, started becoming something else. Mom and Dad, they tried to help him, tried doctors, priests, everything, but he kept getting worse, more violent, less human. The basement was the only place strong enough to hold him. I could barely speak. "That thing down there? That's Tommy? Part of him, maybe. We don't know anymore. Just get out, please." I didn't need to be told again. I ran for my car, not even bothering to lock the front door behind me. As I pulled out of the driveway, I glanced back at the house. Through the basement window, I caught a glimpse of movement, something pale pressing against the glass. A hand, but with too many joints, fingers too long and sharp. That was 20 minutes ago. I'm still sitting in my car, a mile away, trying to make sense of it all. My phone keeps buzzing. Mike calling back. But I can't talk to him yet. Can't process what he told me. Can't forget what I saw. And I keep thinking about Tommy. About a little kid trapped in that basement for 20 years, slowly turning into whatever I heard behind that door. Was anything human still left in there? Was that why it cried? The sun's coming up now. Mike will be here soon. He'll want to know exactly what happened, what I heard, what I saw. I'll tell him everything I've written here. But I won't go back in that house. Some doors are locked for a reason. Somewhere behind me, a dog starts barking, then another. A car alarm goes off in the distance. I look in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something moving in the pre-dawn shadows. But there's nothing there. Just an empty street growing lighter by the minute. I start my car. Time to get as far away from here as I can. Yet even as I drive, I can't shake one final horrible thought. The basement door had a deadbolt on both sides. Not just to keep people out, to keep something in. still struggle to sleep at night. The doctors say it's PTSD. Maybe they're right. What happened that night in Thompson Woods changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I need to write it down, to get it out of my head. Maybe then I can finally rest. It started as a stupid dare. 5 of us, me, Mike, Sarah, Tom, and Jenny, decided to do a night hike through Thompson Woods. We were celebrating Mike's promotion at work, and after too many beers at O'Malley's bar, someone suggested we should do something crazy. The woods were only a mile from the bar, and we were just drunk enough to think it was a good idea. The temperature had dropped to around 45 degrees when we started walking. I remember checking my phone. 11:47 p.m. The moon was full, but the trees blocked most of the light. We used our phone flashlights to navigate the trail, laughing and shoving each other like teenagers. "Watch it, asshole!" Sarah yelled when Mike pretended to push her off the trail. Their laughter echoed through the trees. I walked behind them with Jenny and Tom, the gravel crunching under our feet. The first weird thing I noticed was the silence. It hit suddenly like someone had pressed a mute button. The crickets stopped chirping. The wind died. Even our footsteps seemed muffled. "Hey guys," Jenny stopped walking. "Do you hear that?" We all stopped. At first I heard nothing. Then I caught it. A soft scratching sound, like fingernails on tree bark. It came from somewhere in the darkness beyond our lights. "Probably just a raccoon," Tom said, but his voice cracked. We kept walking, but closer together now. The scratching followed us. Sometimes it came from the left, sometimes the right. Sometimes it seemed to be right behind us, but when we turned around, nothing was there. That's when we found the cabin. It appeared suddenly around a bend in the trail, a dark shape against the darker trees. The building was maybe 20 feet square, with walls made of old logs and a roof that sagged in the middle. No windows, just a door hanging crooked on rusty hinges. "This wasn't here before," Mike said. He'd grown up in the area and hiked these woods hundreds of times. "Maybe we took a wrong turn?" Sarah suggested. I pulled out my phone to check the map, but there was no signal. The others checked their phones too, all dead, even though they'd been fully charged when we left the bar. The scratching sound got louder. Something moved in the trees behind us. Just a shadow, but we all saw it. Without discussing it, we ran toward the cabin. Mike reached the door first and yanked it open. The hinges screamed. We piled inside and Tom slammed the door shut behind us. Our phone lights revealed a single room with a dirt floor, empty except for an old wooden chair in one corner and what looked like a trap door in the floor. The air smelled wrong, like wet earth and something else I couldn't identify. "What the fuck is this place?" Jenny whispered. Before anyone could answer, we heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin. The wooden walls creaked as something pressed against them. Then the whispering started. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I recognized. The sounds were wrong. Too many consonants. Words that seemed to fold in on themselves. Multiple voices. Getting closer. Speaking faster. Sarah grabbed my arm. Her nails dug into my skin. "Tell me you guys hear that." "We need to get out of here," Tom said. He took a step toward the door. The whispering stopped. The silence lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then something slammed into the door so hard the whole cabin shook. Tom jumped back. Sarah screamed. More impacts followed. On the walls, the roof. The logs groaned under the assault. Dust and dirt rained down from the ceiling. "The trapdoor," Mike said suddenly. He was already pulling at the iron ring set into the wooden floor. "Help me." Tom and I grabbed the ring. The door was heavy, but it lifted with a grinding sound. Our lights revealed a hole about 3 feet square with old wooden steps leading down. The attacks on the cabin intensified. Something was tearing at the roof. We could hear wood splintering. "Go!" I shouted. "Now!" Sarah went first, then Jenny. Tom followed. Mike hesitated. "What about you?" "I'll be right behind you. Go." He disappeared down the steps. I moved to follow, but stopped when I heard the door start to splinter. I turned and shined my light toward the noise. Through the gaps in the breaking door, I saw movement. Shapes that didn't make sense. Long limbs. Too many limbs. And eyes. Dozens of glowing eyes. I almost fell down the steps in my rush to follow the others. I pulled the trap door shut above me, just as the cabin door exploded inward. The steps led down about 15 feet to a narrow tunnel. I could see the others' lights ahead, moving fast. I ran after them, trying not to think about the sounds coming from above. The scraping, the chittering, the impossible footsteps. The tunnel curved and branched. We took turns at random, running blind. The air got colder. The walls changed from dirt to stone. Water dripped somewhere ahead. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we hit a dead end. Solid rock wall. No other passages. No, 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 Sarah said. She was crying. We turned around, but the sounds were getting closer. Our lights showed nothing in the darkness of the tunnel, but the whispers echoed off the stone walls. They were speaking faster now, almost frantic. "Kill the lights," Mike whispered. "What? Are you crazy?" Jenny hissed. "Trust me. Kill them." One by one, we turned off our phone lights. The darkness was absolute. I pressed my back against the cold stone wall, trying to control my breathing. The whispers got closer. I could smell them now, a musty, organic smell that made my stomach turn. Something scraped against stone just around the corner. I closed my eyes, even though it made no difference in the pitch darkness. My heart pounded so hard I was sure they could hear it. The scraping stopped, right in front of us. I felt something brush against my face, something cold and rough like tree bark. I bit my lip to keep from screaming. The whispering was right in my ear now. I could feel breath on my skin, but it wasn't warm like human breath. It was cold, like wind from a deep cave. Then, suddenly it stopped. We stood frozen in the darkness for what felt like hours. Nobody dared move or speak. Eventually, Tom whispered, "Are they gone?" The silence stretched out. Finally, Mike clicked his light on. The tunnel was empty. We waited another 10 minutes, then slowly made our way back through the tunnels. It took a long time. We'd gotten turned around during our panic, but eventually we found the steps leading up to the trap door. Mike went first, pushing the door open carefully. The cabin was empty. The door hung in splinters, and deep gouges marked the walls, but whatever had made them was gone. We ran all the way back to the road. Nobody spoke. We didn't stop running until we reached the streetlights. The police didn't believe us, of course. They searched the woods the next day but found nothing. No cabin, no tunnel, not even a foundation or hole in the ground where they should have been. We don't talk about it much anymore. Tom moved to California. Sarah and Jenny stopped returning my calls. Mike still lives in town, but he drinks too much now. I went back once in daylight, trying to find the trail we'd taken. I thought if I could just see the place again, make sense of what happened, maybe the nightmares would stop. I found nothing, but as I was leaving, I heard it, just for a moment, that scratching sound. And underneath it, barely audible, the whispers. I ran. I haven't been back to Thompson Woods since then. But sometimes, late at night, I wake up to the sound of scratching at my bedroom walls. And when I press my ear against the wall, I can almost make out words in that impossible language. The doctors say it's PTSD. They've got me on 3 different medications, but they don't understand. None of them were there. None of them heard the whispers. None of them saw what I saw through that splintering door. I write this now not because I expect anyone to believe me. I write it as a warning. If you're ever hiking at night and find a cabin that shouldn't be there, don't go inside. No matter what you hear in the darkness behind you, don't open that door. Because sometimes, the things that live in the spaces we can't explain get curious about us too. And their curiosity is anything but harmless. Last night I heard scratching in my walls again, but this time it was different. This time I understood one of the words they were whispering. They were saying my name. I need need to tell you what happened to me last month at the Sunrise Inn. I've been driving trucks for 20 years, stayed in hundreds of motels, but nothing like this has ever happened before. I'm writing it down now because I keep seeing that damn chair every time I close my eyes. It started around 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was hauling furniture from Chicago to Kansas City and my eyes were getting heavy. Interstate 70 stretches through the middle of nowhere in Missouri, and I knew I had to stop before I dozed off at the wheel. The Sunrise Inn's neon vacancy sign glowed through the drizzle. $29 a night, the sign promised. Good enough. The parking lot was mostly empty. Just my rig, a rusty Chevy pickup, and a couple of old sedans scattered across cracked asphalt. The office smelled like cigarettes and pine-scented cleaner. The night clerk barely looked up from his phone when I walked in. He was a skinny kid, maybe 19, with bad acne and greasy hair. "Single room," I said, pulling out my wallet. He slid me a registration card. "Cash or card?" "Card." I filled out the form while he ran my visa. The pen was chained to the counter with a piece of fishing line. "Room 115, he mumbled, handing me a key attached to a plastic tag the size of a playing card. "End of the building on the right. Checkout's at 11. The rain had picked up when I walked back to my truck. I grabbed my overnight bag and the smaller duffel with my valuables, wallet, laptop, papers. No way I was leaving that stuff in the cab overnight, even in the middle of nowhere. Room 115 was exactly what you'd expect for $30. Musty carpet that might have been beige once, wallpaper peeling at the seams, a queen bed with a thin brown bedspread. A wooden chair sat in the corner by the window, next to a small table with a lamp. The shade was crooked. I dropped my bags on the chair and did my usual check. Locks working, bathroom relatively clean, no obvious signs of bed bugs. The heater chugged to life when I turned it on, pumping out warm air that smelled like dust. The bed creaked when I sat down to take off my boots. My back ached from 10 hours of driving. I could hear the TV from the next room, muffled voices and canned laughter. The rain tapped against the window. I took a quick shower, changed into sweats and a t-shirt, and set my alarm for 6 a.m. The pillow was flat, but I was too tired to care. I remember glancing at the chair before I turned off the lamp. My bags slumped against each other in a heap of nylon and canvas. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. The red numbers on the clock radio were the first thing I saw when my eyes snapped open. At first, I didn't know what had woken me. The TV next door was silent. The rain had stopped. The only sound was the quiet hum of the heater. Then I noticed the chair. My bags were on the floor, not fallen over. They were placed neatly side by side next to the chair legs. But that wasn't what made my skin crawl. The chair looked wrong. The wooden seat was depressed slightly, as if someone was sitting there. The arms had indents where hands might rest. But there was nothing there, just empty air. I lay perfectly still, hardly breathing. The indents in the chair were deep enough that whoever, whatever, was sitting there had to be heavy, adult-sized. The temperature in the room felt about 10 degrees colder than when I'd fallen asleep. My first instinct was to close my eyes and tell myself I was dreaming. But I knew I wasn't. The digital clock numbers were too sharp, the hum of the heater too real. And I could feel the weight of someone else's presence in the room. I tried to think rationally. Maybe the chair cushion was just worn out in that pattern. Maybe I'd moved the bags in my sleep. But I knew that wasn't true. The chair had been solid wood, no cushion, and I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a kid. A car passed on the highway outside, headlights sweeping across the wall. In that brief flash of light, I saw the chair shift slightly, like whatever was sitting in it had adjusted its position. My heart slammed against my ribs. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cold. I wanted to run, but that would mean getting closer to the chair. I wanted to scream, but my throat had closed up tight. The minutes crawled by. I lay there rigid under the covers, eyes fixed on the chair. Sometimes I thought I saw movement, a slight depression in the seat-changing position, the arms of the chair flexing under invisible hands. But it was hard to be sure in the dim light filtering through the thin curtains. At 3:42 a.m., I heard something that made my blood freeze. a soft scraping sound like shoe leather against carpet. It came from the direction of the chair. I watched in horror as indents appeared in the carpet, footprints pressing into the fibers, moving from the chair toward the bed. Slow, deliberate steps. The temperature dropped another few degrees. My body finally unfroze. I exploded out of the bed, scrambling backward until I hit the bathroom door. My hand found the light switch and I slapped it on. Harsh fluorescent light flooded the room. The footprints in the carpet stopped about 3 feet from where I'd been lying. The chair sat empty, but the seat was still slightly depressed. As I watched, the depression slowly lifted, like someone standing up. New footprints appeared in the carpet, moving toward the room's door. They stopped there. The door handle turned with a click. The door opened about 6 inches, then closed again. The handle turned back to its original position. I stood there shaking for what felt like hours, though the clock showed only 10 minutes had passed. Finally, I forced myself to move. I grabbed my bags from the floor, not bothering to change out of my sweats. I shoved my feet into my boots without tying them. The night clerk looked up from his phone when I slammed my key on the counter. "Checking out early?" "Yeah." My voice was hoarse. He shrugged. "No refunds after midnight." "Keep it." I pushed through the office door and practically ran to my truck. The sun was coming up by the time I pulled into a truck stop 50 miles down the highway. I sat in the cafe drinking coffee until my hands stopped shaking enough to hold the cup steady. I've tried to convince myself there are logical explanations. Old chairs can look worn in weird ways. Buildings settle and make strange noises. Tired minds play tricks. But I know what I saw, and I know something was in that chair. I still drive that route when I have to. But I don't stop at the Sunrise Inn anymore. Sometimes when I pass it at night, I look at the windows. Usually they're dark. But once, just once, I saw a light on in room 115. Through the thin curtains, I could make out the silhouette of that chair in the corner, and something was sitting in it. I've spent the week since then thinking about what happened next, about the cold spots I kept finding in my truck for the next 100 miles, about the weird indents that would appear in my passenger seat when I looked over, about the footsteps I heard in my empty trailer during rest stops. But those are different stories. Right now, I just needed to tell someone about that chair, about what happened in room 115 of the Sunrise Inn on a rainy Tuesday night in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. Because I have a delivery to make tomorrow. The route takes me past that motel again. And this time, as I was checking my paperwork, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The delivery address is on the same road as the Sunrise Inn, just 2 miles past it, and it's a furniture store. They're expecting a shipment of wooden chairs. The scratching sound started at 2:17 a.m. I know because I checked my phone the moment I heard it. I'd only been in the house for 3 days, and the renovation crew had left tools and materials scattered everywhere. The basement was just a concrete shell waiting to be finished. I should have known better than to buy a house under renovation, but the price was right, and I needed to move fast after my divorce. I pulled my blanket tighter and tried to ignore it. Probably just rats. The contractor had warned me there might be some until they sealed everything up. But then I heard the voice. "Hello?" It was faint, muffled, coming from below my bedroom floor. "Is anyone there?" I sat up, heart pounding. The voice was distinctly female, young, maybe 20s or 30s. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The bedroom was empty except for my mattress on the floor and some moving boxes. "Hello?" The voice called again. "I need help." My throat went dry. I stood up, my bare feet cold against the hardwood. The renovation crew had pulled up all the carpeting, leaving the floors stripped bare throughout the house. Each step I took echoed slightly. "Is someone down there?" I called out. "Yes, please help." The voice was clearer now, desperate. "I'm trapped." I pulled on my jeans and a t-shirt. The house was cold. The heating system was being replaced and wouldn't be working for another week. My breath made little clouds in the beam of my phone's flashlight as I walked down the hallway to the kitchen. The basement door was in the kitchen, next to where the new refrigerator would eventually go. Right now, there was just an empty space with exposed pipes. I put my hand on the door handle. It was ice cold. "I'm coming down," I called out. "Hold on." The basement stairs were temporary, just wooden planks nailed to supports. The contractor said they'd install proper stairs next week. I tested the first step with my foot. It creaked but held firm. My phone light caught dust motes floating in the air as I made my way down. The basement was huge, running the full length of the house. Plastic sheets hung from the ceiling, dividing it into sections where different work was being done. Stacks of drywall leaned against one wall. Paint cans and tools were scattered around. "Where are you?" I called out. "Over here." The voice came from behind one of the plastic sheets. "Please hurry." I pushed the sheet aside. My light revealed a section of unfinished wall with exposed studs and insulation. Power tools sat on a workbench. A sledgehammer leaned against the wall. "Hello? Behind the wall." The voice was clearer now. "There's a door. They sealed me in." I moved my light along the wall. There, between two studs, I could see the edge of what looked like an old door, painted the same color as the concrete. If I hadn't been looking for it, I would have missed it completely. "I see it," I said. "Hold on, I'll try to open it." I grabbed the edge of the door and pulled. It didn't budge. I could see old hinges painted over multiple times. The door seemed to be sealed shut with paint and age. "Please." The voice was right on the other side now. "I've been here so long." I grabbed the sledgehammer. "Stand back from the door." I swung it at the hinges. The impact sent vibrations up my arms. Again and again, paint chips and rust flew with each hit. Finally, the top hinge broke free. The bottom hinge was tougher. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. My arms ached. But after several more swings, it gave way too. The door fell inward with a crash. My light revealed a small room, maybe 6 feet square. The walls were bare concrete. Empty except for... The door slammed behind me. I spun around. Complete darkness. "No!" I ran to the door and pushed. It didn't move. "Hey, let me out!" Laughter echoed in the tiny space. Not the young female voice from before. This was different, deeper, wrong somehow. "Thank you," the new voice said. "It's been so long since I had company." I pounded on the door. "This isn't funny. Open it." "But you just got here," the voice said. "And I've been so lonely." My phone light flickered. The battery was at 12%. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want?" "Want?" The voice seemed to come from all around me now. "I want what anyone wants after being trapped alone for decades. I want to talk, to share stories, to pass the time until sunrise." "What happens at sunrise?" "The workers come. They'll let you out. Probably." The voice chuckled. "If you survive that long. If you don't go mad first, like the others." I slid down to sit with my back against the door, knees pulled to my chest. The concrete floor was ice cold through my jeans. My phone showed 2:43 a.m., over 4 hours until sunrise. "There weren't any others," I said. "You're lying." "Am I?" "How do you think I learned to imitate voices so well? All those people coming to investigate strange sounds, breaking down the door to help someone in distress. Such good Samaritans. I tried to control my breathing, stay calm, think. The contractors have been working down here for weeks. They would have found this room, found you. They don't hear me. I only speak to those who live here, those who sleep above me night after night. Their dreams seep down through the floorboards, make me stronger." My phone light dimmed further. 8% battery. "You're not real," I said. "This is some kind of trick, or I'm having a mental breakdown from the stress of the divorce and the move." "Oh, I'm very real." The voice was closer now, right next to my ear. "Here, let me prove it." Something cold touched the back of my neck. I jerked away, scrambling to the center of the tiny room. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. "Don't touch me." "But I'm so curious about you," the voice said. "About your fear." Your pain, the loneliness that drove you to buy this house, to live here alone. Stop it. I can taste it on you, the betrayal, the anger, the emptiness inside that keeps you awake at night. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voice continued, now seeming to come from inside my own head. She left you for someone else, didn't she? Someone younger, more successful. She took everything, the house, the friends, the life you built together. Left you with nothing but debt and broken dreams. Shut up, I screamed. Get out of my head. My phone died. Total darkness crashed down. I heard movement in the darkness. Something sliding across concrete. Coming closer. Now we can really talk, the voice said. No more distractions. Just you and me and all those delicious memories. I pressed myself into a corner, trying to make myself as small as possible. The air had grown colder. Each breath burned in my lungs. Please, I whispered. Just let me go. But I'm not holding you here. The door is sealed from the outside. I'm as trapped as you are. A pause. Though I've learned to make the best of it, to feed on the fear and pain of others, it sustains me, keeps me somewhat sane. Something brushed against my leg. I kicked out reflexively but hit nothing but air. What are you? I don't remember anymore. I was something else once, something human, but that was so long ago. Before they sealed me in, before I learned to reach through dreams, to call out with borrowed voices. Time became meaningless in the darkness. Minutes stretched like hours. The voice kept talking, sometimes whispering, sometimes screaming. It pulled memories from my mind, things I'd tried to forget. My ex-wife's face when she told me she was leaving. The day I found her texts to the other man. The night I got drunk and crashed my car. I started talking back eventually, arguing, crying, raging, anything to keep my mind focused, to stay sane. Tell me about the crash, the voice urged. About the guilt you still carry. No. About how you almost died. How part of you wanted to die. Stop it. About how you bought this house because it was as broken as you are. How fitting that you found your way to me. I slammed my head back against the wall, using the pain to ground myself. You're not real. This isn't real. Then how do I know about the pills you keep in your nightstand? The ones you stare at late at night when the silence gets too loud? I lunged forward, swinging wildly in the darkness. Get out of my head! My fist hit concrete. Pain exploded through my hand. I cradled it against my chest, feeling warm blood drip between my fingers. The voice laughed. Yes, feel it. The pain makes you real, makes you alive. I slumped to the floor, cradling my injured hand. Why are you doing this? Because I can, because I must, because the hunger never ends. The voice was everywhere now, filling the tiny room. Because your pain is exquisite. Time passed. I drifted in and out of consciousness. The voice kept talking, but I stopped responding. Focused on my breathing, on the pain in my hand, on staying sane. I thought about my ex-wife, about the life we'd had, the future we'd planned, all gone now. But for the first time, I felt something besides pain when I thought of her, something like acceptance. You're getting boring, the voice complained. Where's that delicious agony from before? I said nothing. Fine. Let's try something else. The temperature dropped suddenly. Ice crystals formed on my skin. The air grew thick, hard to breathe. Are you afraid of dying? The voice whispered. Of freezing in the dark, alone, forgotten? I pulled my knees tighter to my chest, trying to conserve warmth. My teeth chattered. No one will miss you. No one will look for you. The workers will find your body and assume you had an accident. Just another renovation gone wrong. I focused on my breathing. In, out, stay calm. You're not even trying anymore, the voice shrieked. Fight back, scream, beg. No, I managed through chattering teeth. Then freeze, die, join me in this darkness forever. The cold intensified. My fingers and toes went numb, but somehow the fear was gone, replaced by a strange calm. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," I whispered. "Liar. You feed on fear, on pain, on darkness. But I've lived through darkness before. After she left, after the crash, I survived." "Shut up. You can't hurt me more than I've already been hurt. Can't make me more alone than I've already been." The voice screamed, an inhuman sound of rage and frustration. The cold vanished suddenly. Warmth flooded back into my limbs. "You're supposed to break," the voice howled. "They always break." "Not me," I said. "Not anymore." Silence fell, complete and absolute. For a long time, I heard nothing but my own breathing. Then faintly from above, voices, real voices, the renovation crew arriving. "Hello," I shouted. "Down here, help." Footsteps on the stairs, lights piercing the darkness as the door was forced open. Jesus Christ. One of the workers helped me up. "How long have you been down here?" "All night," I said. The door, it closed behind me. They led me upstairs. The morning sun through the kitchen windows was painfully bright. One of the workers wrapped a blanket around my shoulders while another called an ambulance to check my injured hand. "That room shouldn't even exist," the contractor said, shaking his head. "It's not on any of the plans. We'll seal it up properly today." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak about what had happened. They wouldn't believe me anyway. As the paramedics arrived, I heard it one last time. That voice, faint and fading. "Until next time." But I wasn't afraid anymore. Some darkness you survive. Some pain makes you stronger. Some nights of terror lead to dawns of understanding. I would sell the house, of course. Move somewhere else. Start over again. But I would carry with me the knowledge that I had faced something ancient and hungry in that basement room. Something that fed on fear and pain and loneliness. And I had survived. The paramedic wrapped my hand, asking questions about how I'd heard it. I gave simple answers. The truth would stay buried in that basement room, sealed behind concrete and drywall, whispering to the dreams of future owners. But its power over me was broken. The dawn had come, and I was free. My hands won't stop shaking as I review these photos on my camera's LCD screen. I've been sitting in my car for 20 minutes now, parked in my driveway, unable to go inside. The screen's blue glow illuminates my sweating face in the growing darkness. I need to document this while it's fresh, while I can still remember every detail of what happened at that factory. I'm a commercial photographer, real estate mostly, but I do architectural shots too. Yesterday, my friend Mark told me about an abandoned textile factory on the outskirts of town. He knows I sometimes shoot abandoned places for my portfolio. "Perfect for that moody industrial stuff you like," he said. The factory sat at the end of an overgrown access road, about half a mile from the highway. I arrived around 5 p.m., timing it for that golden hour light that photographers chase. The main building was a 3-story red brick structure with rows of tall windows, most of them broken. Vines crawled up the walls. The parking lot had cracked apart, with weeds pushing through the asphalt. I grabbed my camera bag from the trunk, my Canon 5D Mark IV with 3 different lenses. The weight of the bag felt reassuring against my shoulder. I'd done this dozens of times before. Urban exploration photography was nothing new to me. The front entrance was chained shut, but I found a side door hanging off its hinges. The hinges screamed when I pushed it open. My footsteps echoed on the concrete floor as I entered what looked like an old loading dock. The air felt thick with dust and decay. I started shooting right away. The light was perfect. Long shadows stretching across debris-strewn floors, sunbeams cutting through broken windows. I moved methodically through the first floor, documenting the abandoned machinery, the graffiti-covered walls, the way nature was slowly reclaiming the space. The second floor held the main production area. Rows of rusted sewing machines still bolted to long tables, spools of rotting thread, a calendar from 1989 still hanging on one wall. I took dozens of shots, playing with different angles and compositions. That's when I heard the first noise, a metallic clang from somewhere above me. In abandoned buildings, you get used to random sounds, settling foundations, birds in the rafters, wind rattling loose metal. But this sounded deliberate, like someone dropping something heavy. I froze, listening. Nothing but silence followed. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was just the usual abandoned building noises and kept shooting. The third floor was where things started getting strange. The space was mostly empty except for some old office furniture and filing cabinets. The sunset light streamed in through the western windows, casting long orange rays across the dusty floor. I was getting some great shots. I noticed my breathing had gotten faster. The air felt different up here, heavier somehow. The hair on my arms stood up despite the warm evening air. Again, I told myself this was normal. Empty buildings play tricks on your mind. I moved to the windows to shoot the sunset through the broken glass. That's when my camera's battery died. No warning, just suddenly went black. Annoying, but not unusual when shooting in RAW format. I reached into my bag for my spare battery. My hands fumbled with the battery compartment. Why were my fingers trembling? I got the new battery in and powered up the camera. Started reviewing the shots I'd taken so far. That's when I saw it. In a photo of one of the second floor windows, there was a face. Not a clear face, more like a reflection, distorted by the broken glass. But unmistakably human features. Dark eyes. The suggestion of a mouth. I zoomed in on the LCD screen. The face was partially hidden by glare on the glass, but it was there. I hadn't seen anyone when I took that shot. The building had been completely empty. My heart rate picked up. I started flipping through more photos. There it was again. Different window. Same face. And again. And again. The same ghostly reflection appeared in nearly every shot I'd taken that had a window in frame. The face wasn't always in the same position. Sometimes it seemed to be looking directly at the camera. Other times it appeared to be gazing off to the side, but it was the same face. I was sure of it. A loud crash from directly above made me jump. My camera clattered to the floor. This wasn't foundation settling or birds. It sounded like someone had thrown something heavy. I snatched up my camera and ran to the stairwell. My footsteps thundered on the metal stairs as I descended. Another crash, closer this time. I nearly fell as I rounded the landing between the third and second floors. More sounds now, dragging noises, footsteps that weren't mine. They seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. I reached the second floor and sprinted past the rows of sewing machines. The orange sunset light had faded, leaving the space in deep shadows. My chest burned as I ran. Sweat soaked through my shirt. Something moved in my peripheral vision. A dark shape passing between machines. I didn't turn to look, just ran faster. The first floor stairwell felt miles away. My camera bag slammed against my back with each stride. Another crash behind me, followed by the sound of breaking glass. I hit the first floor landing hard, my ankle twisting slightly. Pain shot up my leg, but I kept moving. The exit was just ahead. Pale twilight showed through the broken door. More movement in the shadows. More sounds of footsteps, closer now. The door seemed to stretch further away with each step. I burst through the doorway into the dying daylight, ran full speed across the cracked parking lot toward my car. Only when I reached it did I dare to look back. The factory stood silent. No movement in any of the windows. No sounds except my own ragged breathing and pounding heart. My hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting the car door open. I threw my camera bag in the passenger seat and started the engine. The tires spun on loose gravel as I accelerated down the access road. Now I sit in my driveway, unable to go inside my house, unable to stop staring at these photos. The face is still there in every shot. I've zoomed in, adjusted the exposure, tried to convince myself it's just a trick of light and shadow. But I know what I saw. And the face seems clearer now than it did before. More detailed. In some shots, I swear I can see it smiling. My phone buzzes. A text from Mark. Hey, how'd the factory shots turn out? I don't respond. Instead, I open my email and start attaching photos. I need to document this. Need someone else to see what I'm seeing. My fingers shake as I type. Mark, look at the windows in these photos. Tell me I'm not crazy. Tell me you see it too. I hit send and wait. 5 minutes pass. 10. My phone buzzes again. Mark's response. What photos? The attachments are all blank. I check my email. The photos sent successfully. I can see them right there in the sent folder. But when I open them, Mark is right. Every single image is completely black. My hands fumble with my camera again. Heart pounding, I check the memory card. All the photos from today are gone. The card is empty. But I know what I saw. I remember every detail, every angle of that face in the broken windows. And now, as darkness falls completely, I can't shake the feeling that if I look up at my own windows, I might see that face looking back at me. I've been sitting in this car for almost an hour now. My house is dark. I always leave a light on, but not today. The windows are black rectangles against the pale siding. Something moves behind one of those windows. Just a shadow, there and gone. My chest tightens. Sweat rolls down my back despite the cool evening air. I start the car again. I can't stay here. Can't go inside. Not with those windows. Not with what might be watching from behind them. The engine roars as I back out of the driveway. I don't know where I'm going. A hotel, maybe. Somewhere with no windows. Somewhere I can think and try to make sense of what happened today. But even as I drive away, I keep checking my rearview mirror, because I know that face is out there somewhere, and I can't shake the feeling that it's not done with me yet. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Mark. Just drove by that factory. Weird. Could have sworn it burned down years ago. Nothing there now but an empty lot. I almost run a red light as I read his words. My hands grip the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turn white, because I know what I saw today. I was there. I took those photos. Didn't I? The traffic light turns green. I accelerate through the intersection, heading for the highway. In my side mirror, a familiar shape catches my eye, just for a second in the reflection of my car window. A face. I keep driving. The night grows darker, and somewhere behind me, in every window and every reflection, that face watches, waiting. I don't think I'll be taking any more photos for a while. And I definitely won't be looking too closely at windows after dark. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder about that face, about who or what it belonged to. And I wonder if anyone else has seen it, if anyone else has photos they can't explain, memories they can't trust, and a lingering fear of reflections in broken glass. I wonder if they're out there somewhere like me, avoiding windows and deleting photos without looking at them, running from something they can't explain and can't forget. And I wonder if that face is watching them too. I wasn't supposed to be working that night at the Fleming Historical Museum. My coworker Mark had called in sick and I needed the extra hours. Money's been tight since Sarah left, taking half of everything with her. So there I was, doing the night shift alone in a building full of dead people's stuff. The pay was decent and usually nothing happened except dust settling on glass cases filled with Civil War uniforms and Native American arrowheads. That changed 3 weeks ago. I remember the exact moment things got weird. I was doing my 11 p.m. walkthrough, checking the locks on the second floor when I heard it. The distinct click of a door unlocking somewhere down the hall. Not the electronic beep of our security system, but the mechanical sound of an old lock turning. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I walked toward the sound. The Victorian exhibit wing was supposed to be locked up tight. I'd checked it myself an hour ago. But now the heavy wooden door stood open about 3 inches, letting out a draft of cold air that shouldn't have been there. The climate control keeps every room at exactly 70 degrees. I pushed the door open, my boots squeaking against the polished floor. Hello? Security. My voice echoed off the glass cases displaying fancy dresses and jewelry from the 1800s. No answer. The motion sensors hadn't gone off, and the security cameras showed nothing on my last monitor check. Still, protocol said I had to investigate. I did a sweep of the room, checking behind every display case and in all the corners. Nothing out of place. No broken windows. No sign of entry. I locked the door again, testing the handle twice to make sure it caught. Must have been a faulty lock. I'd submit a maintenance request in the morning. But then it happened again the next night. And the next. Always around the same time. Always that same mechanical click. Always the Victorian wing. I started taking detailed notes, documenting every incident. The museum director just shrugged it off when I mentioned it. Old buildings make noise, she said. The temperature changes at night. Things settle. That explanation worked fine until last Tuesday when I saw the shadow. I was sitting at the security desk watching the monitors and filling out paperwork. Movement caught my eye on camera 3, a dark shape passing quickly between the Native American pottery displays. By the time I looked up at the actual hallway through the glass partition, it was gone. I rewound the footage. Nothing showed up on the recording. The camera hadn't caught whatever I'd seen. The next night, I brought a personal camera from home. High-end model with night vision capability. I set it up facing the spot where I'd seen the shadow, then went about my rounds. When I checked the footage later, the screen showed nothing but static during the exact 2 minutes when I thought I'd seen something move past the lens. That's when the whispers started. At first, they were so quiet I thought I was imagining things. Just the edge of sound, like someone exhaling from very far away. But they got clearer over the next few nights. Started to form words. James. My name. Whispered in the dark. I was in the basement storage area when I first heard it clearly, cataloging some new acquisitions. The voice came from right behind me. Soft, but distinct. Female, I think. Young. I spun around so fast I knocked over a box of pottery fragments. Nobody there. Just rows of metal shelves disappearing into the shadows. This is private property, I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. If someone's here, you need to leave now. The only response was the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I've been working security for 15 years, done night shifts at warehouses, office buildings, construction sites. I'm not the jumpy type, but something about hearing my name whispered in that basement made the hair on my arm stand up. I started bringing coffee from home instead of using the break room machine in the basement. Took the stairs instead of the service elevator. Small changes to avoid being alone in the darker parts of the building. But the whispers followed me. They got more frequent, more insistent, sometimes right next to my ear as I was locking up for the night, sometimes echoing down empty hallways ahead of me. Always my name, always in that same young female voice. I tried to rationalize it. Old ventilation system making weird noises. My mind playing tricks after too many long nights alone. But then the photos started appearing. The first one was face down on my desk when I came back from rounds last Friday. Black and white, yellowed with age. It showed a young woman in a Victorian dress standing in front of the museum. The building looked newer in the photo, but it was definitely the same place. She was smiling directly at the camera, one hand raised in a wave. I flipped it over. Written on the back in faded ink. Elizabeth Fleming, 1872. Fleming, the museum's namesake. I'd seen her portrait hanging in the main hall 100 times, but something about this casual photo felt more real, more immediate. I locked the photo in my desk drawer. Didn't mention it to anyone. What would I say? That a 150-year-old photograph materialized on my desk? The next night, another photo appeared, this time on top of the filing cabinet. Same woman, different pose. She was inside the museum now, standing next to a display case that's still there today. Still smiling. Back of the photo, Lizzie with Father's Collections, 1873. I started researching during my off hours. Elizabeth Fleming was the daughter of the museum's founder, Joseph Fleming. She helped catalog and arrange the original exhibits. Died young, typhoid fever at 22. The museum opened to the public a year after her death. More photos kept appearing, one or two each night, always in places I'd just checked minutes before, always showing Elizabeth in and around the museum. The dates on the backs got closer and closer to her death. The whispers got louder too, started forming more words beyond just my name. James, help, find it. I heard that clearly 2 nights ago while doing my midnight rounds. The voice seemed to be coming from the Victorian wing. When I went to investigate, I found another photo waiting on one of the display cases. This one showed Elizabeth standing next to a large wooden cabinet with glass doors. She wasn't smiling this time. Her expression was serious, almost worried. The back of the photo read, "Father's Special Collection, 1874." Dated just 2 months before she died. I recognized that cabinet. It's still in the Victorian wing, though it's empty now. Just decorative. But in the photo, it was filled with what looked like books and small boxes. Last night, things escalated. I was in the security office when the power went out. All the monitors went dark at once. Emergency lights kicked in, bathing everything in dim red light. That's when I heard it. Not just a whisper this time, but a clear voice right next to me. "James, please, you have to find it." I nearly fell out of my chair. The voice was so close I could feel the cold air that came with it. "Find what?" I asked, my heart pounding. "What are you looking for?" "The journal, in the cabinet. He hid it after I..." The voice faded. The power came back on a few seconds later, monitors flickering to life. Another photo was on my desk. The last one I'd find I somehow knew. It showed Elizabeth lying in a bed, pale and thin, obviously sick. The date on the back was 3 days before her death. I'm sitting in the security office now, writing this all down while I wait for midnight. That's when the Victorian wing door always unlocks. But tonight, I'm going to be ready. I've got my flashlight, my camera, and a crowbar from maintenance. There's something hidden in that old cabinet, something Elizabeth needs me to find. Her father's special collection. What was in those books and boxes? What was so important that her spirit has been waiting 150 years for someone to discover it? The clock just struck midnight. I heard the click of the door down the hall. Time to find out what Elizabeth Fleming wants me to know. I grab my equipment and head toward the Victorian wing. The emergency lights cast long shadows that seem to move on their own. The temperature drops noticeably as I approach the door. It's already standing open, waiting for me. The cabinet looks exactly like it did in Elizabeth's photo, though the glass is clouded with age now. My hands shake slightly as I wedge the crowbar into the seam where the doors meet. The lock is old, probably original. It takes 3 hard pulls before it gives way with a crack. The inside of the cabinet smells like old wood and dust. My flashlight beam shows empty shelves, just like always. But when I run my hand along the back panel, I feel it. A slight gap at the bottom. A false back. The panel comes loose easily, revealing a space behind it. Something is wrapped in yellowed cloth. I pull it out carefully. It's a leather-bound book. A journal by the look of it. As soon as my fingers touch it, the temperature in the room plummets. My breath comes out in white clouds. "Thank you," Elizabeth's voice right beside me, clearer than ever. I open the journal with trembling fingers. The first page has elegant handwriting, dated 1874. "My dearest Elizabeth, if you are reading this, then I have failed to protect you. The truth about the artifacts, what they really are, where they came from, it was too dangerous. I thought I could control it. Contain it. I was wrong. Your illness was no natural fever. It was my fault, all of it. This journal contains everything I know about the collection. Be careful who you trust with this knowledge. Some truths are better left buried. Father." The rest of the journal is filled with detailed notes, diagrams, and what look like incantations. Joseph Fleming wasn't just a collector of historical artifacts. He was collecting something else. Something dark. A cold hand touches my shoulder. I spin around, but there's nothing there. The journal feels heavy in my hands, like it's pulling me down. "Destroy it," Elizabeth's voice is urgent now. But, please, it killed me. It will kill others. Destroy it now. I take out my lighter, against museum policy to carry one. But old habits die hard. The journal catches quickly. Blue flames eat through the pages and I smell something that isn't just burning paper, something metallic and wrong. The temperature begins to rise as the journal burns. When the last page turns to ash, I feel it. A release, like a deep breath being let out. Thank you, James. Elizabeth's voice is fading now, growing distant. Wait, I call out. What was in the collection? What was your father dealing with? But she's gone. I can feel it. The air is normal again, no more cold spots. The whispers are silent. I clean up the ashes and put the false panel back in place. Close the cabinet doors as best I can with the broken lock. I'll tell maintenance I found it like that during rounds. The rest of my shift passes quietly. No more whispers, no more shadows, no more mysterious photos. But I keep thinking about that journal, about what Joseph Fleming was collecting, about what really killed Elizabeth. Some truths are better left buried, he wrote. Maybe he was right. I've put in my 2 weeks' notice. The museum director was disappointed but understood. Night security work isn't for everyone, she said. If she only knew. I still have all those photos of Elizabeth. They're in a box under my bed. Sometimes I take them out and look at her smile, her wave frozen in time. I wonder if she's finally at peace, now that her father's secrets are destroyed. But sometimes late at night in my apartment, I swear I can still hear whispers. Not Elizabeth's voice anymore. Something else. Something deeper. And I wonder, did we really destroy all the secrets? Or are there more things hidden in that museum waiting to be found? I'm not staying to find out. Let someone else work the night shift. Some mysteries should stay mysteries. I wasn't supposed to be here. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced the hallway of my childhood home at 2 a.m., listening to the sound of my brother's breathing machine through his partially open bedroom door. But Mom needed a break, and I was the only one who could help. Mark's condition had gotten worse over the past year. The doctors called it rapid onset neurodegeneration, but that was just a fancy way of saying my 32-year-old brother was slowly losing control of his body, and no one knew why. I checked my phone. 2:07 a.m. The harsh blue light made me squint in the darkness. 5 more hours until the morning nurse arrived. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors as I walked to the kitchen. The house felt different at night. Bigger, emptier. The suburban silence pressed against the windows like a physical thing. The coffee maker gurgled as I started another pot. I needed to stay awake. Mark sometimes had episodes where his breathing would get irregular, and someone needed to be alert enough to adjust his BiPAP machine if necessary. I leaned against the counter, rubbing my eyes. That's when I heard it. Hey. Mark's voice, clear as day, coming from the backyard. I froze. My hand was still pressed against my face, and I could feel my pulse quicken under my fingers. That was impossible. Mark hadn't been able to speak above a whisper for months, and he definitely couldn't walk. Come here. I need help. The voice came again, stronger this time. My throat went dry. I walked to the kitchen window and looked out into the darkness. The motion sensor light hadn't triggered, which meant nothing was moving out there. The yard was empty, just Mom's garden and Dad's old tool shed, exactly as they'd always been. Mark? I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. Just crickets and the distant hum of the neighbor's air conditioning unit. I practically ran to Mark's room, my sock-covered feet sliding on the hardwood. The door creaked as I pushed it open wider. Mark was exactly where he should be, lying in his medical bed, the BiPAP mask secured over his face, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The machine's digital display showed normal readings. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness as I walked through the house, checking every room. Living room, empty. Dad's old office, nothing but dusty furniture. Guest bathroom, just the dripping faucet Mom kept meaning to fix. Back in the kitchen, I poured my coffee with unsteady hands, spilling some on the counter. I was tired. That was it. I'd been awake for nearly 20 hours, and my brain was playing tricks on me. I took a long sip of coffee, the bitter liquid burning my tongue. "I'm in here now." Mark's voice again, this time from the hallway behind me. The coffee mug slipped from my fingers and shattered on the floor. Coffee splashed across my legs, but I barely felt it. Because that voice, it wasn't just similar to Mark's. It was exactly his voice, down to the slight Massachusetts accent he'd picked up during college, the way he used to sound before the disease. "This isn't funny," I said to the empty hallway, my voice cracking. "Who's there?" Silence. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter, the big one Mom used for chopping vegetables. My palms were sweating as I gripped the handle. The logical part of my brain knew this had to be some kind of prank, but logic wasn't exactly in control at the moment. The hallway stretched out before me, dark except for the pale blue nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. I took a step forward, and the floorboard creaked under my weight. The sound seemed to echo through the entire house. "Check the closet." The voice was closer now, just around the corner near the front door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached for the hall light switch with my free hand, but nothing happened when I flipped it. The bulb must have burned out. I edged forward, keeping my back to the wall. The knife felt useless in my sweaty grip. I reached the corner and took a deep breath, then quickly looked around it. Empty. The front door was still locked, deadbolt engaged. No one could have gotten in that way. I checked the coat closet. Nothing but winter jackets and old shoes. A loud thump came from upstairs, directly above me. My whole body went rigid. There shouldn't be anyone up there. I hadn't been to the second floor all night. There was no reason to. Mark's room was on the first floor now, converted from Dad's old office after he got sick. Another thump, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps crossing the upstairs hallway. I retreated to Mark's room, my breathing rapid and shallow. He was still asleep, undisturbed by whatever was happening. I closed his door as quietly as possible and pulled out my phone with trembling fingers. Who could I call? The police? And tell them what? That I was hearing my disabled brother's voice coming from impossible places? That someone might be upstairs even though all the doors and windows were locked? More footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate. They stopped directly above Mark's room. I pressed myself against the wall next to the door, knife raised. Sweat ran down my back, soaking through my t-shirt. The house's central air kicked on, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Look at him," Mark's voice said, now right outside the bedroom door. "Look how peaceful he is." My breath caught in my throat. The door handle started to turn, slow and precise. I raised the knife higher, my muscles tensed to strike. The door swung open. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. I stayed frozen in place, waiting. The only sounds were the whir of Mark's breathing machine and my own ragged breathing. Then I heard it. A wet, dragging sound coming from the hallway. Like something heavy being pulled across the floor. It was getting closer. I wanted to run, but I couldn't leave Mark. Whatever was out there, I had to protect him. The dragging sound stopped just outside the doorway. "Do you want to see what I really look like?" The voice was different now, still Mark's but distorted, like it was coming from underwater. I saw something move in the darkness of the hallway. A shape, darker than the surrounding shadows, began to rise up. It was tall, too tall, stretching up toward the ceiling. I caught a glimpse of something that might have been a face, but it was wrong. The proportions were all wrong. The scream that had been building in my throat finally broke free. I lunged forward with the knife, slashing at the shape. My blade met empty air, and I stumbled into the hallway. The shape was gone. The hallway was empty again. I slammed the bedroom door shut and locked it, then dragged Mark's heavy dresser in front of it. The wood scraped loudly against the floor, but I didn't care. I just needed to keep whatever that thing was away from us. My phone showed 2:43 a.m. 4 more hours until the nurse arrived. I sat on the floor next to Mark's bed, knife clutched to my chest, and waited. The voice called out several more times that night, from different parts of the house. Sometimes it sounded like Mark, sometimes like a twisted version of him. I heard more footsteps, more dragging sounds, but whatever it was, it couldn't get through the barricaded door. When the nurse arrived at 7 a.m., she found me still sitting there, the knife lying next to me on the floor. She asked why the dresser was moved, why there was broken glass and dried coffee in the kitchen. I told her I'd had a rough night. What else could I say? Mark slept through it all, peaceful and unaware. When he woke up, his condition was the same as always, barely able to move, barely able to speak. I called Mom later that morning and told her I couldn't watch Mark anymore. I made up an excuse about work getting too busy. She was disappointed but understood. I felt guilty, but I couldn't go back to that house. Because I know what I heard that night, what I saw. And I know that something is in there with Mark. Something that wears his voice like a mask, something that's just waiting for another chance to show itself. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in my apartment, my phone rings. The caller ID shows Mark's number. I never answer it. Because I know Mark can't dial a phone anymore, and I know it isn't really him calling. I heard the knocking at 3 a.m. Not gentle tapping, but desperate pounding that made my front door shake. I was alone in my house, sitting in my living room, trying to read a book while the rain hammered against the windows. The storm had been going for hours, sheets of water running down the glass panes, making everything outside look warped and distorted. The pounding came again, harder this desperate. 3 loud strikes that made me jump in my chair. My heart started racing immediately. Nobody should be out at this hour, especially not in weather like this. I put my book down and stood up slowly. The hardwood floor creaked under my feet as I moved toward the window. The streetlight outside cast a weak yellow glow through the rain, barely illuminating my front yard. Water pooled in the grass and flowed down my driveway in streams. Another series of pounds on the door. "Please, let me in. I need help." A man's voice, raw and frightened. I pulled back the living room curtain just enough to peek out. There was someone standing in the middle of the street. A man, I thought at first. He wore what looked like a dark suit, completely drenched. His hair was plastered to his head. Even from here I could see he was shivering. "Please," he called out again. "My car broke down. I just need to use your phone." My hand went to my pocket, feeling my cell phone there. Something felt wrong. The timing, the situation, none of it made sense. Who would be out driving at 3 a.m. in this weather? And why was he standing in the middle of the street instead of on my porch where he'd been knocking? I glanced at the grandfather clock in my living room to confirm the time. 3:02 a.m. The pendulum swung back and forth with its usual steady rhythm, each tick seeming louder than normal in the quiet house. When I looked back out the window, my blood went cold. The figure in the street had changed. It was still roughly man-shaped, but wrong somehow. The proportions weren't right. The arms too long, the torso too thin. And its face? There was no face. Just smooth, blank darkness where features should be. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This couldn't be real. I was tired. The rain was playing tricks with my vision. That had to be it. The pounding came again, but this time from the back door. I spun around, nearly tripping over my own feet. The kitchen was dark except for the dim light spilling in from the living room. Bang, bang, bang. The front door this time, then immediately after, 3 more pounds on the back door. It was impossible for anyone to move that fast between the doors. I ran to the kitchen and flipped on every light switch I could reach. The fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, harsh white light flooding the room. Through the small window above the sink, I saw something move in my backyard, a dark shape ducking out of view. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone. I tried to dial 911, but my fingers kept hitting wrong numbers. I had to delete and start over 3 times. More pounding now from all around the house. Every door, every window, all at once. The noise was deafening. The walls seemed to vibrate with each impact. Finally, the call connected. 911, what's your emergency? There's something trying to get into my house, I said, my voice cracking. 3487 Oak Street, please hurry. Sir, can you describe the intruder? Another series of pounds made me jump. I don't know. It looked like a man at first, but now, I swallowed hard. Now it's not. It has no face. Please, just send someone. Units are on their way, the dispatcher said. Stay on the line with me. Are all your doors and windows locked? I did a quick mental inventory. Yes, they're all locked. I always check before. The power went out. Every light in the house died at once, plunging me into total darkness. Even the streetlights outside were gone. My phone's screen provided the only illumination. Sir, are you still there? The power's out, I whispered. The whole street is dark. The pounding stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise had been. Rain continued to fall outside, but otherwise there was nothing. No cars, no wind, no distant sirens. Then I heard it, a wet sliding sound coming from the living room, like something damp being dragged across the floor. Someone's inside, I breathed into the phone. Oh God, something's inside my house. I backed into a corner of the kitchen, trying to make myself as small as possible. The sliding sound grew closer. In the weak light from my phone screen, I saw something dark move past the kitchen doorway. It was low to the ground, like someone crawling, but the movement was all wrong. Too fluid, too smooth. Units are 4 minutes out, the dispatcher said. Her voice sounded very far away. Can you get to a room with a locked door? The basement, I whispered. I have to go. Please hurry. I ended the call and switched to my phone's flashlight. The bright beam cut through the darkness, but I almost wished I hadn't turned it on. Because now I could see the wet trails on my floor. Long, dark streaks leading from the living room to the kitchen. They glistened in the light, but the liquid wasn't clear like rainwater. It was thick and dark, almost black. Moving as quietly as I could, I crept toward the basement door. Each step felt like it took an eternity. The floor creaked under my weight, and I froze every time, listening for movement. I reached the door and carefully turned the handle. The hinges squeaked slightly as I pulled it open. The basement stairs descended into absolute darkness. Something moved behind me. I whirled around, sweeping the flashlight beam across the kitchen. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something tall and thin ducking behind the refrigerator. Its skin was pale gray and seemed to glisten with moisture. Those impossibly long arms trailed on the ground. I didn't think. I ran down the basement stairs, taking them 2 at a time, nearly falling in my panic. I slammed the door behind me and threw the deadbolt. My father had installed it years ago, joking about needing a secure place for his wine collection. I'd never been more grateful for anything in my life. The basement was cold and damp. Metal shelves lined the walls, stocked with canned goods and emergency supplies. My flashlight beam bounced off mason jars and created strange shadows. The washing machine and dryer sat in one corner, silent and dark. I backed away from the stairs until I hit the far wall, then slid down to sit on the concrete floor. My whole body was shaking. Sweat ran down my face despite the cold. Something scratched at the basement door. Light, delicate sounds like fingernails dragging across wood. Then a thump, as if something heavy had leaned against it. Please, a voice called down. It sounded almost like the man from earlier, but distorted somehow, like a bad recording. I just need help. Let me in. I pressed my hands over my ears, but I could still hear it. The voice changed, becoming higher, then lower, cycling through different tones like it was trying to find the right one. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. The words began to run together, becoming a rhythmic chant. Other voices joined in, some deep, some high, some barely human at all. They seemed to come from all around me, not just from upstairs. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my hands harder against my ears. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. A new sound cut through the voices, sirens, growing louder. Relief flooded through me. Help was coming. The chanting stopped. I heard rapid movement upstairs like something large scrambling across the floor. Then nothing. I kept my eyes closed and didn't move, even when I heard car doors slamming outside and voices calling out. Even when heavy footsteps moved through the house above me. Only when someone pounded on the basement door and shouted, "Police! Anyone down there?" did I finally lower my hands. "Yes!" I called back, my voice hoarse. "Yes, I'm here. The door's locked." "Are you injured?" "No, I'm okay. Just give me a minute to unlock it." My legs felt weak as I stood up. I had to brace myself against the wall to stay upright. When I finally made it to the stairs and opened the door, I found 2 police officers with flashlights drawn. More lights moved around upstairs and I could hear radio chatter. "Sir, can you tell us what happened?" one of the officers asked as they helped me up the stairs. I tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come out right. How could I describe what I'd seen? They'd think I was crazy or drunk or high. Then I saw the trails on the floor. Dark streaks leading from the living room to the kitchen, exactly where I'd seen them before. In the beam of a police flashlight, they looked almost purple. "What is that?" I heard one officer ask another. "No idea. Forensics is on the way." They led me outside. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from the trees and gutters. More police cars had arrived, their lights painting the street in alternating red and blue. Neighbors had come out to see what was happening, standing in small groups on their porches and lawns. An officer wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and sat me down in the back of an ambulance. As a paramedic checked my vital signs, I looked up at my house. All the windows were dark except one, my bedroom window on the second floor. And for just a moment, I thought I saw something move behind the glass. Something tall and thin, with arms that reached almost to the floor. But when I blinked, it was gone. They never found any evidence of forced entry. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. The strange trails on the floor turned out to be water mixed with some kind of oil, but they couldn't identify what kind. The power outage affected only my house. A blown fuse in the electrical panel, they said. I sold the house a month later. I couldn't stay there. Couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the dark corners and empty rooms. The new owners gutted the place and renovated it completely. Sometimes I drive by, just to see it. It looks different now, brighter somehow. But I never drive by at night. And if I'm ever out late and it starts to rain, I go straight home and lock every door and window. Because I know what's out there in the darkness. I know what waits in the rain, wearing faces that aren't quite right, calling out in voices that aren't quite human. And sometimes, on stormy nights when I'm lying in bed, I hear knocking. Not at my door, but inside my walls. Soft at first, then louder, more insistent. And a voice, distorted and strange, asking to be let in. I just pull my blankets tighter and wait for morning. Because I know now, some doors should never be opened. Some help should never be given. And nothing good ever comes knocking at 3 a.m. The security footage from last Tuesday night showed something that wasn't supposed to be there. I've watched the grainy black and white video 20 times now, and my hands won't stop shaking. The shape moves like a person, but it's not solid. It drifts through the tables in my bar like smoke, and I can see the neon beer signs right through it. I should start at the beginning. 3 weeks ago when things first got weird. I've been running O'Malley's bar for 6 years now. Took over from my uncle after he retired to Florida. It's nothing special, just your typical neighborhood joint in South Boston. Dark wood, brass fixtures, the smell of stale beer that never quite goes away no matter how much you clean. I know every creak in the floorboards, every scratch on the bar top, every regular who comes through those doors. The first thing I noticed was the Budweiser tap. I was doing inventory on a slow Monday afternoon when it started pouring on its own. Not just a dribble, a full stream of beer straight into the drain tray. I checked the mechanism thinking maybe it was stuck. but everything looked fine. When I touched the handle, it stopped. I chalked it up to old equipment and made a note to have the draft system serviced. But then it happened again 2 days later, and again the next week. Always the same tap. Always when no one was near it. The repair guy found nothing wrong with the system. Then the jukebox started acting up. We've got one of those digital touch tunes machines connected to the internet. Sometimes in the middle of normal songs, the audio would distort. Not like normal static or interference, more like someone whispering through the music. Words I couldn't quite make out. Once during closing time, it started playing The Parting Glass, an old Irish funeral song, even though no one had selected it. When I checked the play history, there was no record of the song. My bartender Maria quit after a glass flew off the shelf and shattered against the wall right next to her head. She'd worked here for 3 years, wasn't the jumpy type, but she said she'd felt something brush past her, cold as ice, right before the glass moved. I hired a new guy named Pete to replace her. He lasted 4 days before quitting. Said he kept hearing someone calling his name from the storage room when he was alone in the bar. The final straw was when all the bottles on the top shelf started rattling at once, like there was an earthquake. Except nothing else in the bar was moving. I started staying later after closing, watching and listening. The bar feels different at night when it's empty. Every sound echoes. The ice machine's mechanical groans sound like breathing. The neon signs cast weird shadows that move when you're not looking directly at them. Last Tuesday, I decided to review the security footage from the past few weeks. We've got 4 cameras, one behind the bar, one covering the main seating area, one watching the entrance, and one in the storage room. I went through the tapes methodically, looking for anything unusual. At first, I just saw the things I already knew about. The self-pouring tap, the flying glass, the rattling bottles. But then I noticed something in the background of several clips. A distortion in the image, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. It moved with purpose, drifting between tables, lingering near customers. In one clip, it hovered next to a guy at the bar for almost 10 minutes. The guy kept rubbing his arms like he was cold, even though it was 75 degrees in the bar. The footage from 3 a.m. last Tuesday is what really got to me. The bar was closed, lights off except for the exit signs and neon beer logos. The cameras have night vision, so everything appears in shades of gray. I was about to fast forward when I saw it. A human shape, translucent but clearly visible, walking through the main room. It moved like it was floating an inch above the floor. The edges of the figure were blurry, but I could make out the basic form: head, shoulders, arms, legs. It stopped at the bar and seemed to sit on one of the stools. For 20 minutes, it just sat there. Then it turned its head toward the camera. I swear I could see eyes. I've watched that clip over and over. There's no way it's a trick of the light or a camera malfunction. The other cameras caught it too, from different angles. Whatever it is, it's real. The next night, I set up additional cameras and left digital voice recorders running in different parts of the bar. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing, didn't want people thinking I was crazy. Though maybe I am crazy. Would be easier if I was. The new footage showed more activity. The figure appeared again, this time moving behind the bar. It went through the motions of pulling beers and mixing drinks, but its hands passed right through everything it tried to touch. On one recorder, I picked up what sounds like someone humming an old tune, the same song the jukebox had played that night, The Parting Glass. I started researching the building's history. City records show the bar has been here since 1947, though it's had different names over the years. 3 people have died here, 2 heart attacks and 1 guy who choked on a chicken wing in '82. But the ghost, if that's what it is, doesn't match their descriptions. I asked some of the older regulars if they remembered anything strange happening over the years. Most just laughed it off. But Tom Murphy, who's been drinking here since the '60s, got real quiet when I mentioned it. He said his father used to tell stories about a bartender who worked here in the early days. Guy named Michael Donovan. Supposedly he lived in the apartment upstairs and was completely devoted to the bar. Never married, barely took time off. One morning in 1956, they found him dead behind the bar. Heart attack. He was only 42. I found an old photo of the bar from 1955 in the Boston Herald archives. There's Donovan standing behind the bar, tall and thin with dark hair. The image is grainy, but something about his posture, the way he's standing, it matches the figure I've been seeing on the security footage. The activity has been increasing. Last night, every bottle in the well started pouring at once, spraying liquor everywhere. The jukebox played nothing but Irish songs for an hour straight, no matter what customers selected. The temperature behind the bar dropped so low I could see my breath. I'm writing this all down because I need to decide what to do. I could sell the bar, walk away. But something tells me Donovan wouldn't like that. This place was his life, and apparently still is, even after death. Maybe he's not trying to scare people away. Maybe he's just trying to keep doing the job he loved. So I'm going to try something tonight. After closing, I'm going to set up a shot of Jameson. I heard that was his favorite, and just talk to him. Tell him I understand wanting to take care of the place, but he's scaring away my staff and customers. See if we can work something out. I've got the cameras rolling and my phone set to record. If anything happens, at least I'll have proof I'm not losing my mind. Update, 3:47 a.m. I did it. I set up the shot and started talking, feeling like an idiot at first. For 20 minutes, nothing happened. Then the temperature dropped. The shot glass slid across the bar on its own and tipped over, empty. The jukebox clicked on, playing The Parting Glass again, but this time without any distortion. The security camera footage shows the figure appearing beside me at the bar, clear as I've ever seen it. It raised its own ghostly shot glass in a toasting gesture. I couldn't see this in person, only on the footage afterward, but I felt something pat my shoulder, a cold, light touch that made my skin tingle. Since then, things have calmed down. The taps don't pour on their own anymore. The jukebox works normally. Sometimes early in the morning, I catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a tall, thin shape moving behind the bar. But it doesn't feel threatening. More like protective, watchful. I've hired new staff. I tell them up front about our resident spirit. Some don't believe me. Some do, especially after they've worked a few late shifts. But no one's quit. I think Donovan's learned to coexist with us. He still does his rounds after closing, checking the doors and taps. Sometimes a glass will move a few inches, or the jukebox will play an old Irish song. But that's it. Last week, I framed that 1955 photo and hung it behind the bar. The regulars get a kick out of it, especially when I tell them Donovan's still around, making sure his bar is run right. Some even leave a shot out for him before they leave. I've learned to listen for him. The soft footsteps on quiet nights, the humming of old songs, the gentle clinking of glasses being straightened when no one's behind the bar. It's become part of the rhythm of the place, like the creak of the floorboards and the hum of the neon signs. This afternoon I was doing inventory, just like that first day when the tap started pouring on its own. I felt the familiar cold spot pass by me, and I swear I heard a voice, just barely a whisper. Looking low on Jameson. I checked. We were. I guess every bar needs a good manager. Some are just more permanent than others. The security cameras are still running. Sometimes I review the footage, watching our ghostly bartender make his rounds. He moves with purpose, checking the tables, straightening chairs no one can see him touch, standing guard over the place he loved so much in life that he couldn't leave it in death. I've stopped trying to explain it. Some things don't need explaining. Sometimes you just need to pour 2 shots at closing time, one for you and one for the bartender who never really clocked out. They say bars have personalities, shaped by years of laughter, tears, celebrations, and sorrows soaked into their walls. O'Malley's has more personality than most, and as long as Michael Donovan wants to help me run it, I'm happy to have him on staff. Just don't ask him for a Cosmo. He may be dead, but he still has standards. The first thing I noticed when I pulled up to my uncle's house was the smell. Not the musty, abandoned house smell you'd expect after 2 years empty. This was sharper, like wet concrete and old pennies. I sat in my car for a full minute, staring at the peeling white paint and sagging gutters. The lawyer's words kept running through my head. Just clean it up enough to sell. Should take a week, maybe 2. Yeah, right. I hadn't seen Uncle Marcus in 5 years before he died. No one had. He turned into a recluse after Aunt Sarah passed, holing up in this old Victorian on the outskirts of town. Now it was mine, along with whatever mess he'd left inside. The inheritance had come with strings. I had to prep it for sale myself or forfeit the property. Some kind of final lesson from beyond the grave, I guess. Classic Uncle Marcus. The key stuck in the front door. I had to throw my shoulder into it to get it open. Inside, the air was thick and stale. Dust particles danced in the afternoon light streaming through grimy windows. The furniture was all covered in yellowed sheets, like sad ghosts frozen in time. Empty coffee cups sat on every surface, some still with dried brown rings inside. A stack of newspapers by the couch had dates from 2022. I spent that first day opening windows and throwing out obvious trash. The kitchen was the worst. The fridge contents had liquefied into something that made me gag. But I made progress. By sunset, I had filled 6 contractor bags and could actually see most of the countertops. That's when I first noticed the attic door at the end of the upstairs hallway. Something about it made my skin crawl. I told myself I was being stupid. It was just a door. But every time I walked past, my heart would speed up and my palms would get sweaty. I found myself taking the long way around just to avoid that hallway. I slept on the couch that first night. The bedroom still needed too much work, and honestly, I didn't want to sleep up there, not with that attic door looming at the end of the hall. Around 3 a.m., I jolted awake. The house was completely silent, but I could have sworn I heard footsteps overhead. When I finally fell back asleep, I dreamed of that door. The next few days fell into a routine. I'd work from morning till night, clearing out rooms, scrubbing walls, fixing what I could. The place was slowly starting to look habitable, but I still hadn't touched the attic. Every morning I'd tell myself, today's the day, and every evening I'd find another reason to put it off. The weird thing was, I couldn't even explain why it bothered me so much. It was just a feeling, a deep, primal certainty that something was wrong up there. On day 5, I ran out of excuses. The rest of the house was mostly done, and I couldn't ignore the attic anymore. I stood at the bottom of the hallway that morning, coffee cup clutched in my shaking hand, staring at that door. It was just a normal door. Old white paint, brass knob, slightly warped frame. But my chest felt tight just looking at it. I forced myself to walk down the hall. Each step felt like moving through mud. The closer I got, the harder my heart pounded. By the time I reached the door, I was breathing like I'd run a marathon. My hand hovered over the knob. The metal felt ice cold against my palm. The door opened with a long, drawn-out creak. A narrow wooden staircase led up into darkness. The smell hit me immediately. That same sharp, metallic odor I'd noticed when I first arrived, but stronger here. Much stronger. My fingers fumbled for the light switch. Nothing happened when I flicked it. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam caught dust motes swirling in the air. The stairs looked solid enough, though the wood was dark with age. I put one foot on the first step. It creaked under my weight but held firm. That's when I heard it. A soft thump from above, like something being dropped on the floor. I froze, light beam fixed on the darkness at the top of the stairs. Nothing moved. After a full minute of listening to my own ragged breathing, I convinced myself it was just the house settling. I climbed 3 more steps. Each one protested loudly in the silence. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. 4 steps. 5. I was halfway up now, and I could start to see into the attic space. Old trunks and boxes lined the walls, sheets draped over bulky shapes. More junk for me to clean. The next step let out a particularly loud groan, and something rolled across the floor above me. Not randomly, it moved directly toward the top of the stairs. I caught a glimpse of something round before it tumbled down past me. I jerked backward, nearly losing my balance. The object, What looked like an old baseball bounced down the steps and disappeared into the hallway below. My heart was trying to punch through my ribs. "Hello?" My voice came out as a croak. No answer, just the blood rushing in my ears. I raised the light higher, scanning the attic space. The beam caught cobwebs, more boxes, an old rocking chair. The sound of a deep, rasping breath froze me in place. It came from the far corner, hidden in shadows. Not the sound of old pipes or settling wood. This was unmistakably a breath. Slow, deliberate, then another. I scrambled backward down the stairs, nearly falling in my panic. I slammed the door and ran down the hallway, not stopping until I reached the kitchen. I stood there, gripping the counter, trying to slow my breathing. Minutes passed. The house was silent again. When my hands finally stopped shaking, I did what any rational person would do. I called my best friend, Mike. "You really think someone's living in your uncle's attic?" Mike asked after I finished my story. He sounded skeptical. "I know how it sounds, but I heard breathing, Mike. And that baseball didn't roll by itself. Could be raccoons or squirrels. Old houses make weird noises. This wasn't an animal. Will you come check it out with me?" He sighed. "Fine. But if we find a family of raccoons, you're buying drinks for a month." Mike arrived an hour later with a baseball bat and a powerful LED lantern. He let out a low whistle when he saw the house. "Man, your uncle really let this place go." I led him upstairs, explaining about the weird feelings I'd been having about the attic. He nodded, but didn't say much. When we reached the door, though, even he hesitated. "Okay, yeah, this is creepy," he admitted. "Something about this door just feels wrong." "Told you." I reached for the knob, then pulled back. "You want to go first?" Mike gripped the baseball bat tighter and pushed the door open. The hinges screamed in protest. He switched on the lantern, flooding the stairway with harsh white light. Nothing moved. No breathing. No rolling baseballs. We climbed the stairs together, the wood creaking under our combined weight. The attic stretched out before us, cluttered but ordinary looking in the bright light. Dust swirled in the beam. That metallic smell was still there, stronger than ever. "Smell that?" I whispered. Mike nodded. "Like old pennies. Blood, maybe." "Blood?" My stomach lurched. "Or rust. Probably rust." He didn't sound convinced. We moved further into the space, Mike sweeping the light back and forth. The shapes under the sheets resolved into old furniture. Chairs, a dresser, more trunks. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust except... Look. I pointed to a clear path through the dust on the floor, leading to the far corner. Recent footprints. Mike raised the bat. We followed the tracks slowly, our own footsteps surprisingly loud in the stillness. The trail led to a stack of boxes, partially hidden behind a sheet-covered armoire. As we got closer, I could see that the boxes had been recently moved. Their positions didn't match the dust outlines on the floor. I reached for the top box. Mike grabbed my arm. "Maybe we should call the cops." Before I could answer, something crashed behind us. We spun around. The rocking chair I'd noticed earlier was swaying gently, though neither of us had gone near it. As we watched, it slowly stopped moving. "Fuck this," Mike said. "We're calling the cops." That's when we heard the breathing, deep and raspy just like before, coming from right behind us. We turned back to the boxes. The sheet covering the armoire was moving slightly, as if stirred by a breeze. Except there was no breeze in the stale attic air. Mike's hand shook as he raised the lantern higher. The beam caught something dark seeping out from under the bottom box. A thick, dark liquid spreading across the floor. The metallic smell became overwhelming. We ran. I don't remember much about getting down the stairs. I know I stumbled and nearly fell. I know Mike dropped the bat. I know we slammed the attic door so hard it cracked the frame. We didn't stop running until we reached my car. The police arrived 20 minutes later. 4 officers went up to the attic while Mike and I waited in the kitchen. After what felt like hours, they came back down. They'd found nothing. No intruder, no blood, not even the footprints we'd seen. just dusty old furniture and boxes of Uncle Marcus's junk. The floor's solid, one officer told us. No signs of anyone breaking in. Probably just rats in the walls making noise. Old houses like this, they play tricks on you. I nodded and thanked them, but I knew what we'd seen, what we'd heard. The cops left and Mike went home, making me promise to stay at his place that night. I agreed, but said I needed to grab some clothes first. I went back inside alone. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the windows. I walked upstairs slowly, my footsteps echoing in the empty house. The attic door stood closed at the end of the hall, innocent looking in the fading light. As I passed it, I heard something scratch against the wood, like fingernails dragging slowly down the other side of the door. I ran. I'm at Mike's house now, writing this all down while it's fresh in my mind. Tomorrow, I'm calling the lawyer. Uncle Marcus can keep his house and whatever's living in that attic. Some inheritances aren't worth the price. But here's the thing that really scares me. I found the baseball. It was sitting on my front seat when I got in my car to leave. The same baseball that had rolled down the attic stairs. I know I never picked it up. I know I never brought it outside. And when I looked closer, I saw what was written on it in faded ink. To Marcus, happy birthday, 1986. Love, Sarah. I still have the baseball. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it rolling across my bedroom floor. But when I turn on the light, it's always exactly where I left it, waiting, like it knows something I don't. The house is still there, still waiting to be cleaned and sold. The lawyer keeps calling, asking about my progress. I don't answer anymore. Let someone else deal with it. Let someone else climb those stairs and face whatever lives in that attic. Some doors should stay closed. Some inheritances should stay unclaimed. And some answers aren't worth knowing. I dream about that attic now. In my dreams, I always make it to the top of the stairs. I always look behind the boxes. I always see what's waiting in that dark corner. But when I wake up, I can never remember what it was. Maybe that's a mercy. All I know is this. Something is still there, in that attic, breathing in the dark. And sometimes, when I drive past the house late at night, I see a light in the attic window. Not a flashlight or a lantern. Something darker, redder, like dying embers, or eyes. I don't drive past the house anymore. I should have known something was wrong when my GPS started acting up on Highway 16. The screen kept freezing, then jumping back to life, showing routes I didn't recognize. I was tired after 3 days of back-to-back meetings in Seattle, and all I wanted was to get home to Portland before midnight. The first real warning came when the robotic voice told me to exit the highway onto Route 107. I checked the time, 10:42 p.m. This wasn't my usual route home. I glanced at the device mounted on my dashboard, tapping the screen with my index finger. Nothing changed. The blue line insisted I take this exit. Take exit 47B to Route 107, the GPS repeated in that emotionless voice. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. The exit was coming up fast. Maybe there was an accident or road work on my regular route. I'd been driving for 4 hours straight, my back aching from the leather seat of my Audi. The idea of a detour that might save me time was appealing. I took the exit. Route 107 started normally enough, a 2-lane road cutting through dense forest. The pavement was older, rougher than the highway. My headlights caught the yellow center line, faded and broken in places. No streetlights out here. No other cars either. My phone sat in the cup holder, screen dark. I should have checked Google Maps for a second opinion, but both hands stayed locked on the wheel. The trees pressed closer to the road. Their branches reached over like fingers, blocking out what little moonlight filtered through the clouds. The GPS screen flickered. The blue route line disappeared, then reappeared on a different road. Recalculating, the voice announced. Turn right in 500 feet. I leaned forward, squinting at the upcoming turn. No street sign, just a narrow dirt road disappearing into darkness. This can't be right, I said out loud. My voice sounded strange in the quiet car. I reached for the GPS, ready to override it. The screen went black. Shit. I tapped it. Nothing. I pressed the power button. Still nothing. I slowed the car, looking for a place to turn around. The road had no shoulder, just steep ditches on both sides. The trees grew right up to the edge, creating a natural tunnel. I'd have to find a driveway or intersection to turn around. The GPS screen suddenly lit up, bright blue in the darkness. The map showed me somewhere I didn't recognize, surrounded by blank green space. No road names, no landmarks, just that blue line stretching ahead. Continue straight for 7 miles, the voice commanded. I pressed the home button. Nothing happened. I tried to zoom out on the map. The screen didn't respond to my touch. My headlights caught something moving in the trees. Just a branch swaying in the wind, I told myself. Except there was no wind. The air outside was dead still. The road curved sharply left. As I turned, my headlights swept across something pale in the trees. It disappeared before I could focus on it. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. The GPS screen flickered again. The map vanished, replaced by static. Then blackness. Then the map again, showing me even deeper in the nowhere zone of blank green. Turn right in 100 feet, the voice said. There was something different about it now. A slight distortion, like bad reception on a phone call. I ignored it. The road ahead was clear and straight. I pressed the accelerator, pushing the car to 60, then 70. The engine's hum filled the cabin, drowning out the GPS voice. The headlights dimmed, just for a second, but enough to make my stomach clench. I checked the dashboard, everything normal. But the lights dimmed again, longer this time. The darkness pressed against the windshield like a physical thing. Something dark crossed the road ahead, too fast to see clearly, like a person running but low to the ground, moving wrong. My foot jerked toward the brake pedal. The GPS screen strobed, flashing white, black, white. The voice came again, heavily distorted now. Stop vehicle immediately. Fuck that, I muttered. But my speed was dropping. The engine didn't sound right. The RPMs were falling even though my foot was still on the gas. The car rolled to a stop in the middle of the road. I turned the key. The engine cranked but wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. The dashboard lights flickered and died. Silence crashed in. The kind of silence you never hear in the city. Absolute and heavy. My breathing sounded too loud. My heart pounded in my ears. The GPS screen was the only light now. The map was gone, replaced by scrolling numbers and symbols I didn't recognize. They moved too fast to read, casting blue shadows across the dashboard. Movement caught my eye. The dome light above my head was blinking. On, off, no pattern I could detect. The other interior lights joined in, creating a strobing effect that made my head hurt. A scratching sound came from the roof, like fingernails on metal. It moved from back to front, stopping right above my head. I froze, not even breathing. The scratching came again, harder this time. A dent appeared in the roof liner, pushing downward. Something was up there. I fumbled for my phone. The screen wouldn't turn on. I pressed the power button, the home button, anything. Dead. The scratching moved to the driver's side window. I didn't want to look, but my head turned anyway. A face pressed against the glass. Not human. Too long, too pale. No features I could make out in the strobing light. Just darkness where eyes should be. I screamed. The face disappeared. Tapping now, all around the car. Like multiple sets of fingers drumming on the metal. The whole car shook slightly. The interior lights strobed faster. I saw movement in the trees. Dark shapes sliding between trunks. More faces, pressing against every window. The tapping grew louder, became pounding. The GPS screen went crazy, flashing through colors. Red, green, blue, white. The distorted voice spoke again. Exit vehicle now. No fucking way, I whispered. My hands shook as I tried the key again. The engine coughed but wouldn't start. Something hit the windshield hard enough to crack it. A spiderweb of lines spread across the glass. Another hit. The crack grew. The pounding on the roof became rhythmic. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat. The dents grew deeper with each impact. I looked in the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. Then it wasn't. A shadow sat there, darker than the darkness around it. It had no definite shape, but it was moving, growing. The GPS screen exploded in a shower of sparks. Glass rained onto the dashboard. The interior lights went into overdrive, strobing so fast they became a constant flickering glare. The shadow in the back seat reached forward. I felt cold breath on my neck. I grabbed the door handle and threw myself out of the car, hit the ground hard, rolled into the ditch, leaves and dirt in my mouth. Pain shot through my shoulder. I scrambled to my feet and ran. Didn't look back. The strobing lights from the car cast jumping shadows through the trees. Branches whipped my face, roots tried to trip me. Behind me, metal screamed. The sound of my car being torn apart. Other sounds too. Clicks and whistles and things that might have been words in a language I didn't want to understand. I ran until my lungs burned. Until the lights from my car disappeared. Until the only sound was my feet pounding on dirt and my ragged breathing. A clearing opened up ahead. Moonlight showed abandoned buildings, some kind of old factory or mill. Broken windows gaped like hungry mouths. Rusted metal glinted dully. I had a choice, the buildings or the woods. The sounds behind me were getting closer, clicking and whistling in that wrong language. I chose the buildings. Sprinted across open ground toward the nearest door. It hung crooked on one hinge. I squeezed through the gap. Darkness inside. My eyes struggled to adjust. Dust and decay filled my nose. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness. My footsteps echoed on concrete. I found a corner and pressed my back against cold brick. Tried to quiet my breathing. Listened. The sounds from outside stopped. Complete silence fell. Even the water stopped dripping. A scraping noise above me. Something moving on the roof. More scraping from the walls. They were all around the building. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Impossible. It was dead. But when I pulled it out, the screen was on. Not my normal screen, just white text on black. Wrong turn. The screen flashed once and went dark. In that flash of light, I saw what was coming through the broken windows, what was crawling down the walls, what was reaching for me with two long fingers. I ran again, through dark hallways, up metal stairs that groaned under my feet. Always up. They were behind me, beside me, above me, moving in ways that hurt my eyes to see. I reached the roof. Moonlight showed me empty walls, empty windows, empty lots spreading in every direction. No roads, no lights, no signs of civilization. The GPS voice spoke from nowhere and everywhere. You have reached your destination. They came up through the roof access door, pulled themselves up the walls, rose from the shadows like smoke given form. I backed away until my heel hit the edge of the roof, looked down at concrete 4 stories below, looked at the things closing in. The choice was easy. I jumped. The impact never came. Instead, I opened my eyes to find myself back in my car on Highway 16. The GPS showed my normal route home. The clock read 10:42 p.m. My hands shook on the steering wheel. Exit 47B was coming up. The sign for Route 107 glowed in my headlights. The GPS screen flickered once. I drove straight past the exit. Didn't stop until I reached Portland. Threw the GPS in the trash as soon as I got home. I still take the long way around that part of Highway 16. Still check my rearview mirror more often than I need to. Still wake up sometimes thinking I hear clicking and whistling outside my window. And every time I see a GPS screen flicker, even for a second, my hands start to shake. Because I know what's waiting down those wrong turns. In the dark places between here and there, where the maps stop making sense and the roads lead nowhere. They're still waiting. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if I really escaped. Or if I'm still falling from that roof, about to wake up again at 10:42 p.m., approaching exit 47B, where it all begins again. But I'll never know for sure. because I'm never taking that exit again. Never following where those things want me to go. Some turns, once taken, can't be undone. Some roads don't lead home. The GPS on my dashboard stays dark now. And that's exactly how I like it. My hands still shake when I walk past streetlights at night. My throat gets tight, my heart pounds, and sometimes I have to stop and catch my breath. I used to think I knew what fear was. I'd been mugged once, had a few close calls while driving, even survived a house fire when I was a kid. But real fear? The kind that rewires your brain and changes you forever? I didn't know that until last October. It was a Tuesday night, around 10:30 p.m. I remember checking my watch right before everything started, thinking I should hurry up and get Max's walk done so I could catch the end of the game. Max was my 3-year-old German Shepherd, a big, confident dog who'd never shown fear of anything except thunderstorms. We'd done this walk hundreds of times before, always taking the same route through our quiet suburban neighborhood in northern Massachusetts. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s and I zipped my jacket up to my chin. Dried leaves crunched under my boots. The wind had picked up, making the tree branches scrape against each other. Normal sounds, regular night sounds. I'd lived here for 6 years and knew every house, every crack in the sidewalk, every streetlight. Max trotted ahead of me on his leash, nose to the ground, doing his usual sniffing routine. We were about halfway through our normal loop when I noticed the broken streetlight. It was the tall one at the corner of Maple and Cedar, right where the houses thinned out near the wooded area that backed up to the elementary school. I frowned, trying to remember if it had been broken the night before. I didn't think so. This neighborhood was good about maintaining things like that. The light fixture hung dead and dark, leaving that corner in shadow. As we got closer, I saw something standing under it. At first, my brain tried to make it into something normal, maybe a telephone pole I hadn't noticed before, or one of those temporary construction signs. But it wasn't either of those things. It was a figure, a person, an impossibly tall person. I stopped walking. Max stopped too. The figure stood completely still, and even in the darkness, I could tell it was facing us. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. Its proportions were wrong, arms too long, torso too thin. It wore what looked like dark clothes, but they hung on its frame in a way that didn't make sense, like they were draped over a wire sculpture. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and weak in the cold air. No response. I took a step backward, tugging gently on Max's leash. "Come on, boy. Let's go home." Max didn't move. His entire body had gone rigid. I could feel the leash trembling from how hard he was shaking. In 3 years, I had never seen him act like this. Max was the kind of dog who charged at things that scared him, who barked at threats. He wasn't a coward, but now he just stood there, trembling, his tail tucked between his legs. I looked back at the figure. It was closer. I hadn't seen it move. I hadn't even blinked. But it was definitely closer, maybe 30 feet away now instead of 50. Still in that same pose. Still perfectly still, but closer. My mouth went dry. The rational part of my brain started throwing out explanations. It was a trick of the light. I was tired. Maybe someone was playing a prank. "Who's there?" I said, louder this time. "This isn't funny." The figure's head tilted to the side, not smoothly, like a person would move. It was more like watching a door slowly swing on rusty hinges. The angle was wrong, too far to the side, like its neck had snapped. Max whimpered. It was a high, frightened sound I'd never heard him make before. I pulled harder on the leash. "Max, come on, come on." He wouldn't budge. His claws scraped against the sidewalk as he tried to back up, but his legs didn't seem to work right. I grabbed his collar with my free hand, ready to drag him if I had to. I looked up again. The figure was 20 feet away now. Still no movement, still that same impossible pose. But closer. Its head was still tilted, and now I could see that its neck was too long, stretching out from dark shoulders like a snake. My heart slammed against my ribs. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I bent down and scooped Max up, all 90 pounds of him, not caring about the strain in my back. His whole body shook against my chest. I turned and ran. My boots pounded against the sidewalk. Max's weight made my arms burn, but terror gave me strength I didn't know I had. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back, but I could feel it behind us. The air got colder. The streetlights ahead of us flickered. Each one went dark as we passed under it, like something was following us, consuming the light. The darkness pressed in closer with each step. I reached the intersection of Maple and Birch. 4 more blocks to home. 3 more blocks. 2 more blocks. Max's claws dug into my shoulder. He was still whimpering, the sound mixing with my own ragged breathing. 1 more block. The darkness followed, swallowing every light we passed. My lungs burned. My arms felt like they would snap. But I couldn't stop. Couldn't slow down. I fumbled with my keys at the front door, nearly dropping them twice before I got the right one. The porch light flickered and died as I shoved the key into the lock. The door swung open and I practically fell inside, kicking it shut behind me. I dropped Max. He scrambled away, heading straight for the corner of the living room where he huddled, still shaking. I slammed the deadbolt home, then the chain lock, then slid down to sit with my back against the door. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath. My arms felt like jelly. Spots danced in front of my eyes. For a long moment, I just sat there, listening to my own ragged breathing and Max's whimpers. Then I heard something else. Footsteps on my front porch. Slow, deliberate steps. Not the sound of shoes or boots, more like something hard and sharp tapping against the wood. The porch creaked. A shadow passed across the narrow window next to the door. It was too tall for the window. I could only see a section of its torso, like a dark slice moving past the glass. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I held my breath. My heart pounded so hard I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. The temperature in the entryway dropped. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. Something scraped against the door right behind my head. Not knocking, more like long fingers dragging down the wood. The sound went on, moving from the top of the door all the way to the bottom. Then silence. I don't know how long I sat there, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. Minutes stretched into hours. Max stayed in his corner, occasionally making those frightened whimpers. I didn't dare get up to comfort him. Eventually, gray light started to seep in through the windows. Dawn. The temperature slowly returned to normal. Birds started chirping outside. When the sun was fully up, I finally found the courage to look out the front window. The porch was empty, but there were marks on the door, 4 long scratches running from top to bottom, deep enough to expose the bare wood underneath the paint. I called in sick to work. Spent the day sitting on the couch with Max pressed against my side, both of us jumping at every sound. I tried to convince myself it had been a dream, or a hallucination, or something I could explain. But the scratches on the door were real, and Max's behavior was real. He wouldn't go near the front door, wouldn't even look at it. That night, I drove Max to a friend's house in the next town over. I told them I needed someone to watch him while I dealt with a family emergency. Then I came home and covered every window with blankets. I turned on every light in the house. I sat in my bedroom with a baseball bat across my lap, watching the clock tick past midnight. Nothing came. The next night was the same, and the next. After a week, I started to relax slightly, started to think maybe it had been a one-time thing. I was wrong. It happened again 2 weeks later, when I was driving home late from picking Max up from my friend's house. We were on a dark stretch of road about a mile from home. The streetlights ahead started going out one by one. Max started whining in the back seat. I pressed the gas pedal harder, but the car started to sputter and die. The headlights flickered and went dark. In the beam of the last working streetlight ahead, I saw it, standing in the middle of the road, waiting. Its head turned toward us with that same horrible mechanical movement. This time I could see its face, or where a face should have been. Just smooth, pale skin stretched over a skull-like shape. No features, no eyes. I cranked the key in the ignition. The engine coughed and caught. I threw the car into reverse and floored it, tires screaming against the asphalt. Max was barking now, that high-pitched, terrified sound. In the rearview mirror, I saw the last streetlight go out. We made it home somehow. I sold the house the next week, took a loss on it, and moved 2 states away. Max and I live in an apartment now, in a busy part of the city where there are always people around and lights on. I don't walk him after dark anymore. I installed extra locks on the doors and bright security lights that run on a backup generator. Sometimes I think I see it, standing at the edge of the parking lot or in the shadows between buildings. Just for a second, just out of the corner of my eye. And sometimes, late at night, I hear scratching at my door. Max hears it too. He'll press himself against my leg, trembling, making those whimpering sounds I never heard before that night. We sit together in the bright living room, waiting for dawn, knowing that somewhere in the darkness something impossibly tall is waiting, watching, getting closer even when we can't see it move. I check the streetlights every night now. I watch for shadows that shouldn't be there, for movements that don't follow natural laws. I know it's still out there, and I know that someday the lights will go out again, one by one, and it will be waiting. The scratches on my old front door are still there. The new owners painted over them, but you can see them if you look closely. 4 long marks running from top to bottom. Sometimes I drive past the house during the day, just to remind myself it was real. The street light at Maple and Cedar works fine now. Everything looks normal, but I know better, and so does Max. If you're walking at night and see a broken streetlight, don't look too closely at what might be standing under it. Don't stop to wonder about strange figures that seem too tall, too still. And if you do see something, run. Run as fast as you can toward light and people and noise. Just remember, you won't see it move, but it will get closer. I never used to believe in ghosts. Hell, I still don't know if I do. But what happened that night in the Oak Ridge Mall parking lot changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I keep replaying it in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but those tire marks, they were real. And what came after? Well, let me tell you exactly what happened. It was 11:45 p.m. on a Tuesday in December when I pulled into the empty mall parking lot. The place had closed hours ago. Only the security lights cast pools of yellow light across the vast expanse of asphalt. I was there to pick up Jake, my old college roommate. His car had broken down earlier that day, and he'd asked me to meet him there after his late shift at the hospital. I found a spot near the mall's west entrance, killed the engine, and settled in to wait. The temperature readout on my dashboard showed 28 degrees. My breath formed small clouds in the cold air. I pulled out my phone to text Jake that I'd arrived. That's when I noticed the other car. It sat about 6 spaces away, a dark sedan with its headlights on full beam. The lights cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing in particular, just shining there. I squinted, trying to make out if anyone was inside, but the glare made it impossible to see. I checked my phone again. No response from Jake yet. 11:52 p.m. The car's headlights continued to shine, unwavering. Something about it made my skin prickle. In an empty parking lot this late, you'd expect someone to either be getting out or leaving. But this car just sat there, engine silent, lights blazing. My phone buzzed. Jake. Almost there, 5 minutes. I looked back at the sedan. Same position, same bright headlights. I reached for my own keys, ready to start the engine if needed. The metal felt cold against my palm. A glance at my phone. 11:57 p.m. When I looked up again, the car was gone. Not driving away, not pulling out. Just gone. 1 second it was there, the next, nothing. Empty spaces where it had been. My heart started hammering against my ribs. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. Still nothing. I unbuckled my seatbelt and got out of my car. The cold hit me immediately, seeping through my jacket. My footsteps echoed as I walked toward where the sedan had been. The security lights cast my shadow long across the pavement. That's when I saw them. Tire marks. Fresh ones, dark against the concrete. They started where the car had been parked and extended about 10 feet before stopping abruptly. Not fading away, just stopping, as if the car had been lifted straight up into the air. I stood there staring at those marks, my breath coming faster now. The back of my neck tingled. I spun around, scanning the parking lot. Empty spaces stretched in every direction. No movement. No sound except the hum of the security lights and my own breathing. My phone buzzed again, making me jump. Jake. Here, coming up from south entrance. I hurried back to my car, hands shaking as I unlocked it. Once inside, I locked all the doors and started the engine. The heat came on, but I barely noticed. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, checking the empty spaces where the sedan had been. I saw Jake's figure approaching through the side mirror. He was still in his scrubs from his hospital shift, walking quickly with his hands in his pockets. When he reached my car, I unlocked the passenger door. He slid in, bringing a blast of cold air with him. Thanks for coming out, man. This day has been... He stopped mid-sentence, noticing my expression. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I opened my mouth to tell him, then closed it. How do you even begin to explain something like that? I put the car in reverse. I'll tell you on the way. Let's just get out of here. We pulled out of the parking lot onto Memorial Drive. At this hour, the road was deserted, a straight shot through dark woods for about 5 miles before hitting the highway. The heater was finally warming up the car. Jake was looking at me expectantly. I took a deep breath and started telling him what had happened. As I spoke, I kept checking the rearview mirror out of habit. Nothing but darkness behind us. And then the car just vanished. I finished. But the tire marks were still there. I saw them myself. Jake was quiet for a moment. That's weird. You sure it didn't just drive away when you weren't looking? No engine sound. No movement. It was there 1 second, gone the next. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. I know how it sounds, but the words died in my throat. In my rearview mirror, 2 bright headlights had appeared. They were far behind us, but closing fast. Too fast. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The speedometer crept up. 50, 55, 60. What's wrong? Jake turned to look behind us. Holy shit. The headlights were getting closer. I could make out the shape of the sedan now, exactly like the one from the parking lot. It was matching our speed perfectly, maintaining the same distance no matter how fast we went. 65, mummy amper. 70. The woods rushed by in a dark blur. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. Try to lose it, Jake said, his voice tense. Take the next turn. I saw the upcoming intersection, a sharp right onto Oak Road. At our speed, taking that turn would be dangerous. But those headlights in the mirror, I made my decision. I hit the brakes hard and yanked the wheel right. The tires screamed. Jake grabbed the dashboard. We fishtailed for a moment, then straightened out onto Oak Road. I floored it again, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The road here was narrower, twisting through the woods. Perfect for losing a tail. I checked the mirror. The sedan was still there. Same distance. It had made the turn just as smoothly as we had. Impossible at that speed. This isn't right, Jake muttered. No car could have made that turn like that. My mind raced. Oak Road would eventually loop back to the highway, but that was miles away. We were alone out here, being chased by... What? A ghost car? The thought made my stomach lurch. The sedan's headlights suddenly grew brighter, filling my mirrors with blinding light. I couldn't see anything behind us now, just that intense white glare. It's getting closer, Jake shouted. I pushed the car harder, taking the curves as fast as I dared. Trees whipped past. The engine whined in protest. 80 Maui now, on a road meant for 35. The light behind us grew even brighter. I could feel heat on the back of my neck, like the headlights were somehow burning through the car. Jake's knuckles were white where he gripped the dashboard. "There's something up ahead." Through the windshield, I saw what he meant. The road widened into a small clearing, and there, off to the side, was an old church. Its white wooden walls gleamed in our headlights. "Pull in," Jake yelled. "Maybe it can't follow us onto holy ground or something." It was a crazy idea, but we were running out of options. I yanked the wheel left towards the church's gravel parking lot. The car bounced violently as we left the pavement. The instant our tires hit the gravel, the light behind us vanished. I slammed on the brakes, sending us into a sliding stop. Gravel pinged against the undercarriage. When we finally came to rest, both Jake and I turned to look behind us. The road was empty. No sedan, no headlights. Just dark woods and the empty road we'd come in on. We sat there for a long moment, engines idling, both breathing hard. The church stood silent beside us, its small steeple reaching up into the night sky. "Did that really just happen?" Jake's voice was barely a whisper. I nodded slowly. My hands were still shaking on the steering wheel. Yeah, it did. We stayed there for almost an hour, waiting to see if the sedan would return. It never did. Finally, we took a different route home, sticking to main roads with other traffic. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't seen the sedan since, but I think about it every day. I've driven past that church a few times in daylight. It looks ordinary enough. Just an old country church with a small graveyard behind it. I've thought about stopping, maybe talking to someone there about what happened, but I haven't worked up the courage yet. Jake and I have discussed it many times, trying to make sense of it. We've come up with dozens of theories, each more unlikely than the last. The only thing we know for sure is what we saw that night. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe in what happened to us. The tire marks in that parking lot were real. The chase was real. And somewhere out there on those dark roads at night, there's a sedan with bright headlights that doesn't follow the normal rules of our world. I avoid empty parking lots now, and I never drive alone at night if I can help it. Sometimes when I'm driving home late, I catch myself checking the rearview mirror more often than I should, looking for those headlights, wondering if they're looking for me too. But mostly I try not to think about what would have happened if we hadn't found that church, or what that sedan really wanted. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries should stay mysterious. I just know that the next time I need to pick someone up late at night, I'm making damn sure they meet me somewhere well lit, with plenty of other cars around, and witnesses, because somewhere out there, there's a dark sedan with bright headlights, and it's waiting, just waiting for someone else to be alone in an empty parking lot at midnight. That's my story. Every word of it true. Make of it what you will. But if you're ever out late at night and see a car with its headlights on, just sitting there in an empty parking lot, don't stick around to see what happens next. Drive away. Drive far away. And whatever you do, don't look back. Because sometimes, the things in your rearview mirror are closer than they appear. I never expected home renovation to turn into this nightmare, but here I am, sitting in my kitchen at 3 a.m. with a baseball bat, listening to footsteps that shouldn't exist climbing my stairs. Again. They're getting louder each night, clearer, closer, and now I can hear the voices. It started 3 weeks ago when Sarah and I finally began the long overdue renovation of our 1940s colonial. The kids needed more space, and the old house desperately needed updating. We'd saved enough to gut the second floor, add a bathroom, and convert the attic into a proper bedroom for Tommy. Simple enough. The first week went according to plan. The contractor stripped everything down to the studs upstairs. Dust everywhere, plastic sheets hanging from the ceiling, the usual renovation chaos. We moved the kids into the finished basement temporarily. Tommy on the pull-out couch, Emma on the air mattress. Sarah and I took the guest room on the first floor. Then came that first night. I woke up around 2 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. As I walked past the stairs to the second floor, I heard it. The distinct sound of footsteps on wooden steps. Slow, deliberate steps. Creak, 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 moving upward. My first thought was that Tommy had gone upstairs, even though we'd explicitly forbidden the kids from entering the construction zone. I flipped on the stairwell light, ready to catch him sneaking around. The steps stopped instantly. I climbed halfway up, checking each stair. Nothing but bare wood treads, construction debris, and plastic sheeting moving slightly in the air from the heating vent. I checked the basement. Both kids sound asleep. Sarah, too, in our temporary bedroom. I wrote it off as old house noises. These places settle and crack and pop, especially during renovations when you're moving weight around and changing the structure. I'm a practical guy, an accountant who deals in hard numbers. There's always a logical explanation. The next night, same thing. This time around 3 a.m. Footsteps climbing, slow and steady. But now I could hear something else. Whispers. Multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, but with that unmistakable cadence of hushed conversation. Again, everything stopped when I turned on the lights. Again, everyone was asleep in their beds. I started keeping a notebook, documenting times and details. The third night, the footsteps reached the 8th step before stopping. Fourth night, the 10th step. The voices grew slightly louder each time, though still maddeningly unclear. Like listening to a conversation through a thick wall, you can hear the rise and fall of speech but can't quite grasp the words. By the end of the first week, I hadn't slept more than a few hours each night. I installed a motion-activated camera on the stairs. Nothing showed up in the recordings except occasional bits of dust and plastic sheeting moving in the air currents. But the footsteps kept climbing higher, the voices growing clearer. Sarah noticed my exhaustion. "You look terrible," she said over breakfast. "Are you stressed about the renovation costs?" I couldn't tell her. How do you tell your rational, level-headed wife that you're losing sleep over phantom footsteps? That you spend your nights clutching a baseball bat, listening to invisible people climb your stairs? Instead, I blamed work stress and started drinking coffee by the pot. I took to sitting in the kitchen each night, waiting. The footsteps always came. By the second week, they were reaching the top of the stairs. The voices had grown clear enough that I could sometimes catch individual words. "Careful here. Almost there. Help them up." They sounded normal. Conversational. Like a group of people helping each other climb stairs in the dark. Nothing sinister or ghostly about the tone, and somehow that made it worse. I started researching the house's history. The county records showed nothing remarkable. Built in 1947 for a young family, the Petersons. Sold in 1963 to the Wilsons. Then the Jacksons in 1985. We bought it from the Jacksons' estate in 2019. No deaths recorded on the property. No tragic events. Just a normal suburban house passing between normal families. But the footsteps kept climbing. The voices kept talking. And now they didn't always stop when I turned on the lights. Last night was the worst so far. I was in my usual spot in the kitchen when it started, 3:17 a.m. according to my notebook. The first step creaked, then the second. The familiar whispers began. "Watch your step here. The nail's sticking up. Give me your hand." I gripped my baseball bat tighter, pulse pounding in my ears. They were clearer than ever. Multiple voices, men and women, young and old, all speaking in those helpful, ordinary tones. The footsteps reached the 8th step. Then something changed. A new voice, young, probably a child. "Why do we have to go up there?" An older voice, gentle but firm. "You know why. We all have to. Just a few more steps." That's when I noticed the temperature dropping. The kitchen thermometer showed 72 degrees, but I could see my breath. The footsteps reached the 12th step, 13th, 14th. A different voice, elderly, shaky. I can't do this again. You have to. We all do. Every night until..." The voice trailed off. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. and for the first time they didn't stop. I heard them moving across the second floor landing, multiple sets of feet shuffling through construction debris. My body moved before my brain could stop it. I grabbed my flashlight and charged up the stairs, bat ready. The beam cut through the plastic sheeting, casting wild shadows. The footsteps moved toward the attic stairs. Clear as day, I heard them on the exposed plywood floor. That's when I saw the footprints appearing in the dust. Not all at once, but one by one, as if invisible feet were walking. Small ones, child-sized, large work boots, narrow women's shoes. All moving toward the attic stairs. I followed. What else could I do? I'd spent 2 weeks listening to these footsteps. I needed to know. The attic stairs were temporary, just a wooden ladder propped against the opening. The footprints went right up to it, then stopped. The voices were all around me now, clear as if the speakers were standing right beside me. Time to go up. Don't be afraid. We all have to. Every night until it's done. Until they're all up. The ladder creaked. Not from my weight. I was still frozen at the bottom. Something was climbing it. The dust on the rungs shifted under invisible feet. That's when I finally ran. Back down to the kitchen. Back to my chair. Back to writing in this notebook with shaking hands. It's 4:45 a.m. now. The footsteps and voices have stopped for the night, but I know they'll be back. They always come back. And they're leaving the stairs now, moving through the house. Getting closer. Sarah keeps asking what's wrong with me. The contractors comment on how tired I look. Tommy complains about strange noises keeping him awake. Even Emma, usually such a sound sleeper, says she hears people talking at night. I should tell Sarah everything. Should show her my notebook full of times and details. Should show her the videos of dust shifting under phantom feet. But what if she doesn't believe me? What if she thinks I'm cracking under the stress? What if she takes the kids and leaves? So I sit here every night, listening to the footsteps climb, listening to the voices grow clearer, watching the temperature drop and the dust shift and feeling the presence of something that shouldn't be here. Something that's no longer content with just climbing the stairs. The renovation is almost done. The contractors say another week, maybe 2, but I don't think we have that long. The voices said it themselves. Every night until it's done. Until what's done? Until they reach whatever goal they're climbing toward? Until they get what they want? Or until they get who they want? I heard Emma crying in the basement last night. Not from fear or a bad dream. She was talking in her sleep. I don't want to climb the stairs. Please don't make me climb the stairs. Tommy's been sleepwalking. 3 times this week I've caught him standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring up into the darkness. When I wake him, he never remembers. And Sarah? Yesterday morning I found her looking up the attic ladder, her coffee getting cold in her hands. When I asked what she was doing, she said, "I thought I heard someone calling me, asking me to come up." So now I sit here with my baseball bat and my flashlight and my notebook full of details that don't make sense. The renovation is almost finished. The new floors are in, the walls are up, the paint is drying. Soon we'll move back upstairs and try to live a normal life in this house. But I know the footsteps will keep coming. The voices will keep calling. And one of these nights they won't just stop at the top of the stairs. They'll keep going, keep calling, keep asking us to climb up into whatever waits in the darkness above. I hear them starting now. First step. Second step. The voices are beginning their nightly whispers, but tonight they're different. Tonight they're calling a name. My name. I should run. Should grab my family and leave this house forever. But my feet won't move, because under the fear, under the exhaustion, under the rational mind screaming that none of this is possible, there's a small, quiet part of me that wants to answer, that needs to know what's up there. That understands, somehow, that we all have to climb those stairs eventually. The footsteps are getting closer. The voices are getting clearer. And tonight I think I'm finally going to find out where they lead. The security cameras caught me entering the Riverside Corporate Center at 8:47 p.m. I know this because I watched the footage later, over and over, trying to make sense of what happened that night. The timestamp in the corner showed me walking through those glass doors, briefcase in hand, heading to my office on the 23rd floor to grab the contract I'd forgotten. I never made it there. I worked too much. That's what Sarah always said before she left. Tonight proved her right, I guess. The cleaning crew had already finished their rounds, leaving behind that sharp chemical smell that always made my nose itch. My footsteps echoed off the marble floors of the lobby. The night guard, Mike, wasn't at his desk, probably doing his rounds or in the bathroom. I didn't wait for him. I had my key card, and I just needed to grab that one document. The lobby lights were dimmed to their nighttime setting. A few emergency exit signs cast their red glow across the walls. My shoes clicked against the floor as I walked to the bank of elevators. 4 identical steel doors faced me. I pressed the up button, and the third elevator from the left dinged immediately. The door slid open with that soft hydraulic whoosh. I stepped in and hit 23. The elevator smelled like pine cleaner and something else. Maybe someone's leftover lunch. The doors closed, and I watched my reflection in the polished steel. Dark circles under my eyes. Hair getting gray at the temples. Tie loose after 14 hours at the office. The standard uniform of a workaholic divorce lawyer. The display showed floor 4, 5, 6. When I felt it, you know that sensation when someone's standing right behind you? The hair on the back of your neck stands up. Your skin gets tight. Your body knows someone's there before your brain does. That's what hit me between floors 6 and 7. I didn't turn around. Instead, I looked at the reflection in the elevator doors. There was someone standing behind me, slightly to my left. A dark figure, maybe 6 feet tall, wearing what looked like a suit. Just standing there, perfectly still. But when I turned my head, nothing. Empty elevator. Just me and my briefcase and the hum of the machinery carrying me upward. I blinked hard and looked back at the reflection. The figure was still there. Dark suit, standing straight, unmoving. But when I whipped around, the elevator was empty. My heart started hammering against my ribs. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I pressed myself into the corner, trying to watch both the empty space behind me and the reflection showing something that couldn't be there. Floor 12. The figure in the reflection hadn't moved. I could make out more details now. Male, broad-shouldered, head slightly bowed. The suit was black, or maybe dark navy. His hands hung at his sides. But no matter how I turned or where I looked in the actual elevator, I was alone. My fingers fumbled for the button panel. I needed to get out. Now. But as I reached for the next floor's button, the temperature dropped. The air turned ice cold, like someone had opened a freezer right next to my face. My breath came out in visible puffs. Floor 15. I jabbed at the button for 16, repeatedly, my finger getting more frantic with each press. The elevator didn't slow down. The digital display kept climbing. 16, 17, 18. In the reflection, the figure's head began to rise. Slowly, degree by degree, it lifted its face toward me. I didn't want to see it. I shut my eyes tight, but I could feel that presence getting stronger. The cold intensified until my teeth started chattering. When I opened my eyes, the figure's face was fully visible in the reflection. Pale skin, black holes where eyes should be. A mouth stretched too wide, filled with nothing but darkness. But the elevator behind me remained empty. I screamed. The sound bounced off the walls, hurting my own ears. I dropped my briefcase and pounded on the door, yelling for help. The elevator kept rising. 19, 20, 21. The presence moved closer in the reflection. 2 steps forward. I could see it right behind me now, those empty eye sockets fixed on my face in the mirrored surface. The cold had become unbearable. My fingers were going numb. Each breath hurt my lungs. Floor 22. 1 more to go. I had to get out, had to escape. In the reflection, a pale hand began to rise toward my shoulder. I could see every detail. Long fingers, gray-tinged skin, nails that looked black in the fluorescent light. But I felt nothing on my actual shoulder, just that bone-deep cold. The elevator dinged. Floor 23. The doors started to open, moving agonizingly slowly. I didn't wait for them to finish. I shoved my body through the gap as soon as it was wide enough, leaving my briefcase behind. I ran down the dark hallway, my dress shoes slipping on the polished floor. I hit the exit door at full speed, taking the stairs two at a time, nearly falling multiple times. 23 floors down, my legs burning, lungs on fire. I burst out of the stairwell into the lobby. Mike was back at his desk. He jumped up when he saw me, a sweating, panting mess in a wrinkled suit. "Mr. Thompson, you okay?" I couldn't speak. Just shook my head and pointed at the elevators. Mike grabbed his flashlight and walked over to check. The third elevator from the left dinged. The doors opened. My briefcase sat in the middle of the empty car. Mike helped me check the security footage. We watched me enter the building, saw me get in the elevator. The camera inside showed me standing alone, but acting strange, pressing myself into the corner, screaming at nothing, pounding on the doors. The temperature readout in the corner of the screen showed a steady drop from 72 degrees to 34 degrees during my ride-up. I quit my job the next day, left corporate law altogether. Now I work from home, handling simple wills and real estate contracts. I take the stairs everywhere I go. Sometimes I dream about that elevator ride, the cold, the reflection, that reaching hand. But mostly, I try not to think about it. Yesterday, though, something happened that brought it all back. I was sorting through old emails and found one from the building management, dated 2 weeks before my elevator incident. It was a mass email I'd ignored at the time, something about the history of the building for its 50th anniversary. There was a paragraph about a suicide in 1989. A partner at another law firm working late one night had jumped down the elevator shaft. They found him in his suit at the bottom of the third shaft from the left. I close my laptop when it gets dark now. I don't work late anymore. Sometimes I catch movement in windows or mirrors out of the corner of my eye, but I never look at reflections directly anymore. I'm afraid of what might be looking back. That night changed everything I thought I knew about the world, about what's possible and what's not, about what might be watching us from just on the other side of every reflective surface. Sometimes I wonder if that thing in the elevator was really the dead lawyer, or if it just wore his shape, used his story to manifest itself. Or maybe there are things that live in mirrors and polished steel, things that usually just watch but sometimes reach out to those of us who work too late, who spend too many hours in empty buildings where the barriers between their world and ours grow thin. I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is what I saw in that elevator, and what I didn't see when I turned around. All I know is the cold and the fear and the way that pale hand reached for me in the reflection. All I know is that I'm never setting foot in that building again, and I keep every mirror in my house covered after sunset. But sometimes late at night I swear I can feel that presence again, that prickle on the back of my neck, that drop in temperature, that certainty that something is standing right behind me. And every time I force myself to keep looking straight ahead. Because I know now, whatever you do, don't look at the reflection. Don't look at what's standing there beside you. Don't look at its face. Just keep your eyes forward and pray the doors open soon. I need to tell you what happened to me last week on Rural Road 23. I've told the police, but they don't believe me. My wife thinks I should see a therapist. My kids won't ride in the car with me anymore. But I know what I saw. It was Thursday night, around 9:30 p.m. I was driving home from a late meeting at the construction site where I'm the foreman. We're building a new warehouse out past the Jenkins farm, and the project's behind schedule. The client had been breathing down my neck all day about deadlines. The road was empty. No streetlights out there, just my headlights cutting through the darkness. Fields on both sides, corn on the right, soybeans on the left. The harvest was done, leaving only brown stalks under the moon. My truck's dashboard clock showed 9:37 p.m. when I first noticed it. At first, I thought it was just another shadow from the clouds moving across the fields. We get that a lot out here. The moon plays tricks when clouds pass in front of it. But this shadow was different. It was bigger than any cloud shadow I'd ever seen, and it moved wrong. I slowed down from 55 to about 40, squinting through the windshield. The shadow was maybe 100 yards away, moving across the soybean field. It had to be at least 30 feet across, a dark blob sliding over the ground. My first thought was that it must be a herd of deer crossing the field together, their shadows merging into one big mass. But deer don't move like that. This thing flowed across the ground like spilled oil, and it was heading toward the road. I took my foot off the gas, letting the truck slow to 30. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. The shadow reached the drainage ditch beside the road and didn't stop. It oozed up the embankment, moving faster now. "What the hell?" I said out loud. My voice sounded weird in the quiet cab. The shadow hit the asphalt right behind my truck. In my rearview mirror, I could see it spreading across both lanes, completely black. Not dark gray like a normal shadow. This was pure black, like someone had cut a hole in the world. I hit the gas. The truck's engine roared as I accelerated to 65, then 70. The shadow kept pace, staying right behind me. It made no sound. There was no wind, no rustling in the fields, nothing but my engine and my breathing. The next curve was coming up, about a quarter mile ahead. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder, trying to open the camera without taking my eyes off the road. The phone slipped from my sweaty fingers and fell between the seats. Shit. I reached down, groping for it. When I looked back up, the shadow had gotten closer. It was maybe 20 feet behind my back bumper now. I pushed the truck to 80, taking the curve faster than I should have. The tires squealed. I felt the back end start to slide, but I managed to keep it on the road. The shadow flowed around the curve like it was on rails, still gaining on me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat ran down my back, soaking my shirt. I couldn't stop looking in the rearview mirror. The shadow was 10 feet behind me now. Close enough that I could see it wasn't just black. There were shapes moving inside it, like darker shadows within the shadow. They writhed and twisted, but I couldn't make out what they were. The turnoff for Old Mill Road was just ahead. I cranked the wheel hard, barely slowing down. The truck tilted up on two wheels for a second before slamming back down. The shadow followed, flowing across the pavement like water. Old Mill Road is even darker than rural Route 23. No houses, no farms, just woods on both sides. The trees made it impossible to see the moon. My headlights showed empty road ahead and thick forest pressing in from both sides. I checked the mirror again. The shadow was 5 feet behind me now. Close enough that I could feel something coming from it. Not heat or cold, but a kind of pressure in the air. My ears popped like they do when you drive up a mountain. The road straightened out ahead. I had the gas pedal pressed all the way to the floor, but the shadow kept getting closer. 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet. The shapes inside it were clearer now. They looked like hands reaching up through black water, grabbing at nothing. My headlights started to flicker. The dashboard lights dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. The radio came on by itself, blasting static. I hit the power button, but it wouldn't turn off. The static got louder, with something underneath it that sounded almost like voices. The shadow was right at my back bumper. I could see it starting to creep up the sides of the truck in my side mirrors. The voices in the static were clearer now. They weren't speaking English or any language I recognized. The sound made my teeth hurt. The truck's engine started to sputter. The speedometer needle dropped. 70, 60, 50. I pumped the gas pedal, but nothing happened. The engine coughed once, twice, then died completely. I coasted to a stop in the middle of the road. The headlights went out. The static on the radio cut off. Everything was silent. The shadow flowed around both sides of the truck, meeting in front of the hood. It covered the entire road now, a pool of absolute darkness. I couldn't see the pavement through it. The shapes inside it were moving faster, more violently. The hands reached up toward the truck's grill. I sat there with my hands locked on the steering wheel, unable to move. My breath came in short gasps that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Sweat dripped into my eyes, but I couldn't blink. The shadow started to climb up the hood. I grabbed the door handle and threw myself out of the truck. I hit the ground hard, skinning my palms on the asphalt. The shadow was flowing up the windshield now, covering the whole front of the truck. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't know which direction I was going. I couldn't see anything except the darkness behind me. My feet pounded on the pavement as I sprinted blindly into the night. Something grabbed my ankle. I fell forward, catching myself with my already scraped hands. Cold pressure wrapped around my leg, pulling me backward. I kicked out with my other foot but hit nothing solid. The pressure kept pulling. I rolled onto my back. The shadow had caught up to me, a wall of darkness rising up from the road. The hands inside it were reaching for me. Dozens of them, hundreds, made of deeper shadow. They grabbed at my legs, my arms, my clothes. I screamed. The sound echoed off the trees and came back distorted, like it was being played backward. The hands pulled harder. I could feel myself sliding across the pavement toward the massive shadow. My right hand hit something metal, a guardrail. I grabbed it with both hands, holding on as tight as I could. The shadow pulled harder. My shoulders felt like they were going to pop out of their sockets. Then I heard it. A deep thrumming sound getting closer. Headlights appeared around the curve behind me, bright against the darkness. A truck's horn blared. The shadow released me so suddenly I slammed back against the guardrail. The hands withdrew into the mass of darkness. The whole thing flowed backward, away from the approaching headlights. The other truck got closer, its high beams cutting through the night. The shadow retreated faster, pulling back across the road. It reached the trees on the far side and seemed to compress itself, getting smaller and denser. The truck was almost to me now. I could see it was an 18-wheeler, its chrome grille gleaming. The shadow contracted into a tight ball of darkness, then shot straight up into the air like a rocket. It disappeared into the trees, leaving nothing but normal night behind. The truck slowed as it approached. I was still sitting on the ground, holding the guardrail with shaking hands. The driver pulled onto the shoulder and stopped. His door opened and work boots hit the pavement. "You okay there, buddy?" A flashlight beam hit me in the face. I squinted against the light. "Your truck broke down or something?" I looked back at my truck. It was sitting in the middle of the road, exactly where I'd left it. No sign of the shadow anywhere. Yeah, something like that. My voice was hoarse from screaming. The truck driver, a big guy with a gray beard and a John Deere cap, helped me up. My legs felt like rubber bands. "Let's take a look at it," he said, walking toward my truck. "I'm pretty good with engines." He tried the key. The truck started right up like nothing had happened. All the lights worked. The radio played normal country music when he turned it on. "Huh," he said. "Seems fine to me. Maybe just a temporary glitch in the electrical system." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He offered to follow me home to make sure I didn't have any more trouble. I accepted. We drove the rest of the way with his truck right behind mine, his headlights steady in my mirrors. When I got home, I thanked him and watched his taillights disappear down the road. Then I went inside and poured myself 3 fingers of whiskey. My hands were still shaking. I told my wife what happened. She listened quietly, then suggested I was working too hard, maybe having stress-induced hallucinations. When I insisted it was real, she made me promise to talk to someone about it. I called the police the next morning. They sent a car out to check the road but found nothing unusual. No marks on the pavement, no damage to the guardrail where I'd grabbed it, nothing in the woods. They wrote it off as fatigue or an overactive imagination. But I know what I saw. I drive a different route home now, even though it takes an extra 45 minutes. I installed extra lights on my truck, high-powered LED bars on the roof and sides. I keep my phone in a holder where I can reach it easily, and I watch the shadows in my rearview mirror, all of them, even the normal ones. I've started noticing things I didn't before, like how the shadows under trees sometimes seem deeper than they should be. how they sometimes move when there's no wind, how they sometimes have shapes in them that almost look like hands. I haven't seen the big shadow again. Not yet. But I know it's out there somewhere, waiting, moving across empty fields in the dark, following other cars down lonely roads. So if you're driving at night and you see something dark moving in your mirror, something that flows like water but isn't water, something with shapes inside it that reach and grab, don't slow down, don't stop. And whatever you do, don't let your lights go out, because the shadow remembers. And next time there might not be another truck coming to save you. I still drive that route sometimes, during the day. The road looks normal in sunlight. But when I pass the spot where it happened, my hands get sweaty on the steering wheel. My heart beats faster. And I watch the shadows under the trees, looking for movement, for shapes, for hands reaching up through the darkness. They're still there. I can feel them watching, waiting for night to fall, waiting for someone else to drive down that dark road alone. I've thought about moving away, finding a new job somewhere else, but I know it wouldn't matter. The shadow isn't tied to that road or those woods or that stretch of rural highway. It can go anywhere, it can follow anyone. All we can do is keep our lights on, keep moving, and hope that when it finds us again, there will be someone else coming around the curve, headlights blazing, horn blaring, to drive it back into the darkness where it came from. But sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder about that truck driver who saved me. I never got his name. Never saw him again. And I wonder, was he real? Or was he something else? Something that decided, for whatever reason, that it wasn't my time to be taken? I don't know. I'll probably never know. All I know is what I saw that night on Rural Road 23. All I know is what followed me through the darkness. And all I know is that somewhere out there, in the shadows between streetlights and stars, it's still moving, still flowing, still reaching with those dark hands, still waiting. For you, for me, for anyone who drives alone at night thinking they're safe inside their car protected by steel and glass and electricity, thinking the darkness can't touch them, but it can, it will. And when it does, all you can do is run. Run toward the light. Run toward other people. Run toward anything that might drive it back. Because the shadow is patient. The shadow is persistent. And the shadow remembers. I know this because I survived. But sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if that's what it wanted all along. For me to survive. For me to tell this story. For me to warn others about what's out there in the darkness. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just got lucky. Maybe the truck driver was just a truck driver and the shadow was just whatever it was. Maybe I'll never see it again. But I don't believe that. Not really. Because every night when I look out my window at the shadows under the streetlight, I see them move. Just a little. Just enough to remind me. It's still out there. And it's not alone. So keep your lights on. Watch your mirrors. And if you see something dark moving across an empty field some night, something big and flowing and wrong, don't slow down. Don't stop. Just drive. Drive as fast as you can. Drive toward the light. Drive toward other people. Drive like your life depends on it. Because it does. I shouldn't have bought that lamp. The sign on the antique shop's window said, "Going out of business, everything must go." Maybe that should have been my first warning. But I went in anyway, looking for something to brighten up my bedroom. Now I haven't slept properly in weeks, and I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind. Or maybe I'm not crazy at all, and that's even worse. The shop smelled like dust and old wood. Shelves crammed with junk stretched from floor to ceiling. The owner, a thin guy with thick glasses, followed me around while I looked. He kept wringing his hands and glancing at the door like he couldn't wait to get rid of everything and leave. That's when I saw it. The lamp sat on a shelf between some old books and a broken clock. It wasn't anything special, just a brass table lamp with a cream-colored shade. But something about it caught my eye. The brass had that soft, worn patina that only comes from decades of handling. The shade looked original, yellowed but intact. "How much?" I asked. The owner's face twitched. $25. He named the price too quickly, like he was desperate to sell it. I should have asked why it was so cheap. I should have wondered why he wouldn't meet my eyes when he took my money, but I didn't. I just took the lamp home and put it on my bedside table. The first few nights were fine. The lamp worked perfectly. Warm light, perfect for reading before bed. I even congratulated myself on finding such a good deal. Then the third night came. I woke up suddenly at 3 a.m. The lamp was flashing. On, off, on, off, on, off. 3 times exactly. My first thought was power surge, but when I reached to check the cord, I realized it wasn't even plugged in. I sat there in the dark, heart pounding. The rational part of my brain said there had to be an explanation. Maybe the bulb was storing residual electricity somehow. Maybe I was still half asleep and imagined it. I plugged the lamp back in, turned it on and off a few times. Nothing unusual happened. The next night, same thing. 3 a.m. 3 flashes, unplugged. This time I was ready. I grabbed my phone to record it, but of course nothing happened while I was filming. As soon as I put the phone down, frustrated, the lamp flashed again, 3 times. Like it was mocking me. I started sleeping badly. Every night I'd lie awake waiting for 3 a.m. Sometimes I'd doze off and snap awake just in time to see the flashes. Sometimes I'd stay up and watch the minutes tick by on my phone. The lamp never failed to perform its little show. A week in, things got worse. I was half asleep when the familiar flashes started. But this time, when the light went dark after the third flash, I saw something in the corner of my room. A shadow, darker than the darkness around it. A human shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions slightly off. I hit the lamp switch so fast I almost knocked it over. Light flooded the room. The corner was empty. Just my laundry hamper and some clothes I'd thrown over it. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the switch. I kept the lamp on for the rest of the night. When morning came, I took it apart. Checked every inch of wiring, the socket, the switch. Nothing unusual. I even took it to an electrician. He said it was an ordinary lamp, probably from the 1950s. Nothing special about it at all. That night, I put the lamp in the living room. At 3 a.m., I woke up to my bedroom overhead light flashing. 3 times, and there was the figure again, this time by my closet. Taller than before, its head almost touching the ceiling. I couldn't see any features, just that wrong silhouette against the darkness. I slapped the light switch by my bed. Empty room. But I swear I heard something move just before the light came on. A soft sliding sound like bare feet on carpet. The next day I took the lamp back to the antique shop. The windows were dark, paper signs covering the glass. A smaller sign on the door, closed permanently. No returns. I wasn't surprised. I thought about throwing the lamp away. But something stopped me. What if someone else found it? What if whatever was happening just followed me anyway? At least with the lamp I had some control. I knew when it would happen. So I kept it, developed a routine. Lamp on the bedside table, awake at 3 a.m. Watch the flashes, then keep my hand on the switch, ready, because the figure kept appearing, and it kept getting closer. 2 weeks in, it was at the foot of my bed. I could see it better now. The proportions weren't just wrong, they were impossible. Arms too long, fingers like branches. Its head tilted at an angle that would snap a human neck. I started talking to it, not because I expected an answer, but because the silence was driving me crazy. "What do you want?" I'd ask, or "Why me?" Or sometimes just, "Please leave me alone." No response, just that silent presence in the darkness. Sometimes I thought I could see it move, just slightly, like it was breathing, but always so still when I stared directly at it. The sleep deprivation started affecting my work. I'd doze off at my desk, jerk awake thinking I saw that figure in the corner of my office. My coworkers noticed. Started asking if I was okay, saying I looked sick. I made up excuses about insomnia, stress, anything but the truth. One night, I decided to film the whole thing. Set up my phone, forced myself to stay awake. 3 a.m. came. The lamp flashed, and there it was, clearer than ever in the phone's night vision mode. A figure that seemed to be made of darkness itself, standing impossibly tall. But when I played the video back, nothing. Just an empty room and the lamp flashing on its own. That's when it started getting aggressive. One night after the flashes, I heard that sliding sound again, closer. The figure was right beside my bed. I could feel the cold radiating from it, like standing next to an open freezer. My hand was on the switch, but I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It leaned down. I still couldn't see a face, just that dark void where a head should be. But I knew it was looking at me. The cold got more intense. My fingers went numb on the switch. Then I felt something touch my shoulder. A hand, but not a hand. Long, cold fingers that seemed to sink right through my skin. I screamed and hit the switch. Light flooded the room. Empty. But my shoulder was ice cold, and there were red marks where the fingers had been. 5 perfectly straight lines, like someone had drawn them with a ruler. The next day, I bought every lamp and flashlight I could find. Set them up around my room, all pointing at different corners. Extension cords everywhere. I must have looked crazy, but I didn't care. That night at 3 a.m., every single light in my room flashed 3 times. Even the ones that weren't plugged in, even my phone's flashlight. When the darkness came back, the figure was there. But now there were more of them, one in every corner, all impossibly tall, all wrong in their own unique ways. All facing me. I sat paralyzed, hand frozen on the switch. The cold was overwhelming. I could see my breath in the air. The figures began to move, sliding across the floor without walking, closing in. The one from the lamp reached me first. Its hand stretched out, longer and longer, fingers unfurling like petals. I felt that cold touch on my face this time. Something in me snapped. I grabbed the lamp and threw it as hard as I could. It shattered against the wall in a shower of brass and glass. The bulb exploded with a pop. Instantly, every figure vanished. The cold disappeared. My room was just my room again, now with a broken lamp on the floor. I spent the rest of the night cleaning up the pieces. Cut my fingers a few times on the glass, but I didn't care. I had to get rid of every single piece. Wrapped it all in newspaper, drove to different dumpsters around town to dispose of it. Probably overkill, but I wasn't taking any chances. That was 3 days ago. No more flashing lights, no more figures. But I still wake up at 3 a.m. every night, drenched in sweat. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel cold fingers on my shoulder. Last night, I drove past the antique shop. The windows were clean, the signs gone. A new store was moving in. As I waited at the red light, I saw something in the window that made my blood freeze. A brass table lamp with a cream-colored shade, sitting right in the front display. The light turned green, and I drove away as fast as I could. But I knew what I had to do. Tomorrow I'm going back to that shop. I have to buy that lamp. Not because I want to, but because I know what will happen if someone else does. Maybe this is what it wants. Maybe this is why it chose me. Or maybe I really am crazy. Maybe I'll walk into that store and find out it's just an ordinary lamp. But I don't think so. Because right now, as I'm writing this, it's 2:59 a.m. And even though there's no lamp in my room, I can feel the temperature dropping. 3 minutes until I find out if destroying the lamp really solved anything. 3 minutes until I know if the figures are gone for good. 2 minutes now. 1. The lights are starting to flicker. I never should have bought that mirror. That's what I keep telling myself as I sit here in my car, parked outside my house, too scared to go back inside. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely type this on my phone. I need to get this down while it's fresh, while I can still remember every detail of what happened. Maybe someone will read this and understand. Or maybe they'll just think I'm crazy. I don't care anymore. I just need to tell someone. It started 3 days ago. I was walking past Randy's pawn shop on 4th Street, the one next to the closed-down laundromat. I wasn't planning to go in. I was just killing time before meeting my brother for lunch. But something in the window caught my eye. This huge antique mirror with an ornate wooden frame. Dark wood, carved with these intricate geometric patterns. The price tag said $85, which seemed way too cheap for something that size and quality. I went inside. The shop smelled like old cigarettes and furniture polish. Randy was behind the counter watching some game show on a tiny TV. He barely looked up when I asked about the mirror. Guy brought it in last week, he said, still staring at the TV. Said he was cleaning out his grandma's house after she died, needed quick cash. I should have asked more questions. Should have wondered why someone would let go of such a beautiful piece for so little. But I didn't. I just handed over my credit card and arranged to pick it up later with my truck. Getting it home was a pain in the ass. The thing was heavier than it looked, and I live alone in a 2-story house. I managed to drag it upstairs to my bedroom, scraping my knuckles raw in the process. Spent 20 minutes trying different spots on the wall before I found the perfect place, opposite my bed, where the morning light would hit it. That first night, everything seemed normal. I got ready for bed like usual, brushed my teeth, changed into sweats and a t-shirt, set my alarm. I remember glancing at the mirror as I walked past, thinking how good it looked there, how it made the room feel bigger, more complete. I woke up around 3 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. I was groggy, barely awake. On my way back to bed, I caught my reflection in the mirror. In my half-asleep state, something seemed off, but I couldn't place what. Like when you walk into a room and know someone's moved something, but you can't tell what's different. I stepped closer to the mirror, rubbing my eyes. That's when I noticed it. The reflection showed my nightstand with a glass of water on it. But I hadn't brought any water upstairs. I turned to look at the actual nightstand, empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the glass was still there in the reflection. My heart started beating faster. I told myself I was just tired, seeing things. I got back in bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and kept my eyes fixed on the ceiling until I fell asleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream. The mirror looked completely normal in the daylight. I got dressed for work, checking my reflection like I always do. Everything matched exactly. Me adjusting my tie, smoothing down my hair, grabbing my keys from the dresser. But that night, it happened again. I was getting ready for bed, going through my normal routine. I glanced in the mirror while putting on my watch and froze. There was someone standing behind me in the reflection. A woman, maybe in her 60s, wearing a dark blue dress. She was just standing there a few feet behind my right shoulder, staring at me with this blank expression. I spun around so fast I almost fell over. The bedroom was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, she was gone. My hands were shaking. Sweat was running down my back. I walked over and touched the mirror's surface. It felt cool and solid, completely normal. I checked behind it, half expecting to find something. Speakers, a hidden screen, I don't know what. But it was just a mirror, mounted on my wall. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced I could feel someone watching me. I kept my back to the mirror. Around dawn, I finally fell into an uneasy sleep. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about what I'd seen. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the mirror was positioned at an odd angle, catching reflections from outside. Maybe the old wood was warping, distorting the image. Maybe I was just stressed, working too hard, seeing things that weren't there. I almost convinced myself. Then I came home. The differences were subtle at first. In the mirror, my bedspread was slightly rumpled while the real bed was perfectly made. A book appeared on my dresser in the reflection, but wasn't there in reality. Small things. Things I could almost convince myself I was imagining. Then I saw her again. The same woman, but closer this time. She was standing right behind me, so close I should have felt her breath on my neck. In the reflection, she slowly raised her hand, reaching for my shoulder. I could see every detail: her age-spotted skin, the thin gold wedding band on her finger, the chipped red polish on her nails. I jerked away from the mirror, heart pounding. The room was empty. Of course it was empty. I ran downstairs and poured myself a drink, then another. When I finally got up the nerve to go back upstairs, I covered the mirror with a sheet. I slept on the couch that night, TV on for background noise. But I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening upstairs. Was she still there, behind that sheet? Was she waiting for me? This morning I made myself go back up. I approached the mirror slowly and pulled off the sheet. Everything looked normal at first. Just my reflection, pale and tired, dark circles under my eyes. Then I noticed something in the reflected room behind me was different. The door was closed in the reflection, but open in reality. As I watched, it slowly began to open wider in the mirror. I saw a hand grip the edge of the door. Long fingers, red nail polish. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The door swung open fully and there she was, but this time she wasn't alone. Behind her, I could see more figures emerging from the darkness of the hallway. Shadowy shapes, dozens of them, all moving toward me with slow, deliberate steps. In the real room, the door didn't move. The hallway remained empty. But in the mirror, they kept coming. I could see their faces now. Men, women, children, all with the same blank expression, all reaching out with grasping hands. I ran, grabbed my keys and phone and got out of there. That's where I am now, sitting in my car, trying to make sense of what's happening. My hands have finally stopped shaking enough to type. I keep thinking about what Randy said about the mirror coming from a dead woman's house. I want to go back to the pawn shop, demand answers. But it's Sunday. The shop is closed. I don't know what to do. I can't go back in that house. Not with that thing hanging on my wall. But I can't leave it there either. What if someone else finds it? What if a real estate agent brings potential buyers through the house and they see what I saw? What if a child? My phone battery is getting low. The sun is starting to set. I've been sitting here for hours watching my house, trying to work up the courage to go back inside. I need to deal with this. Need to get that mirror out of there somehow. I have a sledgehammer in the garage. Maybe if I break it. But what if that makes things worse? What if breaking the mirror releases whatever is trapped inside? What if it lets them cross over completely? Someone's walking their dog past my car. They're giving me strange looks. I must look crazy sitting here all day staring at my own house. The streetlights are coming on. Soon it will be dark. I can see my bedroom window from here. Is it my imagination? Or did something just move behind the curtains? I'm going back in. I have to. I can't sit here forever. I'm going to grab the sledgehammer from the garage, run upstairs, and smash that thing before whatever's in there can reach me. If you're reading this and I don't update later, well, at least you'll know what happened. Wait, something's wrong. The bedroom light just turned on. I can see it through the window. But I'm sitting here in my car. I have the only key. The curtain is moving. Someone is standing at my bedroom window. She's wearing a dark blue dress. She's looking right at me. She's smiling. I'm starting the car. I don't know where I'm going, but I can't stay here. Can't look away from that window. From her face. From that smile. She's waving now. I need to go. If you're reading this, stay away from Randy's pawn shop. Stay away from old mirrors. Stay away from my house. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your own reflection. You never know who might be looking back. Message sent from iPhone 11:47 p.m. Location services disabled. Battery level 2%. Last seen 3 days ago. I used to think I was a rational person. That changed 3 weeks ago. Now I sit in this motel room typing this on my laptop, trying to make sense of what happened. My hands still shake when I think about it. I need to write it down. Maybe someone will believe me. Maybe someone can explain it. It started on July 15th. The air conditioning in my apartment had been broken for 2 days, and the maintenance guy couldn't come until the weekend. The temperature hit 95 degrees that day, and my third-floor apartment felt like an oven. I stripped down to my boxers, opened all the windows, and set up 3 fans, but it didn't help much. The air just sat there, thick and heavy. I couldn't sleep. At 1:45 a.m., I was still lying on top of my sheets, sweating. The noise from the fans filled the room with a constant drone. My bedroom window was wide open, the thin curtain moving slightly in what little breeze managed to reach the 3rd floor. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the glass. At first, I thought I was finally drifting off and had imagined it. Then it came again, tap, 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 clear and deliberate. I froze. My bedroom window faces the outside of the building. There's no fire escape, no ledge, nothing. Just a straight drop to the concrete below. It's physically impossible for someone to be out there. The tapping came again, louder this time. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat ran down my back, but now it wasn't from the heat. I lay there perfectly still, staring at the ceiling, telling myself I was hearing things. The fan must be making the curtain hit the glass. That had to be it. Then I heard a sound like fingernails dragging across the window pane. I sat up in bed. The curtain was still moving slightly in the breeze. Behind it, I could see a dark shape. This isn't real, I whispered to myself. This can't be real. The shape moved. Through the thin fabric of the curtain, I could make out the outline of a face pressed against the glass. My body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The face stayed there, motionless, a dark oval against the lighter background of the night sky. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. I knocked it onto the floor. When I leaned down to grab it, I heard a sound like lips pressing against glass, followed by a quiet laugh. I snatched up the phone and scrambled backward until my back hit the wall. My fingers were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone at my window, I said, my voice barely a whisper. 3rd floor. It's impossible, but there's someone there. What's your address, sir? I gave it to them, still staring at the curtain. The face hadn't moved. Units are on their way. Are you in a safe location? I'm in my bedroom. I can see them through the curtain. They're just standing there, watching. Can you get to another room without passing the window? Yes. Yes, I think so. Please do that now, sir. Stay on the line with me. I slid off the bed on the far side from the window. My legs felt weak. As I moved toward the door, the tapping started again. Tap, tap, tap. I ran. In the living room, I closed and locked the door behind me. I could hear my neighbors upstairs moving around. The building's old and sound carries. Normal, everyday sounds. While outside my window, something impossible was happening. Sir, are you in a different room now? Yes, I'm in the living room. Officers are 2 minutes out. Can you see or hear anything from where you are? I listened. Nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the upstairs neighbors. No, I closed the bedroom door. Stay where you are. Officers will be there very soon. They arrived 3 minutes later. I buzzed them in with shaking hands and waited by my apartment door. When they knocked, I nearly jumped out of my skin. 2 officers entered, their hands on their weapons. I pointed them toward the bedroom. They went in with flashlights drawn. I stayed in the living room, heart pounding. After 5 minutes, they came back out. There's no one there, sir, the taller officer said. We checked the window, the walls below it, the ground. Nothing. But I saw someone, I insisted. There was a face. I heard knocking. They exchanged a look I knew well, the "this guy's crazy" look. Sir, you're on the 3rd floor, the shorter officer said. There's no way anyone could be at that window. No ledge, no handholds, nothing. We checked thoroughly. I know what I saw, I said, but my voice sounded weak even to me. They took my statement, told me to call again if I saw anything suspicious, and left. I stood in my living room, listening to their footsteps fade down the stairs. I didn't go back to my bedroom that night. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every sound until the sun came up. The next day, I went to work exhausted. My coworkers noticed. Katie from accounting asked if I was coming down with something. I told her I hadn't slept well because of the heat. I didn't mention what had happened. I knew how it would sound. I spent my lunch break researching. I looked up news stories about my building, hoping to find something about previous break-ins or strange occurrences. Nothing. I Googled face-in window third floor and similar phrases, just horror stories and urban legends. By the time I left work, I had almost convinced myself it had been a dream or hallucination brought on by the heat and lack of sleep. I stopped at the hardware store and bought new locks for my windows anyway. The clerk recommended the kind that prevent them from opening more than a few inches. I bought those too. That night I closed all the windows despite the heat. I installed the new locks, checked them 3 times and took a sleeping pill. I lay down in bed at 11:30 watching the red numbers on my digital clock slowly change. 1:58 a.m. Tap, tap, tap. My entire body went rigid. The sound came again, exactly like the night before. This time I turned my head toward the window immediately. The face was already there, pressed against the glass. In the darkness, I could make out features I hadn't seen before. Pale skin, wide eyes, a mouth stretched into a smile that was too big, too wide for a human face. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 again, fingers slipping on the screen. "There's someone at my window again," I said as soon as the operator answered. "Third floor, 1242 Oak Street, apartment 3B. Please hurry." "Sir, remain calm. Officers are on their way." This time I didn't look away from the window. The face stayed there, staring, smiling. As I watched, it pressed harder against the glass. The window creaked. "The glass," I whispered into the phone. "Oh God, the window's starting to..." The face pulled back slightly, then slammed forward. The whole window shuddered in its frame. I ran from the room. Behind me, I heard that same quiet laugh from the night before. The police arrived faster this time. Same result. No sign of anyone, nothing disturbed, no marks on the glass. One officer suggested I might be experiencing stress-induced hallucinations and recommended I see a doctor. The other one gave me a card for a security company that installs cameras. I called in sick to work the next day and spent the morning installing security cameras. One pointing at my bedroom window from the inside, one in the living room, one in the hallway. They all connected to an app on my phone. I sat and watched the feeds all day, jumping at every shadow. That night, I set up my laptop in the living room to record the bedroom window. I wasn't going to sleep in there again. I took another sleeping pill and lay down on the couch, phone in hand with the security camera feeds running. 2:00 a.m. Tap, tap, tap. I stared at my phone. The bedroom camera showed an empty window, but I could hear the tapping, clear as day. I switched to the camera's night vision mode. Still nothing. The tapping got louder. With shaking hands, I started recording on my phone. I got up and walked to the bedroom door, pointing the camera at the window. The face was there. I could see it with my own eyes pressed against the glass, grinning, but on my phone screen, nothing. Just an empty window. I backed away, still recording. The face followed my movement. The smile got wider. Then it spoke. "Let me in." The voice was wrong. It sounded like multiple voices layered on top of each other, some high, some low, all slightly out of sync. I dropped my phone and ran. Out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I didn't stop running until I reached the 24-hour diner 6 blocks away. I sat there until sunrise, drinking coffee with trembling hands. The waiter asked if I was okay. I must have looked terrible. No shoes, wearing the t-shirt and sweatpants I'd been sleeping in, covered in cold sweat. When I checked my phone, the video was corrupted, just static. I went to work because I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't focus on anything. My boss sent me home at lunch, telling me I looked sick and should get some rest. I didn't go home. I checked into a hotel instead, called a locksmith and had all my locks changed, called the security company and upgraded to their premium package with 24/7 monitoring. That night, in my hotel room on the first floor, I finally slept. No tapping, no face, just blessed silence. The next day, I went back to my apartment. Everything looked normal. The security company had installed their sensors and cameras. The new locks were solid. I felt safer. That night I slept on the couch again. At 2 a.m., my phone buzzed with a security alert. Motion detected at bedroom window. I pulled up the camera feed. Nothing there. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't look, didn't move, just sat there, frozen, listening. "Let me in," the voices said. "You can't keep me out forever." The tapping continued until sunrise. This has been my life for the past 3 weeks. Every night at 2 a.m. it comes. Sometimes I stay at hotels, sometimes at friends' houses, making excuses about my air conditioning or renovations. But I can't do that forever. Last night I stayed at home, set up cameras from 3 different companies, set up my phone to record, set up my laptop, turned on every light in the apartment. 2 a.m. Tap, tap, tap. This time I walked straight to the window. The face was there, grinning its impossible grin. "What do you want?" I asked. The smile got wider, wider than any human mouth could go. The teeth were wrong, too many, too sharp. "To come in," it said in its many voices. "You'll let me in eventually. Everyone does." "What happens then?" It pressed closer to the glass. Its eyes were solid black. "You'll see. I'm in another hotel now, different city, doesn't matter. I know it will find me tonight. At 2 a.m. there will be a tapping at my window. I've started searching missing persons databases, looking for other stories like mine. I've found some. Always third-floor apartments, always in summer, always at 2 a.m. None of the stories have endings. It's 1:55 a.m. now. I can feel it getting closer. The air is getting heavier, like it did that first night. My phone camera is running, even though I know it won't show anything. I've pushed the dresser in front of the window. Put chairs on top of it, it won't matter. 1:58 a.m. The air conditioning just stopped. 1:59 a.m. I can see my breath. 2 a.m. Tap, tap.